Chapter 1947. The heaven-defying energy dragon helped Zi Chen temper his body, and Zi Chen, who was still in a coma, became stronger after absorbing the heaven-defying energy. Under this kind of change in the world, Zi Chen himself could not produce any energy, and the people outside with sensor devices naturally could not perceive it. In addition, Zi Chen had almost exhausted all the heaven-defying energy in his body in the last battle, and there was no more heaven-defying energy to be mobilized, which was one of the main reasons why no one gained anything. In the outside world, for the rich rewards given by the foreign races, all the people were dispatched to every corner of the world. Everyone hoped to find Zi Chen and get the reward of a lifetime, but Zi Chen seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. There was no result for a long time, and some heaven-defying people could not help but guess some reasons. Perhaps after the battle that day, Zi Chen died because of his serious injuries. After all, heaven-defying energy was different from other kinds of energy. After it adhered to the wound, it would form an additional destructive force that few people could expel. Whether Zi Chen died of serious injuries or not, before they saw his body, the search for him would not stop, unless there was a new order from above. In this case, the foreign races and the indigenous people of the Zhonwu continent lived in harmony. Time passed, and soon a year passed. During this year, there was no news of Zi Chen. The search continued, and no new orders were passed, proving that the heaven-defying person was still alive, and no one gave up. In Zi Chen's world, there was light again, and the whole world became full of vitality. The dusky scene of dusk disappeared, and all kinds of spirit beasts became active again. After Zi Chen recovered from his injuries, the heaven-defying energy dragon had been tempering Zi Chen's body. During this period, the huge source sea was also constantly sending heaven-defying energy to Zi Chen. In this kind of tempering, Zi Chen's body became stronger and stronger. Zi Chen seemed to be asleep, his eyes closed, his breathing was even, and his face was faintly rosy. After an unknown amount of time, Zi Chen's body moved slightly. He frowned and opened his eyes in a daze. His eyes were filled with confusion. The moment he opened his eyes, the blankness in Zi Chen's eyes disappeared, replaced by vigilance. He slapped the ground with his hands and jumped up in an instant, looking around vigilantly. What greeted his eyes was a familiar scene. Beside him was the vast origin sea. Zi Chen's consciousness was slowly returning. He recalled the scene when he had killed a group of heaven-defying heavenly swordsmen. Due to his severe injuries, he did not even have time to collect the heavenly swordsmen and the corpses of the heaven-defying heavenly swordsmen. It had to be known that heavenly armaments could be reforged, and the corpses of heaven defiers were the best materials to refine them. Thinking back to that day, Zi Chen felt that it was a pity, but he did not regret it. At that time, he was about to lose his life, so how could he have the time to think about those worldly possessions? Checking his body, Zi Chen found that his injuries had completely healed. His spiritual senses fell on his body and swept through every part of his body. With his keen senses, he noticed that some kind of change had occurred in his body. For Zi Chen, who had tempered his body, this sort of change wasn't very strange. He had already experienced this feeling of his body becoming stronger many times. However, as one's strength and cultivation level increased, it would be very difficult to make one's body significantly stronger. He stretched out his hands and slowly clenched them into fists. His physical strength surged within his body. At this moment, there was only one word in Zi Chen's mind: powerful. It was a very powerful physical body. He was so powerful that even Zi Chen, who had killed dozens of heaven-defying cultivators, couldn't suppress his excitement and joy. After a moment of excitement, Zi Chen looked around. Seeing the current situation, the excitement and joy on his face gradually disappeared. There was no longer any heaven-defying energy in his body, and he needed to condense it again. In the origin sea, Saber Spirit had revealed his true form and was floating on the surface of the sea. At the last moment of the battle, Saber Spirit had forcibly devoured the souls of those heavenly soldiers. At this moment, Saber Spirit was refining their souls and had yet to awaken. Not far from Saber Spirit was the scabbard that Zi Chen had obtained in the Mana domain. This scabbard had been with him and had helped him a lot. However, after Zi Chen had broken through to the heavenly realm and obtained Skyblade again, he discovered that these heavenly soldiers could not enter the scabbard. Furthermore, the scabbard was no longer the same as before. Whenever a long saber entered the scabbard, some kind of change would occur. After that, there was the divine dragon bow and the floating dragon god's arrow. Although Chen had been refining them with his origin energy, due to the quality of the two weapons, they still could not enter the ranks of heavenly soldiers. Chen was very satisfied with the performance of the divine dragon bow. In addition, Saber Spirit was currently in a deep slumber. Chen suddenly had an idea to refine the divine dragon bow again. Although he did not know any refining techniques, Cauldron Spirit was an expert in this matter. Han Shuo's body reappeared in the cave. No one had discovered this place yet. The formation at the entrance of the cave was still intact. However, as Chen spread out his spiritual senses, he discovered that there were no less than 100 practitioners within a radius of several dozen miles around the cave. Some of them were looking left and right, knocking on some rocks as if they were looking for something. There were also some who were sitting on the ground in groups of 3 to 5, chatting and laughing with each other. Why are there so many people? Chen was puzzled. He was not in a hurry to leave but waited patiently. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual senses to eavesdrop on the conversations of the crowd. After a while, Chen heard a discussion about him. Say, where did this Chen go? We have been searching for him for 5 years. We have searched almost every nook and cranny of this place, but we haven't even found a trace of him. Keep your voice down. Lord Chen is someone who can even kill a heaven-defying cultivator. If he was here, he could kill you with a single thought if you called him by his name. I was just joking. Do you think he's going to die just like that? If he's really here, that would be great. We'll be rewarded, and those alien race deities will come. After killing Chen, all the alien race deities will leave. While speaking, the practitioner shook the device in his hand and said, "You said that this lousy thing can really detect the aura of heaven-defying experts." Of course. If you don't believe me, you can go 100 miles away and see if there is any reaction. After withdrawing his spiritual senses, Chen finally understood what was going on. Among the crowd, there were aliens and natives of the Jianwu continent. When the two sides met, they did not start fighting. Instead, they greeted each other as if they were familiar with each other. Their target was obviously Han Shuo. Moreover, they were all holding some kind of round ball that could detect the aura of heaven-defying experts. The reason why those heaven-defying experts were able to accurately detect Han Shuo's presence was probably because of this thing. After thinking about it for a moment, Chen understood what was going on and felt a bit disappointed. He had followed the Azure Dragon Saint's instructions and came to this world to fight against the aliens. Who would have thought that he would become the enemy of the aliens and the natives? He had become the public enemy. After a moment of disappointment, Chen pulled himself together. This was also good. Everyone's attention had shifted to him. On the whole, the natives of the Jianwu continent would not be in danger. He had achieved his goal of coming here. After all, those aliens were afraid of him. As long as he was alive, the natives of the Jianwu continent would be a bit safer. On the other hand, Chen still had friends in this region. Although he didn't know how they were doing, at least they were safe for now. At the same time, since the aliens were not attacking the Jianwu continent, they naturally wouldn't go to the Qianwu continent. That place was relatively safe. Taking a deep breath, Chen cast aside his distracting thoughts and sent out his spiritual senses once more. As expected, he found a heaven-defying expert 100 miles away. That person was sitting cross-legged on a boulder. His eyes were closed and his hands were forming hand seals. He didn't sense anything when his spiritual sense landed on him. Chen retracted his spiritual sense. He already had a plan. Since this world no longer needed him, he should fight for some things for himself. For example, 1 or 2 stronger heaven-defying items or more heaven-defying energy. After thinking about it, Chen's energy surged. The trace of a heaven-defying expert's aura that he had just condensed was also released. Take a look. What's the use of this thing? Just as Chen released his heaven-defying aura, one of the cultivators outside took out a sphere. Suddenly, The sphere began to shine and tremble violently. This is. That cultivator's eyes widened as he looked around. Hum. 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 At the same time, the spheres on the other people's bodies began to tremble violently. Because there were heaven-defying experts 100 miles away, these people were very clear on what the sphere's trembling represented. Heaven-defying experts. There's a heaven-defying expert. There's a heaven-defying expert here. One by one, they took out their trembling spheres. Their faces were full of excitement as they shouted loudly. Bang! Not far away, there was a loud tremor. The mountain rocks exploded, and Zichen rushed out. The already excited crowd widened their eyes when they saw Zichen. As they stared at this extremely familiar figure, their bodies involuntarily trembled. Their eyes were constantly glowing as if they had seen an endless supply of resources. Zichen. Zichen is here. I found Zichen. I found Zichen. Get lost. I found him first. I found him first. I found him first. Seeing Zichen, everyone began to shout and then began to fight over him. There were even some shoving and fighting. But in the next moment, Zichen disappeared from everyone's sight. This stunned the people who were shouting, but they quickly reacted and immediately chased after him. If Zichen runs away, the reward will be gone. Hurry up and chase after him. Everyone took out their devices and chased after Zichen. But with his speed, how could he catch up with Zichen? Along the way, many people discovered Zichen and chased after Zichen. Zichen had already arrived beside the heaven-defying expert in an instant. After seeing Zichen, the latter's pupils shrank. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes as he turned around and ran. Chapter 1948. Damn it, why is he here? The heaven-defying cultivator saw Zichen, but he was not happy or excited. Instead, he was filled with fear. If he encountered Zichen in a one-on-one situation, he would only die faster. Before coming here, he had deliberately deduced that several years had passed since the last battle. During these years, Zichen should have left long ago. The most unlikely place to appear was this area. Perhaps Zichen had crossed several continents and gone to the first continent. But who would have thought that he would appear in the most unlikely place? As soon as he turned around and ran, the heaven-defying cultivator stopped and looked ahead in shock. Zichen stood in front of him, looking at him coldly. Facing Zichen, death was the only way out. The heaven-defying cultivator turned around and ran. Swoosh. Swoosh. In a flash of brilliance, the heaven-defying cultivator instantly changed directions. He only had one purpose, and that was to run. But every time he changed directions, Zichen would appear in front of him first. Go to hell. His speed was not as fast as Zichen's, so naturally, he could not run away. The heaven-defying cultivator gritted his teeth and the heavenly weapon appeared in his hand. He slashed at Zichen. Boom. The energy light shot forward like a waterfall, splitting the mountain rocks and splitting the earth. The rumbling sound was constantly heard, and it was a scene of the end of the world. However, everything within the range of the energy attack had been split apart, except for Zichen, who had been attacking, who had disappeared. Get lost. After the attack failed, the heaven-defying cultivator's expression changed. He immediately turned around and slashed behind him with the heavenly weapon. His expression was cold and fierce, and he decisively attacked because he sensed that Zichen had appeared behind him. Clang. His fierce attack was instantly blocked. The powerful energy formed a destructive wave that spread in all directions, turning into a huge black hole that spread out. When the heaven-defying cultivator saw clearly what had blocked his attack, his eyes immediately widened and were full of disbelief. In front of him, what blocked his heaven-defying cultivator's attack was Zichen's palm. The sharp blade slashed down, but was blocked by the palm. Unexpectedly, it only left a shallow cut on the palm. Such a powerful attack was blocked by a palm. This made the heaven-defying cultivator extremely shocked. Buzz. With one hand firmly grasping the celestial weapon, he struck the defiant in front of him with his other hand. Unable to pull out the weapon, the defiant could only let go of the celestial weapon and retreat. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands to form a defensive energy barrier. Boom. The golden palm moved forward, and the energy completely engulfed this heaven-defying being. By the time everyone arrived, Chen had already disappeared, and so did the heaven-defying cultivator who had been guarding this place. The two of them disappeared without a trace. Only a destructive and heaven-defying energy was left in the field, constantly shaking in all directions. Let's go back and report. Go back quickly. Seeing that Chen and the heaven-defying realm expert had disappeared, everyone could only return to the GZE domain and spread the news of Chen's reappearance. As for Chen, it was fine if he did not appear, but when he did, he displayed a thunderous aura. He had no intention of hiding his tracks at all. He continued forward, killing 4 heaven-defying cultivators in succession. By the time the other heaven-defying cultivators received the news and sent out a message telling the heaven-defying cultivators to deliberately avoid him, the number of heaven-defying cultivators who had died had already reached 5. Every day, news of Chen would be sent back. As for whether these people who sent back the news would receive any rewards, that was another matter altogether. However, according to Chen's trajectory, it was clear that he was heading straight for the 6th mainland. Let's go to the border and surround him. During these 5 years, the heaven-defying cultivators who had arrived at the 7th mainland had formed a heaven-defying alliance. They were the first to arrive at the border, preparing to surround Chen there. Chen's target was indeed the 7th mainland's border mountain range. That place was large enough that it would be difficult for a group of heaven-defying cultivators to surround him. Although he had been silent for 5 years, during that time, Chen had still been in a comatose state. He had not condensed any heaven-defying energy at all, so he naturally did not have the same bearing as when he had faced off against 20 heaven-defying cultivators. After killing 5 heaven-defying cultivators, Chen arrived at the border of the 7th mainland, where he was easily discovered by others. After informing the heaven-defying cultivators, Chen was surrounded by a group of heaven-defying cultivators. There were more than 40 heaven-defying cultivators in front of Chen, and the ones in the lead all gave off powerful auras. According to Carl's description of the number of laws, the ones in front had clearly comprehended more than 30 laws. The group of heaven-defying cultivators also saw Chen, and their expressions became solemn. This person, who was said to be the most likely person to defy the heavens, had used one glorious battle record after another to announce his strength to the world. However, as they sent out their senses, they found that Chen's strength was not that great, which made them puzzled. Seeing the heaven-defying cultivators in front of him, Chen was obviously startled. He did not expect to be blocked by so many heaven-defying cultivators. Since they had encountered each other, there was nothing to say. Chen's eyes flashed coldly, and he released a powerful aura. All the heaven-defying cultivators were on guard. But in the next moment, a scene that made them dumbfounded appeared. They immediately turned around and ran away. Running away before the battle, it seemed that the situation was as serious as everyone had imagined. Everyone's expression changed, and they were slightly stunned. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase after him. The leader of the heaven-defying cultivators was the first to react, and he shouted with a gloomy face. Chen's action was clearly beyond the expectations of all the heaven-defying cultivators, but after being stunned for a moment, they still chased after him. In front of the world's fastest speed, the possibility of these heaven-defying cultivators catching up to Chen was not high, even if Chen did not have the heaven-defying energy. However, in order to successfully break through the ranks of the heavenly soldiers with the divine dragon bow, Chen naturally would not keep running like this. In the process of escaping, he deliberately sped up or slowed down. In short, when the heaven-defying cultivators could not catch up to him, he would turn back and kill more of them. Chen successfully escaped into a forest. There were continuous mountain ranges, towering ancient trees, and all kinds of battle beasts living here. The aura was very heterogeneous and chaotic. Chen's figure entered the forest, and his aura disappeared together with his figure. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind whistled, and the heaven-defying cultivators followed. After feeling Chen's aura disappear, the leader frowned and said coldly, "Everyone, be careful in case of a sneak attack." Hearing this, a laugh came from behind. "Look at Chen. He's like a rat crossing the street. Where did he get the courage to sneak attack us? I'm very suspicious. Is it a rumor that he killed more than 20 heaven-defying cultivators by himself? That's right. I've never seen such a cowardly heaven-defying cultivator. He ran away before the battle even started. The other heaven-defying cultivators began to jeer and laugh, and their words were full of disdain for Zichen. Be careful. If you were dealing with so many heaven-defying cultivators, you would also choose to run away. There's nothing wrong with that. The leader of the heaven-defying cultivators still reminded them. He looked around and did not let down his guard. Laroli, you said it yourself. Anyone who sees our lineup has to run away. Do you think that Zichen will dare to take the initiative to stop fighting us when he sees such a big lineup? Another sneer was heard, but at the same time, a shrill scream was heard. The scream came from behind them. As they turned around, they saw a golden figure turn into a stream of light and fly away into the distance. It's Zichen. Zhemu is gone. He killed Zhemu. Damn it. How dare he launch a sneak attack here? Chase him. Hurry up and chase him. The people who had been talking and laughing just now were now flustered and exasperated. Killing a heaven-defying cultivator in front of so many of them was obviously a slap in the face. And Zichen, who they had been talking about before, had already disappeared without a trace. The crowd chased after him. During this time, everyone's face was very gloomy. Zichen not only proved to them his speed, but also his strength. Since he could kill a heaven-defying cultivator silently, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. However, this forest was almost boundless. It was easier said than done to find a person. Zichen's figure flashed once again, disappearing into the gloomy atmosphere. This time, without Laroli's instructions, all the heaven-defying cultivators were full of vigilance and looked around. Bang! On the ground, the soil was flying. A light rushed out of it and swept in front of the heaven-defying cultivators with the speed of lightning. The knife in his hand suddenly flashed. Swoosh! The knife flashed past the heaven-defying cultivator's body. Then the golden light flashed again and the heaven-defying cultivator disappeared. Zichen turned into a stream of light and flew away. This was the second heaven-defying cultivator to die. Damn it! Go after him. Don't run. The heaven-defying cultivators of foreign races were flustered and exasperated, but they were not as fast as Zichen and could not do anything to him. As Zichen's figure disappeared again, Laroli looked at the dense ancient trees around and said coldly, "Raise this place to the ground. Let's see how he will appear." Boom! 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 The violent energy disappeared, and the surrounding trees turned into dust and disappeared. The place was empty. The heaven-defying cultivators looked around vigilantly and scanned every inch of the ground with their spiritual senses, but they did not find anything unusual. He ran away. Laroli's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said with annoyance. Soon, they received new news that Zichen had appeared in the depths of the border mountain range, so the heaven-defying cultivators chased after him again. At the same time, in the direction of the sixth mainland, there were also heaven-defying cultivators rushing over. They formed an encirclement and wanted to kill Zichen. At the center of the border mountain range, the two sides finally met, and then an unprecedented battle broke out. In this battle, Zichen killed 8 heaven-defying cultivators and broke out of the encirclement with a severely injured body, heading toward the sixth mainland. During this time, the heaven-defying cultivators kept chasing after him. During the process, Zichen also hid and encountered danger many times. Chapter 1949. Bounty portraits of Zichen had been posted in every corner of the Zhanwu continent. Whether it was the indigenous people or the invading aliens, for the sake of this generous reward, they were all using sensors to find Zichen. It was not an exaggeration to say that Zichen was now a public enemy. Along the way, Zichen's trail was discovered again and again, and he was besieged time and time again. Fortunately, his physical body had become stronger this time, and his injuries were not as serious as before. Coupled with his intention to escape, he was able to persevere. The situation was the same when he arrived at the sixth mainland. After successfully escaping from a group of heaven-defying cultivators, before Zichen could completely conceal himself, he was encountered again. Zi Chen is here. I see him. I found Zi Chen. He's here. Haha, I finally found Zi Chen. I'm going to get my reward. In the dense forest, many excited cries rang out, and then one cultivator after another flew towards Zi Chen. They knew that they were too weak. Even if they faced a heavily injured Zi Chen, they still had no chance of winning. So, they just followed without making a move. This included the alien races. Zi Chen turned around and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He saw that there were many cultivators following behind him. Their eyes were shining, staring at him as if he was a rare treasure. The sound of rushing wind came from behind. The alien race heaven-defying cultivators had caught up, and their powerful auras enveloped the world. Cursing in his heart, Zi Chen turned around and left. Zi Chen, if you have the ability, fight me, Laro Li, don't run away like a mouse. As soon as Zi Chen's figure disappeared, a loud roar rang out. A powerful heaven-defying cultivator flew over. His name was Laro Li, and he had been chasing Zi Chen from the 7th mainland. He was the leader of the 7th mainland's heaven-defying cultivators and was not weak. Seeing Zi Chen disappear again, his face became extremely gloomy. He had been chasing Zi Chen for several months, but he could not catch him. Cowardly scoundrel. His cold voice resounded throughout the world. Laro Li, I'll remember you. After I recover from my injuries, I'll look for you. A moment later, Zi Chen's voice was heard. The corner of Laro Li's mouth twitched as he recalled the power Zi Chen had displayed. The corner of Laro Li's eyes couldn't help but twitch as he said, "You won't have a chance to recover from your injuries." With everyone out to search for Zi Chen, it seemed like there was no chance for Zi Chen to find a quiet place to recuperate. On the other side, Laro Li had lost track of Zi Chen, but soon, someone would send him a new location. While Laro Li led a group of heaven-defying experts from the 7th mainland in pursuit, there were also heaven-defying experts from the 6th mainland pursuing Zi Chen. Time passed as they fought, pursued, and escaped. Zi Chen's injuries became more and more serious. After entering the 6th mainland, he had been traveling through dense forests and mountain ranges. Normally, he would rarely see humans here, but now, he could see one every few kilometers. When these people saw Zi Chen, they were all excited. Coughing up blood again, Zi Chen entered a mountain range, followed by many humans. Because his injuries were too serious, Zi Chen's speed was not very fast. A group of cultivators followed behind him. He was already covered in wounds and looked very miserable. Among the cultivators chasing behind him, there were many Heaven Realm cultivators, but they did not dare to attack Zi Chen. A towering mountain appeared in front of Zi Chen's eyes. After seeing the mountain, Zi Chen's eyes shone brightly. Using the last bit of strength in his body, he accelerated towards the mountain. Swoosh! As soon as he landed on the mountain, Zi Chen's figure disappeared. Why is he gone? Everyone watched as Zi Chen disappeared, and they were slightly stunned. Chase! Then, the others chased after him. However, just like Zi Chen, they disappeared as soon as they landed on the mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of cultivators disappeared from the mountain. This was Zi Chen's second time here. The last time, he came here with the Thunder Sacred Beast to get the Heart of Thunder Wings. This was a chaotic spacetime, containing many spatial worlds. The flow of time was also different. It was full of dangers, and he had to be careful not to get lost in this space. After arriving at this place, the Heavenly Thunder Wings automatically took control of Zi Chen's body and brought him through this chaotic space. The feeling of walking on flat ground made him feel as if he had returned home. While moving forward, Zi Chen could occasionally hear cries of surprise and pain coming from behind him. Of course, there were also some cursing voices. Zi Chen was indifferent to this. His expression was indifferent, without any pity, and he allowed the Heavenly Thunderwings to carry him forward. Traveling through the spacetime, Zi Chen felt the temperature around him getting higher and higher. It was as if the entire space was being roasted by flames. Finally, he came to a world filled with flames. The violent flames emitted scorching heat, like roaring fire dragons. This was Zi Chen's final destination. This place was filled with foreign flames that could threaten even the heavenly realm. Last time, he had refined his weapon here. This time, other than upgrading the divine dragon bow and divine dragon arrow, Zichen wanted to take away all the foreign flames here. Looking at the violent sea of flames in front of him, Zichen took a deep breath. He mobilized the little amount of heaven-defying energy in his body and slowly walked into the sea of flames. This was the foreign flames, containing violent energy. Even someone of Zichen's level had to be careful when entering. Waves of heaven-defying energy surrounded his body, forming a defense. Zichen walked towards the center of the sea of flames. However, after just a few hundred meters, the scorching heat was almost unbearable for Zichen. With no other choice, Zichen could only choose to stop and take out the Universal Origin Cauldron. The Universal Origin Cauldron bobbed up and down in the sea of flames, releasing an ancient aura. Previously, Zichen had communicated with Cauldron Spirit. After the cauldron appeared, Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded, "Give me the materials." The materials for this upgrade were all from Defiance of the Heavens. They were also of the Defiance of the Heavens. Zichen casually took out pieces of glowing crystals. These crystals were the remains of Defiance of the Heavens after they died. In truth, when a cultivator reached the heavenly realm, their body would become a pure soul. Once they died, their energy before they died would become the attribute of the crystals they transformed into after death. Along the way, Zichen had obtained quite a lot of heaven-grade materials. As he did not know how to forge heaven-grade weapons, he had no choice but to take out all these materials. As for what attribute crystals to use for the upgrade, Cauldron Spirit was much more knowledgeable than him. Apart from that, Zichen also took out some cauldron spirits that had long been destroyed. These cauldron spirits would provide nourishment for the weapons after they were upgraded into heaven-grade weapons, helping the weapons to grow smoothly. At this moment, Zichen had chosen to take out everything because he was going to leave everything to Cauldron Spirit. What he needed to do was recuperate from his injuries, condense even more heaven-defying energy, and charge out of the battlefield. The cauldron was opened. All kinds of materials floated above the cauldron. They were being burned by the extraterrestrial fire over and over again, expelling impurities. As for the dragon god's bow and dragon god's arrow, they were also being fully calcined by the heavenly fire. For the sake of the bountiful rewards, those cultivators disregarded everything else and flew towards the mountain peak. One after another, their figures disappeared. Soon after, the Defiance led by Laurie arrived. When they discovered the abnormality of the mountain peak, they stopped and stared at the mountain peak. After a while, one of the Defiants beside Laurie said, "It's the entrance to the chaotic space-time." Laurie nodded with a somewhat solemn expression. The other Defiants also had strange expressions on their faces when they heard that. The chaotic space-time contained many kinds of space-time. There were time distortions, space distortions, and extremely powerful exotic beasts. It could be said that it was full of dangers. Most importantly, once one got lost in it, one would never be able to get out. To a heavenly realm expert, this chaotic space-time was one of the few threats. I didn't expect that Zichen would be so lucky to enter a chaotic space-time. The Defiants all sighed. Such an unexplored chaotic space-time was a dangerous place for everyone, so no one wanted to enter. Laurie slightly frowned. He felt that Zichen entering such a place was very tricky. He was very unwilling to give up just like that. After all, Zichen was seriously injured. Now was the best time to kill him. Once he recovered, it would be very troublesome to injure him again. After hesitating for a long while, Laurie finally decided to send Defiance in to see if they could kill Zichen. Of course, before that, Laurie had to select some Defiants who were proficient in the Tao of Space. Not only would they have a higher chance of survival, they would also not get lost easily. They might even be able to find the correct path and lead the party in. Laurie selected a total of 4 Defiants who were proficient in the Tao of Space among the dozens of Defiants. The 4 of them entered the chaotic space-time with a great mission in mind. After leaving everything to the Cauldron Spirit, Zichen's figure flashed and returned to his own world. He once again arrived at the enormous Origin Sea. Looking at the boundless origin sea and sensing the endless and inexhaustible energy in it, any heavenly realm expert would be laughing in their sleep. However, at this moment, Zi Chen was wearing a wry smile on his face. The enormous amount of origin energy he possessed was indeed enviable. However, to convert all of it into defiant energy was undoubtedly a huge project that could not be completed in a short time. Now that the defiants were eyeing him covetously and he had become the public enemy, what he needed the most was time. Zi Chen shook his head, cast away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and sat cross-legged. Before he could condense the new defiant energy, the first thing he had to do was to heal his injuries. As his body had been strengthened again, his injuries were not as serious as the last time. Zi Chen spent more than 10 days to expel the remnant defiant energy from his injuries and heal them. Chapter 1950. Zi Chen sat cross-legged in the air above the origin sea. Several of his avatars appeared around him as they condensed streams of heaven-defying energy. Zi Chen did not slack off in the slightest during the condensation process. However, the amount of heaven-defying energy he condensed was not as much as he wanted. Is there a place in this space-time where time flows faster? Zi Chen transmitted his spiritual thought while he was in the process of condensing the heaven-defying energy. If he could find a place where time flowed faster, then a day outside would be equivalent to a long time inside. Naturally, Zi Chen would be able to condense more heaven-defying energy. After a moment of silence, a voice sounded in Zi Chen's mind. There is indeed such a place. It is located in the depths of this chaotic space-time. I have been there once. However, I sensed some sort of dangerous aura and did not dare to venture too deep. There should be a very powerful existence in that place. The voice came from the heavenly Thunderwings. Before Zi Chen obtained the Heart of Thunderwings, the Heart of Thunderwings had stayed in this place for a very long time. It was very familiar with this chaotic space-time. A very powerful existence. How powerful? Zi Chen slightly bunched his brows. I'm not too sure about that. That existence only stays in that world and never shows himself. No one knows how powerful he is. Zi Chen pondered for a long time but did not decide to take the risk. The chaotic space-time was filled with danger. Although Zi Chen's battle prowess was extremely strong, it was impossible to suppress him one-on-one unless a saint appeared. However, in the chaotic space-time, one had to be wary of the possibility of a saint appearing. Zi Chen did not intend to provoke that existence until he had sufficient heaven-defying energy. As time passed, the amount of heaven-defying energy revolving around Zi Chen gradually increased. The impurities in the energy crystals that Cauldron Spirit had carefully selected were being expelled bit by bit after being calcined by the heavenly fire. Cauldron Spirit was only there to condense weapons, not forge weapons. Therefore, many of the complicated forging processes could be completely omitted. All Cauldron Spirit needed to do was to inject the liquid crystal into the divine dragon bow using a peculiar method. During this process, Cauldron Spirit would constantly feed the dragon soul in the divine dragon bow with cauldron souls. In order to upgrade the divine dragon bow, the first step was to raise the dragon soul to cauldron soul. The serum that Zi Chen had given him had long since obliterated its intelligence, making it the purest form of nourishment that the dragon soul could absorb without worry. It was just like how a cultivator had endless resources to enjoy. Even a cultivation idiot would be able to reach a very high level with so many resources. Furthermore, the dragon spirits in the dragon god bow and the dragon god arrow were extremely powerful. After being awakened by Zi Chen, they displayed extraordinary potential. It was only a matter of time before they reached the heavenly soul stage. Under the calcination of the extraterrestrial fire, the dragon god bow had turned into a bow of liquid energy. Enveloped by many formations, the liquid energy did not disperse. All kinds of energy attributes were entangled within it, emitting resplendent radiance. After the extraterrestrial fire had extracted all the impurities, it would add those pure heaven-defying materials into the dragon god bow to create a truly heaven-defying weapon. The dragon god arrow had also been melted into liquid. However, due to the formations within the arrow, the liquid did not disperse. Cauldron Spirit was multitasking. He skillfully manipulated the various heaven-defying materials, Several months passed in the blink of an eye. All the materials had been melted. It was time for the most critical step of upgrading the divine dragon bow. Upon receiving the summons, Zichen appeared in the middle of the sea of flames. Skyblade was already in his hand, flashing with chilling light. He was in charge of guarding the divine dragon bow. Cauldron Spirit began to inject heaven-grade materials into the dragon god bow and dragon god arrow. During this process, Cauldron Spirit appeared to be very cautious. It was apparent that upgrading the divine dragon bow had put a lot of pressure on Cauldron Spirit. Zichen spread out his spiritual senses and vigilantly observed his surroundings. His eyes were also fixed on the process of the refinement. The refinement process was very slow. Even Zichen felt nervous. As one material after another was injected into the divine dragon bow and dragon god arrow, the radiance emitted by them grew brighter and brighter. When the last two materials were injected into the divine dragon bow, Cauldron Spirit heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that the refinement had reached the final step, Zichen's expression also became much more relaxed. All of a sudden, the sea of flames in the surroundings started to roll and churn. As the flames surged wildly, a berserk aura filled the entire world. Not good. Upon sensing the abnormality, Zichen's expression changed abruptly. He turned his gaze to a certain part of the sea of flames. The flames there were rolling wildly. It was as though some enormous object was pushing through the sea of flames, forcibly pushing aside the flames in the middle of the sea of flames. With a jolt of energy, Zichen rose into the air. Streams of heaven-defying energy began to revolve around his body. After isolating himself from the heavenly flames, Zichen flew straight into the depths of the sea of flames. There, Zichen could clearly sense a powerful aura moving forward in the sea of flames. Its target was the divine dragon bow and dragon god arrow that were about to be completed. Whoosh! The instant Zichen rose into the air, he brandished his blade. A blade aura carrying the aura of heaven-defying energy appeared at one end of the surging sea of flames. When the blade aura landed, it carried with it an enormous pressure. The heavenly flames were pushed to the sides by the pressure, revealing the object that was moving through the sea of flames. This was a fire dragon that had successfully transformed. It was traversing through the flames when it suddenly sensed that the flames above its head had disappeared. It raised its head and looked up. The other party's eyes had already turned into a pure gold color and were filled with brutality. Poof! The blade aura instantly slashed down and landed on the fire dragon's head. Blood splattered. After the blood left the dragon's body, it turned into flames. The fire dragon was in pain. It couldn't help but roar. The dragon's body twisted, but it flew out of the flames and circled in the sky. From the deep wound on its head, dragon blood spurted out and turned into flames. A mere creature dares to loot a burning house. You're really courting death. Looking at the fire dragon that jumped out and sensing that it was only a heaven-level soul, Zichen couldn't help but snort coldly. The number of heaven-defying people he had killed had reached double digits, and the number of heavenly souls he had extracted was uncountable. Why would he care about a mere heaven-level fire dragon's soul? In Zichen's eyes, it was just a fire dragon's soul. But in the eyes of others, it was a pure heaven-level expert. It also had a physical body, powerful attacks, and sharp thinking. Hearing Zichen's disdainful tone, the fire dragon roared angrily. Its body released a powerful aura, and the dazzling flames became dazzling. The fire dragon had already exploded. The wound on its head also recovered in an instant. The void shook, and flames swept across the sky. The fire dragon rushed towards Zichen with the flames. At this moment, Zichen was standing in front of the cauldron of all creation. He was also facing the fire dragon. Looking at the furious fire dragon rushing towards him, his lips curled into a cold smile. He raised the heavenly blade in his hand high. The heaven-defying energy that made one's heart palpitate slowly poured into the heavenly blade. The heaven-defying energy entered the long blade and shot out through the tip of the blade. The blade aura swallowed and spat out from the tip of the blade. The heavenly fire swept over, but it was blocked by the defense around Zichen's body. The fire dragon that came after opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Zichen alive. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. The long blade in his hand trembled, and he slashed down. The chaotic void seemed to be shattered by this slash. The blade aura carried an unimaginable power as it slashed towards the fire dragon. The flames around the fire dragon instantly dissipated under the pressure of the blade aura, revealing the fire dragon's body. The blade aura slashed down, directly hitting the fire dragon's head. A painful dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. The fire dragon's huge body instantly turned into a huge ball of fire, rolling backwards. In the air, where the fire dragon was rolling, large balls of fire rain appeared, falling into the sea of fire below. That was the fire dragon's blood. After slashing out with his blade, Zichen did not pursue, but coldly looked ahead. The rolling fire dragon seemed to be a little stupid. It did not see how strong Zichen was, and only felt endless anger. "I'm going to eat you." A wound that was several times bigger than the previous one appeared on its head. That wound almost penetrated the entire dragon's head. The blood turned into flames and fell to the ground. Its expression was hideous, and its pair of golden dragon eyes were ferocious. The angry dragon paused in the air. Pure flame energy from the heavenly fire below floated away from the heavenly fire and went towards the fire dragon. The heavenly fire all fell on the fire dragon's head. As more flame energy poured in, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's worthy of being called the otherworldly fire. It can even expel the heaven-defying energy. Seeing this scene, Zichen could not help but be surprised. There was a remnant of heaven-defying energy in the fire dragon's wound, but it was expelled so easily. The wound healed quickly, but the anger in the fire dragon's eyes did not lessen. Its ferocious eyes stared coldly at Zichen, and it rushed towards Zichen for the second time. "You don't know what's good for you." Facing the fire dragon rushing towards him again, Zichen sneered. This time, more heaven-defying energy gathered on the long blade. Then, an even thicker blade light slashed towards the fire dragon. Puff! This attack was much more powerful than the previous one. It directly cut open the fire dragon's head. However, the fire dragon did not die. As a living creature, it had an unimaginable vitality. However, in its golden dragon eyes, there was no ferociousness and brutality. There was only infinite fear. The fire dragon retreated, wanting to escape. However, at this moment, the heaven-defying weapon, Dragon God Bow, finished upgrading. The Dragon God Bow was drawn naturally, and a loud dragon roar resounded from the Dragon God Bow. Then, the Dragon God Arrow teleported and appeared on the Dragon God Bow. In an instant, the Dragon God Bow was pulled into a full moon shape. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and the Dragon God Arrow shot out, heading straight for the fire dragon. Chapter 1951. The true dragon formed by the feather of the arrow swallowed the injured fire dragon in one gulp. In the sky, the roar of the dragon resounded, and the energy of heaven and earth shook violently. The surface of the true dragon's body suddenly glowed red, and a scorching heat was emitted, as if it wanted to break through the true dragon's body. Roar! The resounding dragon roar turned into a painful dragon roar. The true dragon's body kept rolling in the sky, slapping the space, and creating a rumbling sound. The fire dragon seemed insignificant in front of Zichen, because Zichen was a heaven-defying expert. He had condensed the heaven-defying energy in his body before, and this energy could block the invasion of the fire dragon and suppress it. If not for Zichen, even a heaven-defying expert who was not very strong might not be able to resist the soul of the fire dragon that was formed by the heaven-defying expert. At this moment, the dragon god's arrow wanted to forcefully devour the fire dragon in order to strengthen itself. Naturally, it was suffering a great deal of pain. At this moment, there was a very subtle connection between the two of them. That is, if you can't devour the other, you will be devoured by the other. Seeing the dragon god arrow in pain, Zichen did not hesitate anymore. His body soared into the sky, and stood above the dragon god arrow. He raised his hand and waved it forward. A large amount of heaven-defying energy scattered in the sky like a light rain. It turned into threads of energy and fell on the dragon god arrow's body, and then poured into it. As the threads of heaven-defying energy entered the dragon god arrow's body, the dragon god arrow was able to devour the fire dragon formed by the heaven-defying expert. Zichen stood in the sky, and his heaven-defying energy continued to pour out. The dragon god arrow's trembling frequency gradually decreased, and the pain in the dragon's roar was also weakening. Time passed, and the blazing energy on the surface of the dragon god arrow did not dissipate. Instead, it became even hotter. Pieces of dragon scales fell off rapidly, and new dragon scales grew. The dragon scales were fiery red, and the heat they produced was like the heaven-defying expert below. Zichen nodded with satisfaction at this scene. Obviously, after devouring the fire dragon, the dragon god arrow had undergone a transformation. It had the attribute of the heaven-defying expert, and its power had undoubtedly increased. "Thank you, Master." A spiritual thought sounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness, and its words were full of gratitude. Hearing the sound of the divine dragon arrow, Zichen nodded. This was a chaotic space. Hence, after the heavenly soldier was formed, it would not cause any changes to the world. The origin source would not acknowledge it. When the true dragon saw Zichen nod, its huge body turned back into a dragon god arrow and floated in front of Zichen. Zichen reached out and grabbed the dragon god arrow. Even though it had already recognized him as its master, he could still feel the heat coming from his palm. This heat felt like it was going to burn his palm. The corners of Zichen's mouth curled into a smile. He believed that as long as he went out again, those heaven-defying cultivators would definitely be shocked. Buzz. On the other side, the divine dragon bow trembled slightly and floated towards Zichen. Zichen held it in his hand. Zichen could clearly sense the two heavenly souls in it. Although the bow and arrow were considered a heavenly soldier, he could still regard them as two heavenly soldiers. Satisfied, Zichen put away the bow and arrow. His gaze fell on the otherworldly flames again. This was a necessary flame for refining a heavenly soldier. Even with Zichen's physical body, if he did not have a defense formed by heaven-defying energy, he would be burned into an energy attribute crystal by the otherworldly flames. Not only was this a powerful flame for refining weapons, but it could also be used to attack. It was not an exaggeration to call it a supreme treasure. Of course, Zichen had no intention of letting go of such a good thing. With a thought, the origin cauldron trembled and suddenly enlarged. Then, a huge suction force came from the mouth of the cauldron. This suction force spread out and enveloped the otherworldly flames in all directions. Then, a huge vortex appeared at the mouth of the cauldron. Under the guidance of the vortex, the otherworldly flames began to frantically gather in the origin cauldron. When he entered this chaotic space, Zichen intended to upgrade his heavenly soldiers and collect the heavenly flames while escaping from the pursuit of the heavenly deities. Now, he just needed to find a safe place to condense more heaven-defying energy. After all the otherworldly flames were collected, the space became extremely empty. At the same time, the space became extremely unstable and began to distort violently because of the loss of the otherworldly flames. "Master, you have to leave. Without the otherworldly flames, the balance of this space has been broken. It's about to disappear." Hearing the voice from Lei Yi, Zichen nodded. His figure flashed and disappeared from this space. At the same time, the origin cauldron shook violently and followed after Zichen. During this process, the origin cauldron kept shrinking until it was the size of a palm and fell into Zichen's hand. It was indeed a supreme treasure. After absorbing so much otherworldly flames, Zichen could not feel the slightest bit of heat from the origin cauldron when he held it in his hand. Carefully putting away the origin cauldron, Zichen clearly had another great method to deal with the heavenly deities. Feeling the abundant heaven-defying energy in his body, Zichen walked out of the space and said after pondering for a moment, "Let's go and meet that dangerous guy." With the successfully upgraded mystical dragon bow, the otherworldly flames, and the heaven-defying energy, as long as he did not meet a saint, Zichen could do whatever he wanted. Therefore, he wanted to see the existence in the depths. Of course, even if the other party was a saint, Zichen was confident that he could escape unscathed with Lei Yi leading the way. Lei Yi then led Zichen through various spaces and into the depths of the space. As they advanced, Lei Yi would stop from time to time, stopping several times before turning back. He appeared to be very careful. During this period, when Zichen passed by certain spaces, he also felt some very dangerous auras. Master, that place is in the space up ahead. Lei Yi's heart transmitted to him when they arrived outside a huge space. Separated by the space barrier, Zichen could still feel an obscure fluctuation of time. The flow of time in this space was indeed very fast. Zichen conservatively guessed that it should be 1 to 10. In other words, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 10 days in here. At the same time, it also indicated that the speed at which Zichen condensed the heaven-defying energy here would be 10 times faster than in the outside world. Alright, this is the place. Nodding his head, Zichen was very satisfied with this place. His figure flashed as he walked in. Zichen, who had entered, was not overly cautious. He was only borrowing this small space, so of course, he did not want to start a fight. Therefore, he walked in naturally, and at the same time, expressed that he did not have any malicious intentions. Rich spiritual energy rushed over, and within this spiritual energy, there was a mixture of the fragrance of flowers and plants, which made people feel comfortable. Zichen was standing in a valley full of all kinds of strange flowers and plants, releasing rich spiritual energy. Looking around, there were rivers and forests outside the valley. With his spiritual sense, this place was like a miniature version of a complete world. In the valley, a small stream meandered through. Zichen landed beside the stream, and after making some simple arrangements around the valley, he sat down cross-legged. When he came to this world, he could indeed feel a strong aura. He did not deliberately investigate the aura, but he clearly felt that it was not the aura of a saint. As long as it was not a saint, there would not be too much trouble. That was why Zichen dared to stay in the valley so casually and immediately condense the heaven-defying energy. Just as Zichen condensed the first heaven-defying energy, an obscure wave of heaven-defying energy fluctuated in all directions. This wave of fluctuation was very weak. After a certain distance, even a heaven-defying device might not be able to sense it. However, several thousand miles away, that terrifying existence sensed that heaven-defying fluctuation. This is a heaven-defying aura. Another heaven-defying existence has appeared in this world. After the sleeping existence sensed this aura, he woke up. As he stood up, his mountainous body caused the ground to tremble. It was as if there was an earthquake, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Damned thing, how dare you come to my territory? You're courting death. Following an angry roar, a demonic shadow flashed with rolling black gas rushed into the sky, carrying a crazy evil aura, and went straight to the valley where Zichen was. A chilly wind blew in the valley, and the spiritual flowers bowed their heads in the chilly wind, scattering their pollen. The fragrance in the valley grew stronger, but the temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees, and it was a little cold. Zichen, who had closed his eyes to condense the heaven-defying energy, clearly felt that the evil aura had become much stronger. He opened his eyes, and a bitter smile flashed in his eyes. He only wanted to use this place to condense the heaven-defying energy, and did not want to fight. But from this evil aura, he felt that this matter was not going smoothly. After getting up, Zichen looked around the valley. The environment here was very good, and he did not want to destroy this place. His figure flashed, and he rose into the sky, quietly waiting for the evil aura to approach. In the sky, a large black cloud was rolling, and in the middle of the black cloud, there was a huge monster. It had the body of a human and the head of a beast. There were 2 curved horns on its head, and its eyes were cold and blood-red. Its face was rough, and its nostrils were big, and 2 fangs were protruding out of its mouth. Its aura was very evil, but its appearance was a little strange. It should be a mutant. From afar, this mutant saw Zichen, and its blood-red eyes were cold. Kid, you're the one who trespassed on my territory. Feeling the other's heaven realm aura, Zichen nodded and said, I'm Zichen. I'm only here to cultivate for a while. I don't have any other intentions. Timph, you ignorant brat. You came to my territory. Could it be that you have other intentions? This mutant snorted coldly, and 2 gusts of air came out of its nostrils. The gusts of air spread to the left and right, forming 2 storms. Zichen was slightly startled. He took a deep breath and said, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to stay here for a while. Scram, you're not welcome here. Zichen's good temper was almost worn out. He glanced at the other and said indifferently, "What if I don't leave?" The mutant said coldly, "If you don't scram, you'll die here." Chapter 1952. Even Zichen couldn't recognize this mutant. His domineering personality annoyed Zichen. Looking at the demon chi sweeping towards him, he waved his hand and said, "Well, since you're asking for a beating, I'll fulfill your wish." Shameless boasting. Cold light shot out from the mutant's blood-red eyes, and the billowing demon chi was about to sweep towards Zichen. Buzz. On Zichen's body, heaven-defying energy trembled, and an invisible barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the sweeping demon chi. It was like a surging flood meeting a solid dam. No matter how the flood surged, it couldn't advance any further. The mutant wasn't surprised that the billowing demon chi was stopped. As a heaven-defying cultivator with heaven-defying energy, he might as well kill himself if he didn't have such means. Bang! The light barrier that blocked the flood suddenly shattered, and a fist of demon chi broke through the barrier and went straight to Zichen's face. As the fist of demon chi came, the energy surged and blew Zichen's long hair, revealing his handsome face. "Go to hell." Seeing the calm expression on his handsome face, the mutant sneered in his heart. His punch was full of power. Since he dared to ignore him, he had already concluded that this guy would suffer for his arrogance. Just as the fist of demon chi was in front of him, Zichen moved. He used the same method to fight back. His right hand clenched into a fist, and golden light surged. He punched out without accumulating power. Bang! The two fists collided in an instant, and the two kinds of energy kept colliding, bursting out with a series of explosions. A terrifying energy ripple spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. When the two fists collided, the mutant's expression changed at first, and then he saw a cold smile on the face of the heaven-defying cultivator opposite him. The next moment, a huge force emerged. The mutant's expression changed instantly, and the huge force swept his body and sent him flying backward. In the process of flying backward, the billowing demon chi around him dissipated in an instant as if it had met its nemesis. Looking at the huge figure that was sent flying backwards, Zichen revealed a faint smile. His eyes flashed with disdain. This guy looked mighty and domineering, but when it came to a real fight, he was nothing special. The Xenogeneic stomped its feet in the sky, and its face looked angry. It shouted at Zichen, "Kid, you have pissed me off. I am going to kill you today." He once again took the initiative to charge at Zichen, but in the process of charging forward, a giant axe appeared in his hand. This axe was very large, and even with his huge body, he still needed to use both hands to hold it. Billowing devil chi rushed out of his body again, and through the devil chi, he looked at the pair of blood-red eyes, which looked very evil. Seeing the stronger Xenogeneic, Zichen looked serious. His body shone with a golden light, and a power that defied the sky appeared. A strong presence was released from his body. Feeling that Zichen's presence was much stronger than before, the Xenogeneic's pupils shrank, but he did not fall back. Instead, he held the giant axe and swung it at Zichen. The domineering aura that descended from the sky caused a glint to flash across Zichen's calm eyes. However, he did not wait for the attack to land before throwing out a punch. The bright golden light of the fist pierced through the billowing demon chi and landed on the giant axe. Boom! The moment the two energies collided, there was a loud explosion that shook the sky. Then, the light of the fist shattered and turned into a scary power. The giant axe, which was coming down with a powerful force, exploded with the light of the fist. The huge impact sent the Xenogeneic's body flying backward. Seeing the Xenogeneic fly backward again, Zichen shook his head and said, "You look good, but you are useless. I don't know where your courage comes from. Don't you even have a celestial weapon?" The giant axe just now was just a manifestation of energy. It was not a real celestial weapon. The Xenogeneic stabilized his body, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He knew very well the power contained in his two attacks. He had already defeated most of the heavenly realm. Even the sky-defying ones would have suffered a little. However, his opponent had not used a celestial weapon from beginning to end. Even his expression was so calm. Knowing what a sky-defying one was, the xenogeniac knew that he had encountered a tough opponent. As his expression changed, the demon chi that had just dissipated filled up again. However, this time, the demon chi did not attack. Instead, it completely covered the xenogeniac and then dissipated at the fastest speed. Looking at the xenogeniac in front of him, a look of surprise flashed across Zichen's face. His expression changed drastically. In front of him, the huge figure from before had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a completely different appearance. The other party's body was covered in fine black scales. Although it still had blood-red eyes, the two horns on its head had disappeared. Its face had also undergone a huge change. If one were to take that fella from before as a mutant cow, then this fella before him would be an ape. They were not even of the same species. Looking at him, Zichen naturally thought of the demon ape. Both of them looked exactly the same. Lad, watch how yours truly will beat you up today. Even though his appearance had changed, his voice and tone were the same. Otherwise, Zichen would definitely think that this was not the same being from before. After all, the aura of the two of them were completely different. To think that there would be a xenogeniac in this world that can change at will. The shock on his face slowly dissipated. However, the curiosity on Zichen's face did not diminish. A long black staff appeared in the hands of the black ape. The surface of the staff was engraved with mysterious runes. As the energy of the other party was injected into the staff, the entire rune lit up. This is. Looking at this familiar scene, Zichen was shocked. He had often seen this kind of attack from the demon ape. Not only did the other party look like the demon ape, even his attack methods and weapon were similar. It was as though he was another demon ape. Go to hell for yours truly. The black ape roared out as the gigantic black staff slammed down from the skies, bringing with it a strong aura. This strike was way stronger than the one he had used against the bull monster earlier. Even for a heaven-defying being like Zichen, he could feel the threat. Therefore, with a flash of light, Heaven's blade appeared in his hands. Just as Zichen was about to use Heaven's blade to defend against the attack, the black ape suddenly slapped out at Zichen. This was a palm strike from the air. There was no powerful energy contained within the palm strike. Instead, there was a mysterious energy that appeared out of nowhere and coiled around Zichen's body. This is the demon ape's confinement mystic power. Zichen had seen this move way too many times. However, this was the first time he was experiencing it for himself. Therefore, he was startled. The energy that was coiling around his body formed a mysterious rune instantly. As though his body was being confined, Zichen's energy was being drained rapidly. As for Heaven's blade, which was about to strike out, the glow on it was dissipating rapidly as well. Buzz. Heaven-defying energy rushed out from Zichen's body, instantly dispersing the rune restriction. The energy in his body was once again replenished. He slashed at the black staff that was just inches away from him. Seeing Zichen break free from the mystic power's confinement mystic power in an instant, the black ape's face was filled with shock. The black staff in his hand did not slow down, but his head tilted slightly. Puff! With a slash of the blade, the black staff was cut in half. The blade light brushed past the black ape's face. After dodging the attack, the black ape's blood-red eyes were filled with lingering fear. He kept retreating. You're not a sky-splitting battle ape. How can you use the sky-splitting battle ape's mystic power? After that slash, Zichen did not pursue. Instead, he looked at the black ape coldly. The demon ape's confinement mystic power was a bloodline power. It could not be taught. Otherwise, Zichen would have learned it long ago. However, this guy was clearly not a sky-splitting battle ape, yet he knew the sky-splitting battle ape's mystic power. Moreover, if it wasn't for his heaven-defying energy, he would have been hit by the black ape's attack. This guy was not a heaven-defying cultivator, but his combat strength was not weaker than a heaven-defying cultivator. In fact, he was even stronger than some heaven-defying cultivators. Hehe, you're shocked, aren't you? I still have many tricks up my sleeve. Watch carefully. With a sinister smile, the black ape's body began to flicker. He displayed another extreme speed mystic power of the sky-splitting battle ape. Kid, I admit that you're strong. However, in front of my extreme speed, you're simply, the black ape sneered. His body kept circling around Zi-Chen, waiting for an opportunity to attack. However, before he could finish speaking, his vision blurred. A blade light was already in front of him. Seeing the sudden appearance of the blade light, the black ape's face was filled with shock. He did not see how the blade appeared. The long staff instantly appeared in front of him to block the attack. Then, the black ape retreated. However, Zi-Chen's attack was too fast and powerful. The long staff was cut in half in an instant. Then, it went straight for the black ape. Seeing that the blade light was about to catch up to the retreating black ape, a fierce look flashed through the black ape's face. Clang! A bright light appeared in front of the black ape and blocked the blade light. The black ape's body was sent flying again. This time, he kept coughing up blood. The bright light appeared too quickly and disappeared too suddenly. Zi-Chen did not see it clearly. However, he felt that it should be a real heaven-grade weapon. Instead of using a heaven-grade weapon, he kept manifesting energy weapons. Zi-Chen could not figure out this guy's actions at all. However, no matter what the other party was, as long as he completely convinced him, he would naturally be able to figure it out. Having made up his mind, Zi-Chen did not give this mutant any more chances. His figure flashed and appeared above the black ape. Then, he stepped on the black ape's chest. Pang! Before the black ape could stabilize his body, he was trampled to the ground by a strong force. However, just as he reached the top of the valley, a solid light shield appeared and blocked his body. This valley was not bad. Zi-Chen decided to cultivate here in the future. Naturally, he had to protect this place. Damned brat, this lord. After coughing up blood, the black ape stood up. His eyes were filled with fear. He saw that Zi-Chen was already standing in front of him and looking at him with a smile. Pang! Chapter 1953. Boom! The golden fist smashed heavily on the black ape's head. The latter's head was slightly raised, and its body was sent flying again, blood splattering everywhere. Zi-Chen did not use any heaven-defying power, so the black ape was not killed by him. Even its head did not explode. With a slight smile, Zi-Chen rushed forward again. After arriving in front of the black ape in an instant, he kicked out. The air was torn apart, and the black ape was kicked out of the valley, landing heavily in a small stream. Damn it, kid, you have completely angered me. The stream splashed everywhere, and the black ape was furious. Its red eyes were filled with murderous rage. Black light lingered around its body, and the mutant transformed again. This time, it became a ferocious and terrifying black dragon. Except for its blood-red eyes, it was almost identical to a black dragon. Roar! The loud dragon's roar resounded through the world, and the dragon's might spread everywhere with a terrifying power. Could it be another dragon's magic? Looking at the mutant that had transformed into a black dragon again, Zi-Chen's face showed a hint of surprise. Normally, he could sit down and watch the other party's performance. But now was not the time. The foreign tribes were eyeing him covetously, and he did not have much heaven-defying power left in his body. In addition, this guy had endless transformations. If he held back, he might get himself killed. Swoosh! The heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back, and Zi-Chen turned into a stream of light, immediately rushing toward the black dragon. In an instant, he was in front of it, and Zi-Chen slashed down with his saber with great power. Get lost! The black dragon roared, and the energy around its body tumbled. Its sharp dragon claws slashed at Zi-Chen, and at the same time, its swinging dragon tail appeared behind Zi-Chen, whipping toward Zi-Chen's waist. Phut! On the sky blade, heaven-defying energy emerged, and the already sharp sky blade became even sharper. The blade flashed, and in an instant, it swept past the dragon's claws. At the same time, Zi-Chen turned around, and the sky blade's light, which had not dissipated, slashed toward the dragon's tail. Pu! The soft voice sounded again, followed by a painful dragon roar. The black dragon that had just appeared was immediately sent flying backwards. As it flew backwards, one of its claws and a section of its tail were left behind. The black dragon was in pain, and it kept rolling in the sky. As it kept cursing, the black light around its body lingered again. In the next moment, It transformed into a mutant with a dragon head and a tiger body. It looked very much like the Dragon Tiger Supreme Beast. The materialized Longhu Supreme Beast had a complete body, complete with claws and a tail. As for the part that Zi Chen had cut off earlier, it had turned into energy and dissipated. However, from the twitching corners of its eyes, it was obvious that it was still in pain even after its complete body. Longhu opened his mouth, and the roar of dragons and tigers resounded throughout the world. However, before he could launch an attack, Zi Chen's swift slash almost split his opponent's head in two. Then, Longhu retreated and transformed into a devouring sky wolf. It immediately used the devouring sky technique on Zi Chen. Zi Chen stood in the sky, his body shining with golden light. A heaven-defying energy surrounded his body, causing him to be firmly fixed in the air. The devouring sky technique couldn't do anything to him. Swoosh! The devouring sky wolf shook its body and changed again. This time, it turned into a huge snake. The snake had horns on its head, and its aura was vast. Although Zi Chen couldn't name it, he knew that this huge snake wasn't any weaker than the devouring sky wolf from before. This mutant's transformation methods were endless. The innate divine powers that it used were almost comparable to heavenly path spells. This was something that many heavenly realm cultivators yearned for, but he could do it easily. Normally, he would have defeated his opponent with his many methods. However, his opponent today was Zi Chen, who was known as the strongest heaven-defying cultivator. Although he didn't have as many methods as his opponent, his attacks were very powerful. All the attacks were cut down by Zi Chen with a single slash. All powerful innate divine abilities would lose their effectiveness as long as they encountered Zi Chen. As the battle continued, there was finally a hint of shock in the mutant's blood-red eyes. The anger had long disappeared. With a shake of his body, he transformed into an eagle. There was a golden crown on the eagle's head, and a pair of sharp, blood-red eagle eyes stared intently at Zi Chen. Zi Chen had consumed a lot of energy, and his heaven-defying energy was running out. Seeing his opponent transform again, he put away his long saber. With a flash of light, the Dragon God bow and Dragon God arrow appeared in his hands. A loud dragon roar resounded in the world. Zi Chen pulled the bow and arrow. His body shone with golden light as he poured his origin energy into it and slowly pulled the Dragon God bow. He didn't add any heaven-defying energy to the Dragon God bow because there wasn't much of it left. He couldn't waste it, so he could only use the Dragon God bow to deal with his opponent. Buzz! The bowstring trembled. The Dragon God bow, which was pulled to a full moon, was released. The Dragon God arrow went straight for the golden-crowned eagle in the sky. Seeing the arrow coming, a hint of fear flashed in the eagle's sharp eyes. It flapped its wings, trying to get rid of the arrow that made it feel fear. But it was useless. The Dragon God arrow had locked onto its vitality. There was no way to dodge it. Phut! The arrow directly pierced through the eagle's body. Along with the eagle's blood and feathers, it spilled into the sky. In the shrill scream, the golden-crowned eagle disappeared. In the sky, another existence similar to the golden rock appeared. But this time, the golden rock's eyes were filled with fear. It turned around and tried to escape. "You didn't leave just now. Now you can't leave." A cold voice sounded. The Dragon God arrow returned to the Dragon God bow, which was pulled to a full moon. Then, another arrow was shot. Phut! The escaping golden rock's body was directly pierced. Blood rained down from the sky. This time, the golden rock's voice was even more shrill. That was because the Dragon God arrow had not only pierced through its body. The remaining presence of the outer sky fire was burning its soul. Its body changed again, but it was useless. The Dragon God arrow was still following it. The Xenogeneics' red eyes looked scared. Seeing the power of the upgraded Dragon God bow and Dragon God arrow, Zi Chen was very satisfied. That kind of attack was already very strong. If Zi Chen added the power of the Dragon God arrow, he believed he could easily kill the Xenogeneic. The Xenogeneics' injuries were getting worse, and its running speed slowed down. Zi Chen flashed and chased after it. He punched and kicked the Xenogeneic. During this time, the Xenogeneic kept changing its appearance. Chen thought that this change would lessen its injuries or even offset them. Pang! When Chen's fist landed, the xenogeneic changed again. But when he saw its image, Chen's face looked angry. Previously, the other party had transformed into either the sky-splitting battle ape or the Longhu supremacy. Clearly, they were both true experts. However, it seemed like they were on the verge of death. Either that, or they were deliberately provoking others. What appeared in front of him was a round piggy. But this one was different from an ordinary piggy. Its eyes were red, and there was a horn on its forehead. 2 fangs protruded from its mouth, and its body was covered in spots. It wasn't just a piggy. It was a mixed fur spotted pig. Chen thought this was purely to disgust him. Go on, don't you know how to transform? Continue transforming. So, Chen stepped forward and beat it up again. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. This is my real body. Let's talk nicely. Don't you want to use this place to cultivate? I'll lend it to you. This time, the xenogeneic didn't change. Faced with Chen's punches and kicks, it didn't act tough anymore. Instead, it kept begging for mercy. While beating it up, Chen also looked at the spotted piggy. He found that the patterns on its body weren't pure colors. They were deliberately formed. When combined, they formed patterns. Moreover, the spotted piggy didn't have hair. Instead, it had scales of various colors. Piggies weren't even mutated beasts. They could barely be considered ferocious beasts. Because of their own characteristics, even if they were mutated, they wouldn't be too strong. That was because they had too few variables. However, the piglet in front of him had been able to fight Chen for a long time. His battle prowess had even surpassed that of an ordinary heaven-defying realm cultivator. During this period, Chen had also used an extremely strong power, but he still could not kill the piglet. It was obvious that this was an extraordinary xenogeneic. Spare me. Spare me. We are together. Faced with Chen's relentless attacks, the xenogeneic kept begging for mercy. Even as it begged for mercy, it was still full of energy. It seemed that its injuries weren't too serious. Together. You know who I am, so come with me. Looking at this strange piggy, Chen laughed coldly. I know you are a heaven-defying. You must have come here to hide from your enemies. I can help you, the xenogeneic shouted. This guy knew about heaven-defying beings and guessed that he was being hunted. This made Chen's eyes flash with surprise. Then, he calmly asked, how do you want to help me? If they are hunting you, they will definitely come here. I can help you buy some time so that they won't find this place. Hearing this, Chen smiled and said, if I beat you like this today, you won't be so kind. This is just a misunderstanding. We don't know each other until we fight. But why should I believe you? Hearing Chen question him, the xenogeneic's aura changed. He proudly said, Kid, go out and ask around. I am the great sage Yin Zhong. When have I ever gone back on my word? Chen glanced at him and said, the great sage Yin Zhong is you. The xenogeneic proudly said, of course. When I was the great sage, you were still in God knows where. Ouch. Before the other party could finish his words, he was kicked and cried out in pain. Kid, I was the great sage. My words are holy. I always keep my word. When the xenogeneic saw the cold glint in Chen's eyes, he swallowed the threatening words he was about to say. Chen coldly smiled and said, I'd be a fool to believe you. After that, without waiting for him to say anything else, Chen grabbed him and threw him into the cauldron of all things. D****, kid. How dare you disrespect me? The xenogeneic struggled in Chen's grip, but Chen ignored him. Suddenly, he saw the cauldron of all things, and he screamed, D****, what am I seeing? The universe cauldron of all things. D****, kid. Why do you have that? To be able to recognize Dan Ding with a single glance, this guy really had good eyesight, but Chen still threw him in. Chapter 1954. The flow of time in this space was 1 to 12 compared to the outside world. In other words, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 12 days in this space for Chen. For Chen's current situation, this place could be considered a treasure trove. Condensing the heaven-defying energy at 12 times the normal speed, the amount of heaven-defying energy in Zichen's body was also constantly increasing. The environment in the valley was beautiful and the scenery was enchanting. The rich spiritual energy was intoxicating. Everything was perfect, except for the occasional noise. Kid, let's make peace. You are a heaven-defying expert of this world, and I am a rare great saint. If you don't believe me, you can go out and ask around. Isn't the name of the Inzhong great saint well known like thunder? Once upon a time, this great saint fought and destroyed the world. The entire world trembled under my feet. As a heaven-defying expert, have you ever seen a foreign race? Let me tell you, back then, when I stepped on the foreign races, all of them prostrated themselves at my feet. Do you know the cauldron you used to trap this great saint? If you don't, this great saint will tell you. It's called the Universal Origin Cauldron, and its former owner was called Wuji. Although Wuji was quite famous, he was just a little kid in front of me. I just don't know why that little kid Wuji's Universal Origin Cauldron fell into your hands. But then again, kid, you're lucky that you used the Universal Origin Cauldron. If it were any other cauldron, you'd be dreaming if you thought you could trap this great saint. Beside Zichen was a small cauldron the size of a palm. At this moment, a voice rang out from within the cauldron. The voice spoke over and over again without getting tired of it. It was very noisy. You should know that you're a heaven-defying expert, right? But in your heart, you must think that heaven-defying experts are unique. This saying is both true and false. It just so happens that I know some secrets about heaven-defying experts. Do you want to hear them? The voice paused here. It was obvious that the piggy mutant was deliberately keeping him in suspense. Unfortunately, this was outdated news. Zichen already knew, so he ignored it. But then again, the other party had revealed a lot of secrets in the past few days. Although Zichen already knew all of them, he had to admit that this guy was very knowledgeable. Whether he was once a saint or not, at least he now had the knowledge of a saint. After spending time with him, Zichen realized that this piggy's energenic was quite special. It could burn for a very long time under the flames of outer sky without being destroyed. Although he kept screaming miserably and sounded very miserable, Cauldron Spirit clearly informed him that he was completely unharmed. Over the past few days, Zichen had been able to confirm that this piggy's energenic was the real body of the creature. When it revealed its real body was able to withstand the heat of the outer sky fire. Even Zichen had to admit that he wasn't as good as it was. Alright, this saint will tell you first. You can let this saint go after you listen to me. Seeing no reaction from Zichen, the piggy's energenic helplessly continued, let me tell you, there is indeed a heaven-defying expert in the martial warrior continent. That includes the martial warrior continent, the demonic realm where the demon race resides, and some other worlds that aren't very big but are related to the martial warrior continent. As for the reason, although they are separated, they belong to the same world. This is a world, but it doesn't mean that there is only one world. Look up at the sky and see if you can see the stars. Let me tell you, every star is a world with heaven-defying experts. Everyone is a heaven-defying expert, and their combat power is about the same. But when those heaven-defying experts find out that you have been born, they will try to kill you. Hee hee. Although this saint is not a heaven-defying expert, I have killed one before. I know some of the secrets of the heaven-defying experts, and I can make them stronger. Let me out and I will help you grow and stand at the peak of the heaven-defying experts. If it were any other time, without knowing these secrets, Zichen might have really fallen for it. But having seen other heaven-defying experts, Zichen naturally wouldn't take it seriously. He was a heaven-defying expert. He knew very well that if he wanted to become stronger, he would have to completely transform his own heaven-defying energy. But what he was saying wasn't completely useless. Zichen, who was still sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. He looked at the cauldron and asked, "You are saying that the Zhongwu continent and the Sky Martial continent are the same world. Is that why there is only one heaven-defying expert?" Of course. Otherwise, there would be two heaven-defying experts. From the cauldron, the piggy's energenic's proud voice boomed. These two places are so far apart. How could they be the same world? Zichen asked again. He looked very confused. Kid, let me tell you. This is a real secret. Not many people know about it, but I do. If you want to know, very well. Let me go, the piggy's energeniac said. The piggy's energeniac said. He wasn't going to let this opportunity slip by. You have no right to negotiate with me. Zichen coldly said, think about it. If you want to tell me, then hurry up. I won't be roasting the pig today. If you don't tell me, I'll give you double the time. Kid, how dare you humiliate me like this? I'll remember this. If you let me out, I'll make you wish you were dead. The piggy's energeniac's voice was filled with hatred. Zichen coldly smiled at this harmless threat. He said, it's nice to think about it, but you won't be able to get out. Good. You win, kid. From the cauldron, there was a voice that sounded like it was deflated. Without the master's permission, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to get out of the cauldron of things. The piggy's energeniac sighed and said, this involves the secrets of the world. It is said that in this endless world, the Sky Marshal continent was the first to appear. Then, the Sky Marshal continent gave birth to other worlds. I don't know what happened in between, but the Sky Marshal continent and the Zhonwu continent were one. The other worlds were forcefully separated and became independent worlds. If all the worlds are one, then who separated them? This was a real secret. Zichen had never heard of it before. He only knew there was the Sky Marshal continent first, and then there was the Zhonwu continent. He never would have guessed that the worlds in the sky above his head were all created by the Sky Marshal continent. God race. The piggy's energeniac's voice was very mysterious. Zichen was shocked. He asked, God race? Are there really gods in this world? I don't know if there are gods, but I do know that there are gods in this world. Although they were separated by the cauldron of things, Zichen could still hear the piggy's energeniac's bleak voice. This time, he didn't call himself a saint. He sounded very sad. This made Zichen think that maybe he really was a great saint. Maybe the reason he had fallen so low was because of the god race he had never heard of. What is the god race? Zichen asked again. You are too weak. Knowing this is pointless. As a skybreaker, you need to live well. Make yourself strong so you can step onto the star path. You know about the star path? After he asked that, Zichen regretted it. The piggy's energeniac knew everything. How could he not know about the star path? Perhaps it was because of his mood, but this time, the piggy's energeniac didn't make fun of him. The star path is the path of all Sky Realm elites. It is also the path that all those who defy the sky must take. If you want to protect this world, you must embark on the star path. You must seek greater power. Only there can you meet the gods and interact with them. Back then, the Azure Dragon Saint had also said that Zichen should enter the Star Road. In addition, when Qing Enyu's clone dissipated, she had also said the same thing. It seemed that all Heaven Realm experts would eventually enter the Star Road. What is on the star path? Danger. Opportunity. Maybe it was because of the god race, but the piggy's energeniac didn't seem to be in a good mood. He stopped bragging and didn't even want to talk anymore. Zichen almost believed that this was the Holy One. Plus, he had learned some secrets, so he didn't want to roast him like a suckling pig, even if Skyfire couldn't do anything to him. But Zichen wouldn't let him out just like that. That was because Zichen didn't really trust him. He was very strong, and Zichen wasn't going to let him make an enemy out of nothing. While the world was gathering power that defied the sky, Zichen let out the Thunderwing Heart. He let it stand guard outside to see if the Skybreakers were coming. The Skybreakers were very smart. They were strong, so it was impossible to make them give up. Zichen guessed that they were trying to explore this chaotic space. Zichen guessed correctly. The Skybreakers didn't just come in, but they also familiarized themselves with the environment. They set a few coordinates and brought the other Skybreakers in. Dozens of Skybreakers entered the chaotic space and started to look for Zichen. However, the leader, Laro Li, and the other youth with decent battle prowess did not enter. The two of them stayed outside and were responsible for guarding the exit, in case Zi Chen suddenly rushed out from the chaotic spacetime. Lao Li's expression turned ugly as he watched another heaven-defying warrior retreat with serious injuries. Exploring the chaotic space and time wasn't going well at all. Although no skybreakers died, a few were seriously injured. They had to leave the search and go back to heal. Even powerful heaven-defying cultivators would be injured after entering this place. As for the humans and outsiders who had rushed in for the rewards, only a few of them were able to return safely. The others were either lost in this place or died here. The search continued, and as more skybreakers came, they started to get familiar with the place. They started to go deeper. Master, this is not good. They are coming. They are coming to this world. When the Thunderwing Heart noticed the skybreakers, it immediately came back to report. At this time, Zi Chen had only been practicing there for 2 months. How long until they get here? Zi Chen opened his eyes. Chapter 1955. The half a month that the Thunderwing Heart mentioned referred to the time in the outside world. If they were in this world, Zi Chen would have half a year. For a cultivator at Zi Chen's level, half a year was too short. If he did not think of a way to delay, he would have to fight again in half a year. Along the way, he had fought many battles, and the against the heavens energy was never enough. Although Zi Chen was not afraid of fighting, he did not want to fight so soon. He did not want to live such a tight life. After thinking for a while, Zi Chen looked down and suddenly saw the universal origin cauldron. Only then did he remember that there was an existence not weaker than the against the heavens sealed inside. With a thought, the lid of the cauldron opened automatically. A beam of light rushed out and turned into a piggy. The Yinzhong Grand Sage was about to brag about some things as usual, hoping to get out. However, before he could open his mouth, he saw a beam of light above his head. A wave of energy fell on his body, and then his eyes lit up. He left the cauldron and returned to the outside world. The Yinzhong Grand Sage was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He transformed into a ferocious black tiger. Zi Chen didn't say anything as he watched Piggy's body disappear in an instant. During this period of time, he almost believed that Piggy was once a saint. As for whether or not he was a great saint, that was still to be determined. Seeing the Piggy still not moving after turning into a black tiger, Zi Chen smiled and said, "I thought you would run." The saint who had turned into a black tiger could not help but laugh. "Who do you think I am? Brat, you let me out without saying anything. You must have something to ask of me." Zi Chen had long since experienced the Piggy's intelligence. He did not argue and said directly, "It's not a request. I just have something for you to do." "What right do you have to order me to do something?" The black tiger stared at Zi Chen, his eyes full of mockery. "You can choose to refuse, but the result will be to return to the universal origin cauldron. However, it will be difficult for you to come out next time." Standing up, Zi Chen looked at the black tiger and said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Black Tiger's expression began to change. He was clearly calculating the gains and losses. Zi Chen turned around. With his back facing the black tiger, he stretched his back and took in a deep breath. The fragrance of the spiritual flowers entered his nose. He closed his eyes and an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. At this moment, it could be said that Zi Chen had left his entire back to Black Tiger. Black Tiger stared at Zi Chen's back, his expression constantly changing. "You don't have much time left." With his hands crossed behind his head, Zi Chen slowly turned around and smiled at Black Tiger. "Good lad, you win. Speak, what is it?" Black Tiger clenched his teeth and said coldly. It was obvious that he understood the situation. "You guessed correctly earlier. There are indeed people outside who want to kill me, and they are about to catch up. You need to stop them and stall for time." Pausing for a moment, Zi Chen stared into the black tiger's eyes and said, "When I say stall for time, I mean in the real world outside, you need at least a year. A year in the real world was 12 years in here." Although 12 years was still not enough for Zi Chen to condense all of his origin energy into heaven-defying energy, at least Zi Chen could save up a lot of heaven-defying energy to fight a longer battle. "That's it." Hearing Zi Chen's words, Black Tiger was stunned and a little stunned. The matter seemed too simple. "That's it. I hope you can do it. Zichen nodded and said, Kid, this matter is too simple. Don't talk about a mere 1 year. This saint here dares to declare that I will buy you at least 10 years of time. Who knows, if this saint is happy, I might even buy you 100 years of time. Black Tiger patted his chest and said confidently, 10 years was equivalent to 120 years in here. With such a long time, Zichen would be able to condense even more heaven-defying energy. If it was 100 years, then if Zichen was given 1,200 years to cultivate, Zichen believed that when he left here again, he would be the strongest heaven-defying person of the same level. However, such unrealistic thoughts should be kept in his heart and not taken seriously. After all, Black Tiger had to face groups of heaven-defying people of other races. Therefore, Zichen smiled and said, then it's up to you. After saying that, Zichen continued to sit cross-legged and condense the heaven-defying energy. Seeing that Zichen trusted him so much, Black Tiger's expression softened slightly. He turned around and walked out of this space. Master, you have to trust him. After Black Tiger left, the heart of Thunderwings returned to Zichen's body and sent a message. Although I don't really trust him, he probably won't harm me. Zichen opened his eyes and looked in the direction where Black Tiger disappeared as he said indifferently, what if he just leaves? Or he colludes with other races to harm you? The heart of Thunderwings was still a little worried. There are heaven-defying people of other races outside. He can't leave at all. As for colluding with other races, it seems very unlikely. Moreover, colluding with other races is even more impossible. Zichen smiled and closed his eyes again. He had already considered this problem before. The reason why other races could make him the enemy of the entire continent was not only because of their high-sounding words, but also because of the generous rewards after the ceasefire. This was the most important thing. However, if this piggy was a former saint, he naturally wouldn't care about these heaven-defying people. Moreover, these heaven-defying people didn't have anything he needed, so there was naturally no possibility of colluding with them. Time passed in the process of condensing heaven-defying energy. After about 3 months in this world, a fluctuation came from the spatial barrier. Then, Black Tiger turned into a stream of light and rushed out. His scarlet eyes were filled with anger. While he was still a distance away from Zichen, he shouted, Boy, you want to kill this saint. Zichen opened his eyes and looked at the flustered and exasperated Black Tiger. He smiled and said, What do you mean by that? Black Tiger said angrily, The people chasing after you are all from other races and are even heaven-defying people of other races. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zichen smiled and said, Don't you already know this? I remember you saying that those heaven-defying people will come to kill me after knowing of my existence. Black Tiger choked and couldn't say anything. Thinking of the words he said in the cauldron of all creation, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. There wasn't a single injury on his body. At most, he was a little startled. Black Tiger didn't care about it and carefully asked, There are so many invaders from other races. Is there a large-scale invasion of other races? Zichen's originally smiling face became somewhat gloomy after hearing this. He nodded and said, That's right. Because of my appearance, the other races launched a full-scale invasion and caused a lot of slaughter. Seeing Zichen's appearance and feeling Zichen's disappointment, Black Tiger comforted him. Boy, you don't have to blame yourself. This is fate. Even without you, the other races would still invade on a large scale. As for your appearance, it's just an excuse. You fought with these heaven-defying people, right? How do you feel? After reorganizing his emotions, Zichen said, It's not that great. TCH, if it's not that great, why would you come here? Black Tiger's face was full of disdain. There are too many of them. Plus, everyone is looking for me. I had no choice but to come here after killing a few dozen of them. You killed a few dozen of them? Are they heaven-defying experts of other races? No, they're heaven-defying experts of other races. Black Tiger, who was originally curious, immediately widened his tiger eyes and cried out, Impossible, you can kill a few dozen heaven-defying experts alone. Looking at Black Tiger's shocked expression, Zichen casually said, Why not? It's very easy. I killed them almost instantly. The more casual Zi Chen was, the more surprised Black Tiger was. He looked at Zi Chen up and down, feeling incredulous. Since you're so strong, why are you hiding here? I told you, everyone is looking for me. Plus, my heaven-defying energy hasn't been completely condensed, so I naturally have to run. Then, Zi Chen briefly explained the process to Black Tiger. After hearing Zi Chen say that all the cultivators of the Zhanwu continent were looking for him, Black Tiger didn't show any excessive emotions on his face. He just nodded calmly. After hearing Zi Chen's explanation, the shock in his eyes gradually faded. Black Tiger pretended to be indifferent and put on an experienced look. He smiled and said, "Hey, these are all old tricks. It's nothing. But you're really amazing to be able to fight the heaven-defying experts of other races to this step. Why? Similar things have happened before?" Zi Chen asked curiously. "In this world, you're not the only heaven-defying expert. Of course, such situations have happened before. However, not all heaven-defying experts can force the other races to stop fighting and take this step." Looking at Zi Chen, Black Tiger said, "Brat, don't act like you've been wronged. Everyone is looking for you. From another point of view, you've completely stopped this battle. You've contributed greatly. On this continent, not everyone is stupid. There will always be people who are grateful to you." Black Tiger changed the topic and said, "But don't be happy too early. The reason you can kill so many heaven-defying experts is not only because you have some tricks up your sleeve, but also because the heaven-defying experts who came were weak. In the group of heaven-defying experts, those who died were from some small places. The world they lived in only had a few kinds of laws, and even the laws of the 5 elements were incomplete. The heaven-defying energy condensed by such existences may be able to deal with ordinary heaven-defying experts, but they'll still die when facing some heaven-defying experts. It's true that heaven-defying experts are very strong, but it doesn't mean that they're invincible. Also, don't be fooled by the fact that you're killing so many people. That's because those heaven-defying experts from big places haven't made their move yet. Once they make their move, it'll be a real death trap. You can only be considered a true expert if you survive their attack or kill them." Hearing Black Tiger's warning, Zi Chen nodded and then asked, "Since you're back, how much time did you buy for me?" Chapter 1956. 2 years' time had already exceeded Zi Chen's expectations by double. His face immediately lit up with joy. In this way, he had 24 years' time. However, Black Tiger did not think so. As a dignified saint, he had promised at least 10 years, but he had only achieved 1/5 of it. He felt very embarrassed. As the two sides conversed, the relationship between the two gradually eased. Looking at Black Tiger's expression, Zi Chen also flattered him a little. "Amazing. You were able to fight for me for 2 years among a group of defying heavens. As expected of a former saint." Hearing Zi Chen's praise, Black Tiger also felt a little proud. When he raised his head again, his expression was much better. He took the initiative to say, "There isn't much time. Hurry up and condense the defying heavens energy. I will keep an eye on you during this period in case anything happens. Thank you very much." Smiling gratefully, Zi Chen watched Black Tiger leave. He sat down cross-legged again and began to condense for a long time. Yui's came from Yui Star. He had mastered more than 30 kinds of laws and was a powerful defying heavens expert. Among the more than 30 kinds of laws he had comprehended, more than 20 kinds of spatial laws. This was also the special characteristic of the Yui continent on Yui Star. Therefore, he was arranged to be the main force in this exploration of the chaotic space. During this period, several solid spatial coordinates were forcibly fixed under his leadership. Those stable coordinates were like lighthouses that could be seen by all defying heavens experts to prevent them from getting lost. The exploration went very smoothly. They occasionally encountered several dangers, but they were easily resolved by Yuri's. None of the defying heavens experts he brought were injured. Yuri's, who had been going very smoothly, suddenly stopped. His deep eyes with a psychedelic color looked ahead, and his relaxed brows furrowed slightly. "What's wrong, Brother Yuri's?" The defying heavens expert behind him asked doubtfully. There were strong and weak defying heaven's experts. When both sides were together, they would also call each other brothers. The defying heaven's expert following him was not very strong. While looking around, Yui said slowly, "This space was fine just now, but there is suddenly some fog. It should be strange. Is it strange? This should be normal. Didn't we encounter this situation several times before?" The heaven-defying cultivator didn't mind. With his keen perception of the Tao of space, Yui shook his head and said, "This is different. The previous few times were traceable, but this time, there were no signs at all." As his voice fell, the surrounding space suddenly began to distort, becoming more and more chaotic. Like ripples in water, it began to ripple in all directions, layer by layer. Soon, Yui's discovered that they were trapped and completely lost in this space. They couldn't even find the few fixed lighthouses. The other heaven-defying cultivators in the area also sensed that something was amiss, and quickly gathered together, standing back to back as they looked around vigilantly. "This is man-made. Everyone, be careful. Watch out for sneak attacks." While Yui's was reminding him, his eyes, which glowed with a strange light, were also looking around. He was calmly checking for any abnormalities and looking for a way out. In the darkness, a creature that looked very much like a dimensional creature was staring at Yui's and the others through the vibrating space. A hint of a smile flashed across its crimson eyes. "Hihi, you guys wait patiently." With a flash of brilliance, the existence that seemed to be a dimensional beast disappeared. The same situation quickly occurred in several other places. Those who also had good attainments in the Tao of space were all lost and couldn't sense the stable coordinates. Damn it, what is going on? The news of many heaven-defying cultivators losing contact quickly spread to the outside world and to Laro Li's ears. This made Laro Li, who was already impatient from waiting, become flustered and exasperated. "Where is Yui's? There is no news of him." "Yes, Yui's has also lost contact." Hearing this affirmative answer, Laro Li said angrily, "Damn it, is this a natural change, or is someone doing this on purpose? Could it be Zichen?" John, who had been guarding this place with Laro Li, said, "It can't be Zichen. His comprehension of space is definitely not that deep. Moreover, Yui's is still inside. I think that this time, everyone has lost contact because of some kind of fluctuation in the chaotic space. When this fluctuation passes, everyone will be able to reconnect. But no one knows how long this fluctuation will last. If we give Zichen more time, we will be in danger," Laro Li said. John spread out his hands and said, "There is nothing we can do about it. Even a saint can't control the changes in the chaotic space, let alone us. Now, we can only wait patiently." Laro Li nodded helplessly and waved his hand to signal the messenger to leave. He sat dejectedly on a big stone. After hearing the news of Zichen, he volunteered to go. He wanted to kill Zichen and get the greatest glory, so that he could go further. Those who had seen Zichen being surrounded and killed, but halfway through, a chaotic space appeared and ruined his good deed. John came in front of Laro Li and looked at the listless man. He half-squatted and patted Laro Li on the shoulder and said, "Cheer up, isn't it just a Zichen? Let me tell you some exciting news." "What news?" Laro Li asked absent-mindedly without raising his head. "Yi Qian has also come to the Zhonwu continent." John stared at the clouds in the distance, as if he saw a beautiful smile in them, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light. "What? Yi Qian is here?" Laro Li, who was listless, suddenly raised his head after hearing this, and his eyes were full of spirit. "Yes, she's here." John nodded and said, "It is said that she is now in the first continent. With her character, is she also here for Zichen?" Laro Li asked after the rich expression on his face was slightly restrained. Yi Qian was publicly acknowledged as a peerless beauty amongst the heaven defiers. With her noble birth, she was destined to be extraordinary. As for her pursuers, they were practically all heaven defiers or existences that were not weaker than them. Usually, this defying heavens almost stood aloof from worldly affairs and never fought with others. She never fought with others, nor did she become hostile with others. How could she be here for Zichen? The eagerness in John's eyes gradually turned into disappointment. He said in a somewhat low voice, She should be here to prepare for entering the star path in the future. Prepare for what? Laro Lee looked astonished. Stupid, the star path is full of danger. Powerful defying heavens will also fall. If you find some powerful existences as companions, the degree of danger will naturally be reduced. John glanced at Laro Lee. Laro Lee's face was obviously pale. He said, so she has to choose from those pursuers. I think so, but it won't be that easy. Maybe what she has to decide is who can kill Zi Chen. John's eyes lit up again. Compared to Yang Wei and the others, this is our only chance. Laro Lee nodded heavily and said, yes, that's right. Kill Zi Chen and obtain the highest glory. Only then will we have a chance. In the endless starry sky, Yi Chen was very famous. Not only was she the target of all defying heavens, but she was also favored by all heaven realm cultivators. She could be said to be the brightest and most attractive pearl in the world. She was also an unattainable goddess in the eyes of the world. Because there was a saying in the starry sky that whoever could get Yi Chen could break the rules and open the holy path. A year later, Yuri's, who had been lost, got in touch with everyone again. Immediately after, Yuri's returned and found all the other defying heavens who had been lost. Seeing that all of them were back, all the defying heavens heaved a sigh of relief. Laro Lee and John also relaxed. After confirming that the change was man-made, Yuri's led a few people who had a deep understanding of space to the deepest part of the chaotic world. This time, the strongest few of them would work together to go deeper. These days, John and Laro Lee were in a good mood because the news said that Yi Chen was traveling in the continent. They believed that it wouldn't be long before she reached the sixth mainland. They heard that every time Yi Chen went to a continent, she would invite some powerful defying heavens. Once she reached the sixth mainland, they might have a chance. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Yi Chen arrived at the sixth mainland ahead of time. After hearing that Zi Chen was trapped on this continent, Yi Chen intended to stay on this continent. At the same time, she set up a banquet in the Purple Smoke City and specially invited John and Laro Lee. Calculating the time, it was almost time for the appointment. After instructing others to keep an eye on this matter, the two of them went to the Purple Smoke City for the banquet. Yuiz's mastery of space was very fast. After bringing a few strong people, the speed of their advance was also very fast. Kid, the situation has changed. I think it's time for us to run. After nearly 20 years, the amount of heaven-defying energy in Zi Chen's body had finally accumulated. Hearing He Hu's slightly panicked voice, Zi Chen opened his eyes and said, "What's wrong?" "They're here. Soon. The real time is at most half a month. We have to leave in advance. It just so happens that I found a safe passage. Let's go now," He Hu said somewhat anxiously. Zi Chen's face suddenly revealed a cold smile. "Since they're here, how can we leave without saying goodbye? At the very least, we should leave some gifts for them." "Gifts?" He Hu was startled. Chapter 1957. Layers of ripples spread out in front of Yui's, and a spatial passage appeared. Behind the passage was a spatial zone in the chaotic spacetime. Yui's vigilantly released his spiritual senses and scanned the area. After not sensing any danger, he stepped in. Behind him, the others followed closely. After entering, the crowd spread out to search for traces of Zi Chen. After a while, they gathered together one after another. As they looked around, they shook their heads one after another. A trace of disappointment flashed across Yui's face. He took a deep breath, readjusted his state of mind, and said, "Then let's continue to look." They had been searching for a long time, but they could not find any trace of Zi Chen. It was inevitable that they would feel restless. One of the heaven-defying cultivators could not help but say, "That damn Zi Chen, did he die somewhere in this space? We can't find anything even after searching like this." Yui's shook his head and said, "That's impossible. If Zi Chen is dead, someone will naturally come to inform us." The previous heaven-defying cultivator was somewhat unconvinced. He said, "How would they know? Based on their inexplicable perception, this is a chaotic spacetime. It is not bound by the rules, and it can isolate all perception." The other heaven-defying cultivators clearly felt the same way, and they all nodded. Looking at everyone's expressions, Yuri's smiled bitterly and said, "That's enough. The news hasn't spread yet, so we have to keep searching. I have already sensed that we have reached the depths of this space. I think we have almost finished searching this place." The heaven-defying cultivators nodded. Before they received the order to stop searching, they could only complain and continue searching. The process of aimlessly searching for a target was very boring. Occasionally, one or two complaints could be heard. In this way, the few of them began to go deeper under Yuri's lead. After breaking through countless spaces, they arrived outside another space. Yuri smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect to find a place where the flow of time is so fast here." The others had a deep understanding of the way of space. After hearing Yuri's words, they nodded one after another. One of the heaven-defying cultivators said, "Judging from these fluctuations, the flow of time should be about 12 times faster." As they spoke, they broke through this space. Using their spiritual senses, they did not find any abnormalities. After that, Yuri's led the 5 people behind him into this space, preparing to scatter and search. This pattern had been going on for nearly 2 years, and everyone was already used to it. As soon as the spatial passageway behind them closed, the expressions of the 5 people standing in the air changed in unison. Disbelief immediately appeared on their faces. They saw a black-robed man standing in the air. On his handsome face, his pitch-black bright eyes stared at them. His expression was very calm. Looking at the other party's calm expression and calm eyes, for some reason, a deep chill suddenly appeared in everyone's hearts. Zi Chen. Zi Chen's sudden appearance caught the heaven-defying cultivators off guard. Looking at the 6 heaven-defying cultivators in front of him, a faint smile appeared on Zi Chen's calm face. He looked at the 6 of them and said, "You're too slow. I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Hearing this, Yuri's expression, which had been changing since he saw Zi Chen, suddenly showed a touch of decisiveness. He shouted, "Run!" Although he had more than 30 types of laws, after seeing Zi Chen at his peak with his own eyes, a chill appeared in his heart. This chill clearly conveyed the fear in his heart. With this trace of fear, he knew that he was no match for Zi Chen, so he decided to run. However, just as Yuri said to run, he saw a hint of mockery appear on Zi Chen's face. A brilliance flowed in his hand, and a longbow that exuded a heaven-defying aura fell into his hand. With the longbow in hand, a golden light flashed. Zi Chen pulled the dragon god bow with force, and the essence of the surroundings surged and gathered toward the longbow. The dragon god arrow appeared on the longbow on its own, and an even more powerful aura surged around it. On the bright and somewhat dazzling light, there was a bit of the light of the otherworldly fire. Feeling the terrifying aura from the dragon god arrow, everyone's expression changed greatly, including Yuri's. Their faces were filled with shock. One of the heaven-defying cultivators subconsciously looked back. Buzz. At that moment, Zi Chen loosened his grip. The bowstring vibrated, and the dragon god arrow flew out. This time, the dragon god arrow did not manifest a true dragon, because there was no time to manifest. Zi Chen was too close to the heaven-defying cultivator. The heaven-defying cultivator who had just turned his head happened to see this scene. When he saw the arrow flying towards him, his face immediately turned pale, and he was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He was relatively the weakest, so he was at the back. The arrow did not lock onto his aura, but it instantly penetrated his body. After the arrow pierced through the body of a heaven-defying cultivator, Yuri's, who was on the same path, felt a trace of danger approaching. His body instantly turned into nothingness, and the arrow brushed past him. As the arrow passed, a bloody hole instantly appeared on Yuri's body, which had reverted back to its original form. However, this bloody hole was not fatal, and he only coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before he could wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, he saw the arrow turn back, and the heaven-defying cultivator at the front, who was the fastest, seemed to have been cast on him. His body stopped in mid-air, and he did not move at all. After about a breath, the light around the heaven-defying cultivator disappeared, and the rich vitality also dissipated in an instant. The heaven-defying cultivator fell to the ground. At the same time, there was a soft sound behind Yuri's. When Yuri's turned around, he saw that there was already a heaven-defying cultivator's corpse on the ground. Yui's expression changed drastically when he saw the two corpses. He did not feel any aura lock onto him, so it was very clear that the arrow was not aimed at him. The true target of the arrow was the one in front of him. As for the death of the heaven-defying cultivator behind him, Yui's knew very well that it was because they were in a straight line, and the heaven-defying cultivator was shot to death by the arrow. Sure enough, after the two corpses fell to the ground, the heaven-defying cultivator who had died first only had specks of red light on his body, while the true target of the arrow, the heaven-defying cultivator who had died later, was already burning with flames. The flames exuded the aura of an otherworldly flame. Seeing that 2 of the 6 heaven-defying cultivators had died in an instant, Saint Yin-zhong, who was hiding in the dark and had transformed into a black tiger, was also shocked. He had to believe that Zi Chen had slaughtered dozens of heaven-defying cultivators since he could easily kill 2 heaven-defying cultivators. No wonder the foreign races treated him like this. This kid really is strong. The shock in his eyes did not fade for a long time. Saint Yin-zhong finally understood why Zi Chen had not listened to his advice and fled, but had chosen to stay here and give them a greeting gift. Sensing that the aura of 2 of their companions had disappeared, the other 4 heaven-defying cultivators were scared out of their wits and sped up their escape. There was only a short distance between them and the spatial barrier. Normally, such a short distance could be covered in less than 3 breaths, but now, 3 breaths had become very long. Within the span of 3 breaths, Zi Chen would be able to shoot 3 more arrows. These 3 arrows were very fast. One of them was the Dragon God arrow, while the other 2 were pure heaven-defying energy. Their power was relatively weaker than the Dragon God arrow, but it was more than enough to kill a heaven-defying cultivator. Hearing the vibration of the bowstring, Yui's felt that his tense heart was about to shatter. Although he originally knew that Zi Chen was very strong, he relied on the heaven-defying energy of the fusion of more than 30 laws. He thought that even if the 2 of them met, he would be able to fight for a while. But he never thought that he would be able to sense danger as soon as they met. He knew very well that his heaven-defying energy condensed from more than 30 laws was a joke in front of Zi Chen. The bowstring vibrated 3 times. Yui's had already reached the spatial barrier. Without waiting for the 4th vibration of the bowstring, he rushed out of the spatial barrier. Looking at the misty space in front of him and sensing that the spatial barrier had been restored behind him, Yui's exhaled heavily, feeling as if he had just survived a disaster. As the strongest heaven realm expert on the Yuri continent, before coming to the Zhonwu continent, he had never thought that he would feel fear and face a life-and-death crisis in the same realm. Scary, it's too scary. Although he had not fought Zi Chen head-on, Yui's could still feel how powerful and terrifying Zi Chen was. Taking a deep breath, Yui's, who was preparing to escape, was suddenly startled. His face, which had just returned to normal, was drained of blood again. Zi Chen was standing in front of him, looking at him with calm eyes. The longbow in his hand had disappeared and was replaced by a heavenly blade that exuded a cold aura. "You can't escape." There was a hint of coldness in his faint voice. A murderous aura surged, causing Yui's, who was in a daze, to instantly sober up. As a defiant of the heavens, he was naturally not afraid of any battle, even if it was a life-and-death crisis. The coldness in his eyes rose bit by bit. A heavenly weapon appeared in his hand, and the heaven-defying energy around him began to surge. He said coldly, "If you want to die, let's die together." Looking at Yui's crazy appearance, it was obvious that he wanted to perish together with Zi Chen. With a sneer, Zi Chen said indifferently, "Perish together with me? You're not worthy." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Chen clenched the long blade in his hand. A heaven-defying energy appeared on the blade, and a heaven-defying blade light appeared from the tip of the blade. With a suffocating aura, it slashed toward Yui's. "Go to hell." Chapter 1958. Looking at Yui's, who was flying towards him with the celestial weapon, Zi Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. His right hand glowed with an even more dazzling light. More heaven-defying energy was channeled into the blade. The heaven-defying blade radiance, which was already powerful and frightening, doubled in size at this moment and slashed down at Yui's. At this critical moment of life and death, Yui's could only use his ultimate technique and attack Zi Chen with all his might. Boom! The two attacks collided and a huge explosion was heard. The entire misty space shook. The two energies were locked in a stalemate and collided. Wave after wave of destructive power scattered in all directions. Through the heaven-defying energy, Yui's expression became even more ferocious. The energy in his body continued to surge towards the celestial weapon. The mocking smile on Zi Chen's lips also gradually spread. His right hand suddenly exerted force and the golden heaven-defying energy went completely berserk. The berserk heaven-defying energy tore through Yui's defenses in an instant. Under Yui's shocked expression, the golden blade radiance swept past his body. After the blade radiance swept past his body, it forcefully tore apart space and flew hundreds of meters away before gradually dissipating. The golden radiance disappeared and Zi Chen sheathed his blade. He stood where he was and looked at Yui's calmly. The latter's body was completely still. The celestial weapon in his hand was still tightly gripped. His body was in a slashing motion. His expression was already frozen. There was no light in his widened eyes and his vitality was gradually dissipating. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. The celestial weapon in Yui's hand split into two. One half fell into the void while the other half was still in his hand. The next moment, his body fell backward and a line of blood appeared between his eyebrows. Zi Chen killed Yui's with one strike and even cut the celestial weapon in half. It was clear to see how terrifying his combat power was now. After easily ending the battle, Zi Chen collected the broken celestial weapon and Yui's body on the ground. He glanced at the place where he had stayed for decades. Swoosh! Ripples appeared in the space barrier and a black shadow rushed out. It was the black tiger that the Yin Zhong Grand Sage had transformed into. He had seen everything that had just happened, and the shock in his eyes lingered for a long time. For a former great sage to reveal such an expression, it was obvious that Zi Chen's power was beyond anyone's expectations. Brat, your strength is indeed unexpected. Arriving in front of Zi Chen and looking at the calm expression on Zi Chen's face, He could not help but praise. Zi Chen smiled. After nearly 20 years of accumulation, the amount of heaven-defying energy in his body was already enormous. He no longer needed to live a tight life like before. As he gazed at Zi Chen's calm appearance, Black Tiger's eyes swiveled, before a bewitching voice sounded out, "Brat, look at your current rich and overbearing appearance. Do you want to live a more exciting life?" Exciting. Zi Chen looked at Black Tiger, a strange expression on his face. "I saw everything in the previous battle. You attacked decisively, and your combat power is not weak either. There is a way for you to quickly escape the pursuit of the foreign deities, but this method is a little exciting." Black Tiger looked at Zi Chen and chuckled. What method? Zi Chen was curious. Most of the foreign races may stay on this continent, but those heaven-defying cultivators will definitely not stay here for that long. Their final goal is to enter the star path and find an opportunity to break through the holy road. If you give them too much pressure, they will give up on this place and enter the holy road. Black Tiger stared at Zi Chen with a gleam of excitement in his blood-red eyes. What do you mean by too much pressure? Zi Chen asked again. It means to show a method that even the deities are afraid of and intimidate them, Black Tiger said excitedly. To put it bluntly, it means to attack decisively. Kill them until they don't dare to pursue you anymore. Kill them until they retreat, and kill them until they are scared out of their wits. Zi Chen frowned and said, if that's the case, won't I have to face all the deities in the world? What's wrong with that? You're their enemy to begin with. It's better to keep killing like this than to keep hiding. But Zi Chen was still hesitant. Your combat power is very strong. With this method, even if you are surrounded, don't you have the fastest speed in the world? Looking at the hesitant Zi Chen, Black Tiger curled his lips and said disdainfully, do you know what the fastest speed in the world means? That is the fastest speed in the world. This world refers to the endless starry sky. Black Tiger raised his paw and pointed at the endless starry sky. I can see that you have the aura of extreme energy. You must have heard of the name Wuji. Let me tell you, Wuji was not a deity, but he dared to make the entire world his enemy. He dared to make all the invading deities his enemy. Today, as a deity, you actually want to retreat when faced with your responsibility. Ignoring the slight change in Zichen's expression, Black Tiger continued, I can see that your elemental essence is lightning. Then do you know that your Thunder clan has an ancestor who is also not a deity? He also dared to make the entire world his enemy. Back then, the speed of the Thunder clan made all the other races in the world tremble in fear. Hearing that Black Tiger still wanted to say something, Zichen curled his lips and said, Don't you just want me to kill my way out? Why do you have to provoke me like this? Let me see what you are capable of. What are you looking at me for? Do you want me to help you? Zichen waved his hand and said, That's not necessary. Just stay by my side and don't die. I need someone to witness my glorious deeds, and I think you are quite suitable. Although he had seen through Black Tiger's trick, Zichen's heroic spirit was indeed aroused. Coupled with the endless heaven-defying energy in his body, Zichen also wanted to test how strong the deities in the world were. Before the news of the death of Yui's and the other deities spread to the outside world, Zichen had already taken the mystical dragon bow and walked out. During this time, Black Tiger and Thunderwing Heart deliberately reminded Zichen of the existence of deities. Buzz. As the bowstring vibrated, an arrow shot out and a black hole appeared in the void. The arrow pierced through the black hole and landed on a deity who could not dodge in time, instantly piercing through his body. Another deity had died. After collecting the corpse and the heavenly soldier, Zichen continued forward. On that spatial node, there were 3 deities. Because of the previous incident, the 3 of them were assigned to guard this place. Rather bored, one of the deities said, This Zichen is really hard to find. We have been looking for him for so long, but there is no clue at all. Another person replied, It is indeed difficult to find him. But then again, that guy is quite difficult to deal with. Even if we find him, we have to work together to deal with him. Hearing this, the third person sneered and said, We still can't find him after so long. Maybe he is already dead. Just as they were talking, the 3 of them suddenly felt a ferocious aura. They immediately turned around and looked at a certain spot in the void. The space there surged as if a peerless ferocious creature walked out. The 3 of them immediately became vigilant. They held the heavenly soldier tightly in their hands and stared ahead. The surging space spread out in all directions, and a spatial passage appeared out of thin air. Then, a black-clothed young man walked out. The young man was quite handsome and held a heaven-class longbow in his hand. The moment they saw the black-clothed young man, the 3 deities' expressions changed drastically. One of them cried out, Zichen, it's Zichen. Hurry up and send the signal. The other 2 immediately reached into their clothes, seemingly ready to take out the signal item. At the same time, the 3 of them also retreated. Facing Zichen, the 3 deities did not dare to make a move at all. Buzz. 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 Zichen narked an arrow on the bow. Essence chi surged in all directions, and he quickly shot 3 arrows. One of the arrows was a divine dragon arrow, and the other 2 arrows were made of pure heaven-defying energy. The 3 arrows were almost at the same time, shooting toward the 3 deities. Get lost. Seeing the arrows flying toward them, one of the deities roared angrily. He held the saber with both hands and slashed it forward. Clang. However, when the saber hit the arrow, there was a strong rebounding force. The saber in the deity's hand was instantly knocked back. The arrow that was supposed to hit between the eyebrows moved down slightly and pierced through the deity's throat. Although the position was a little off, the effect was the same. As for the other 2 deities, because they controlled the rules, their strength was slightly weaker, and they could not block the arrows. As for their defense, it did not work at all. They were instantly pierced through by the heaven-defying arrows. As soon as he walked out of the passage, he saw the 3 deities fall to the ground. Black Tiger was shocked again. Zichen did not stop. This time, his goal was to go back the way he came and kill all the deities he could see. Fut, as he moved forward, Zichen found traces of other deities. However, every deity who appeared could not escape the power of Zichen's arrow. It could be said that this was a one-sided slaughter of the deities. From beginning to end, Not a single deity was able to send out a message. Black Tiger, who was following closely, was naturally shocked again and again. A bow, an arrow, a man, and a tiger walked out of the chaotic space. Everywhere they passed, all the deities died. Damn it, it's Zi Chen. Why did he suddenly appear? No one sent out a signal. Could it be that everyone has been killed? Another 3 heaven-defying sovereigns saw Zi Chen. Their faces were also filled with horror as they turned and ran. When the 3 deities encountered Zi Chen, they did not have the courage to attack. Buzz. 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 Essence chi surged in all directions. Zi Chen pulled his longbow to the maximum and shot out another 3 arrows. The 3 fleeing heaven-defying cultivators were sent flying hundreds of meters away by inertia before falling into the void below. Zi Chen raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy. The energy instantly turned into 3 energy ribbons that wrapped around the 3 deities and their heaven-grade weapons. They were forcefully pulled back and thrown into the cauldron of all things. Chapter 1959. Violet Smoke City was located on the 6th mainland. It was a very famous city. It was said that when a heavenly realm expert was breaking through, the entire city was filled with violet smoke. During the invasion of the alien tribes, Violet Smoke City was breached. The city lord and many cultivators died in battle. The victorious alien tribes occupied the city and turned it into a stronghold. This time, the traveling Yi Qian had come to the 6th mainland to entertain a group of heaven-defying cultivators, including Zhu Yan and Lao Li. The 2 of them came to the banquet and encountered a few heaven-defying cultivators. The 2 of them deliberately raised their heads and unconsciously put on a proud expression, enjoying the envious gazes of the crowd. Because only the 2 of them had trapped the heaven-defying one, Zi Chen, they had been hunting him down. Recently, the 2 of them had become famous. Look, that's Lao Li. He's the one who chased after Zi Chen across 2 mainlands. The one next to him is Zhu Yan. The 2 of them chased after Zi Chen. Zi Chen had no choice but to enter the chaotic space-time. It's unknown whether he's dead or alive. Wherever the 2 of them went, the heaven-defying cultivators they encountered would whisper about this matter. It was said that Yi Qian had deliberately stopped here because heaven-defying cultivator Zi Chen was here. As the strongest cultivator with the highest chance of defying the heavens, Yi Qian was naturally curious. As for information about Zi Chen, it seemed that only the 2 of them knew the most. Therefore, in private, it was rumored that Yi Qian had come to the banquet to entertain others because of them. They just relied on their numbers to surround Zi Chen. They didn't kill him. What's the big deal? We just disdained to make a move. If we knew Yi Qian was coming, they wouldn't have come. That's right. The 2 of them only have average battle strength. It's impossible for them to win Yi Qian's favor. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do they think toads can eat swan meat? Among the crowd, there were a few heaven-defying cultivators whose battle strength was no weaker than the 2 of them. Naturally, they were jealous that the 2 of them could enjoy such special treatment. Seeing the beautiful figure that they had been dreaming about, the 2 arrogant leaders slowly lowered their heads. A rare look of nervousness and apprehension appeared on their faces. That beautiful figure was dressed in green. Her back was facing the 2 of them as she stared ahead. Her waist was slender, and under the green, her long and slender legs were very eye-catching. A faint and pleasant fragrance was naturally emitted from the woman's body, causing one to feel intoxicated. Greetings, Miss Yi Qian. The 2 of them stood behind the woman, afraid that they would disturb her, so their tone was very gentle. Hearing his voice, the woman slowly turned around. Instantly, the fragrance in the room became even stronger, intoxicating. Juan couldn't help but take a deep breath. But when he saw the perfect and flawless face, he lowered his head in shame. The 2 of you must be tired after coming from afar. Why don't you take a rest first? A light voice rang out. There was a faint smile on the woman's delicate face, which did not lose its elegance and gentleness. The woman's appearance could be described as perfect. Her body was curvaceous, which could be described as the golden ratio. Her delicate collarbone emitted a faint light, and her full breasts almost burst out. Hearing the woman's voice, the two of them immediately had some kind of impulse in their hearts. Fortunately, they were able to suppress it, so they wouldn't lose face in front of her. Laro Lee smiled, showing a free and easy expression. Using his most gentle voice, he said softly, "It's our honor to be able to receive Miss Yi Chen's invitation. This little distance is nothing." Hearing the words that were about to come out of his mouth were interrupted by Laro Lee, he lost a chance to perform. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in Zhorn's eyes, but he concealed it very well. He nodded and said, "Yes, this is our honor." Looking at the two's expression, Yi Chen gently smiled and politely said, "It's Yi Chen's honor to be able to come here." It had to be said that Yi Chen, who was born with a noble background, didn't have that kind of arrogance. At this moment, when she was chatting with the two of them, it was like chatting with friends. Her understatement made the two of them feel very comfortable. It was to the extent that the two of them had the misconception that Yi Chen had taken a liking to them. The conversation between the three of them made the onlookers envious. Some of the onlookers, who had previously shown disdain for the two of them, secretly regretted in their hearts when they saw this scene. Why did they not deal with Yi Chen back then? There were many experts here, but Yi Chen favored the two of them. Clearly, it was because of the heaven-defying Yi Chen. It has to be said that the two of you are lucky to be able to receive Yi Chen's invitation. Just as the three of them were happily chatting, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. A figure walked in from outside the room that wasn't closed. This was a young man wearing a purple robe. There was a touch of coldness between his eyebrows. His expression naturally carried a bit of arrogance. When his gaze swept past the two of them, this arrogance became even stronger. Only when he looked at Yi Chen did he restrain himself. Hearing this very rude voice, even in front of Yi Chen, the two of them still had a touch of anger in their eyes. When they turned back to look at the purple-robed young man, the anger in their eyes was released very well. Seeing the two angry people, the young man smiled disdainfully. Then he pointed at the table in the middle of the room and proudly said, "With your status and strength, you two are not qualified to sit here. That's why I said that the two of you are lucky." This kind of blatant slap in the face almost completely enraged the two of them. The heaven-defying experts outside who were very envious of them all crossed their arms and watched the show with a mocking expression. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, but Yi Chen's expression didn't change at all. After she slowly got up, she looked at the two angry people and said, "Don't mind him. He always speaks without thinking. Oh, right, let me introduce you. This is Kuan Ti." While speaking, Yi Chen also turned back to look at the purple-robed young man. Her gentle voice carried a trace of dissatisfaction as she said, "Kuan Ti, you two. These two are my friends. Friends don't differentiate between high and low." The purple-robed young man glanced at the two of them and nodded. The arrogance in his expression didn't disappear. As for Laro Lee and Zhorn, after hearing Kuan Ti's name, their expressions obviously changed. It should be known that there are strong and weak heaven-defying experts. On the one hand, it's because of techniques, and on the other hand, it's because of laws. Every 10 laws is considered a level. Laro Lee and Zhorn have comprehended more than 30 laws, almost close to 40. They are definitely the best among their level. However, compared with Kuan Ti, the two of them are obviously far behind. This is because Kuan Ti is a real expert who has comprehended more than 50 laws. Before the invasion of the Zhonwu continent, Kuan Ti's reputation has spread. Although his reputation is not as high as Jiao Wei's, he is definitely not someone the two of them can provoke. As their expressions changed, the dissatisfaction on their faces gradually disappeared. Then they nodded politely and sat down under Yi Chen's arrangement. The two of them sat on one side of Yi Chen, and Kuan Ti sat on the other side. Then, 2 more heaven-defying experts came in. Judging from the aura the two of them unintentionally emitted, the two of them are almost only slightly weaker than Kuan Ti. The laws they have comprehended are definitely above 40. In addition to the table in the room, there are several tables in the back. Among them, there are some existences who have comprehended more than 40 laws. As for the heaven-defying experts at the back, their combat power is mediocre. At most, they are just here to make up the numbers. During the banquet, seeing the two of them restrain themselves, Kuan-Ti didn't make any sarcastic remarks. The banquet was cheerful, but everyone knew very well that the most exciting part has yet to come. Yi Qian looked at the two of them and finally asked the question in her heart, is that heaven-defying expert Zi Chen really strong? As she spoke, Yi Qian's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. When it came to the main topic, everyone cheered up. Almost all the heaven-defying experts looked at the two of them and pricked up their ears. The two of them enjoyed the feeling of being valued by everyone. After looking at each other for a while, Laro Li nodded and said in a deep voice, based on our experience, Zi Chen is indeed very strong. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian's face lit up and she asked, how strong? Based on their standards, anyone who has comprehended 40 laws can be called a powerhouse. In my opinion, Zi Chen is just SOSO. Yi Qian's interested expression made Kuan-Ti very unhappy, so he couldn't help but mock her. The two heaven-defying experts next to Kuan-Ti also nodded seriously. One of them looked at Laro Li and Huan and said, based on their standards, he is indeed not strong. Upon hearing this disdainful voice, Laro Li responded bluntly, an existence who has comprehended 40 laws is indeed a powerhouse in our eyes. However, compared to Zi Chen, I feel that there is a big gap. Lord Kuan-Ti, even if you have comprehended more than 50 laws, you may not be able to gain an advantage over Zi Chen. Kuan-Ti immediately said in dissatisfaction, are you kidding? Zi Chen, who was chased like a dog by you guys, is actually on par with me. Are you saying that I, Kuan-Ti, am inferior to you guys? Shaking his head, Laro Li said, I didn't mean that, and I never said that it was the two of us who hunted down Zi Chen. That was the work of a group of people. If we hadn't fought and exhausted ourselves repeatedly, it wouldn't have been easy to hunt down Zi Chen. What I mean is that at his peak, Zi Chen shouldn't be weaker than an existence who has comprehended 50 laws. Once you face him, you must be careful. Hearing Laro Li's tone, Kuan-Ti felt even more unhappy and directly said, you mean that you can besiege and kill a heaven-defying expert who has comprehended 50 laws? Why don't we try and see if so many of you can chase me and make me escape? Hearing Kuan-Ti's obviously serious tone, the two who knew that they couldn't provoke him chose to remain silent. It's fine if you can't deal with a mere Zi Chen, but you actually said that I am inferior to him. Humph, if he dares to appear here, you don't need to do anything, I can kill him directly. Are you serious? An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 1960. Who is it? Which reckless guy is questioning me? Kuan-Ti, who was about to answer, immediately showed anger on his face when he heard the voice from the outside world. His cold gaze swept across the crowd of heaven-defying cultivators below. Feeling Kuan-Ti's angry gaze, all the heaven-defying cultivators subconsciously lowered their heads and avoided Kuan-Ti's gaze. In a one-on-one fight, no one present was a match for Kuan-Ti, so naturally, no one dared to provoke him. The cold voice sounded very abruptly. Under Kuan-Ti's questioning gaze, all the heaven-defying cultivators turned their heads and looked at each other inquisitively. The heaven-defying cultivators at the back received the most attention. Among them, there was a heaven-defying cultivator who had only comprehended 6 laws. When he saw so many gazes looking at him, his face immediately turned pale. He pointed his finger behind him and said, it seems, it's still behind. Just as Kuan-Ti was performing his mighty and domineering act to intimidate everyone present, Zhu Yan and Laro Li, who had also heard the cold voice, suddenly changed their expressions and their bodies stiffened. The two of them were too sensitive to this voice. However, logically speaking, the other party should not have appeared here. It was an illusion. Beside them, Yi Qian saw their abnormal behavior and asked with curiosity in her beautiful eyes, what's wrong? Do you know the person who spoke? All the heaven-defying cultivators came here for Yi Qian, so she was naturally the focus of attention. As Yi Qian spoke, everyone's gaze followed Yi Qian's gaze and fell on Laro Li and Zhu Yan. Kuan-Ti was obviously angry. In his opinion, these two guys were deliberately causing trouble today. Zhu Yan, who had not spoken, had an ugly expression. He nodded and said, it's very familiar, but he shouldn't be here. Say it. I want to see who has the guts to question me. Kuan-Ti's voice was cold, and his expression became even colder. Laro Li glanced at Kuan-Ti. Usually, he would hate this kind of domineering guy, but thinking that the owner of the voice might be that person, he hoped that such a domineering guy would stand up, so he said, "It might be Zichen." "What? Zichen?" They were just talking about the heaven-defying cultivator Zichen, but Lao Li said that it might be Zichen's voice, causing an uproar. Bang! A loud explosion suddenly sounded out. Behind the crowd, the tightly shut door burst open. Thick wood shavings fluttered in the air like a hidden weapon. A figure flew into the courtyard. That person was in Heaven Realm. He flew dozens of meters backward and landed at the center of the courtyard. His face was filled with shock, and before he could say anything, his head fell to the side, and he coughed up blood before he died. Such a scene caused all the heaven-defying cultivators to be slightly stunned. Isn't he just courting death by behaving atrociously here? All the heaven-defying sovereigns turned their gazes to the broken gate. They wanted to see who was the one who dared to break in. Without waiting for too long, a young man wearing a black robe appeared at the entrance. He was quite handsome and his right hand was tightly holding a heavenly blade. On his back was a longbow that was even larger than his body. A pair of dark black eyes slowly swept over this courtyard. Zichen. Seeing that familiar face, Zhu Yian's expression suddenly changed. He subconsciously left his seat and exclaimed. Zhu Yian's exclamation also confirmed the identity of the black-robed young man. Zichen. He was known as the strongest heaven-defying cultivator, the most powerful existence who was most likely to defy the heavens. This existence who had killed dozens of heaven-defying cultivators suddenly appeared in front of everyone. While they were shocked, they all carefully sized up Zichen, wanting to see if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Zichen, why are you here? Where are the others? Lao Li stood up and stared at Zichen, asking in a hoarse voice. Looking at the 2 people at the top, Zichen smiled faintly and said, I sent them away. Those were dozens of heaven-defying cultivators. You killed them all? Lao Li asked again, his voice trembling. If I didn't kill them, should I wait to be killed? With a cold smile, Zichen looked at the 2 of them and said, Do you still remember what I said before? When the time comes, I will definitely come to find you. Now, I'm here. Standing alone at the entrance, facing more than 40 heaven-defying cultivators, Zichen was still able to talk cheerfully. Putting aside his battle prowess, just his courage alone was worthy of admiration. Someone had broken in and killed a Heaven Realm expert, but the other cultivators in Purple Smoke City didn't intend to pursue the matter. Not only did they not surround this place, but they also retreated as fast as they could. They knew that this was a battle between heaven-defying cultivators, and they couldn't interfere at all. They could only choose to escape. If they were too late to escape, they would be killed by the shockwaves. Hearing the conversation between the 2 sides, the heaven-defying cultivators present all paled. After killing dozens of heaven-defying cultivators, he still dared to break in. As long as he wasn't a fool, he must have something powerful to rely on. Zichen stood there, and his heaven-defying aura didn't spread out. However, those who had comprehended 30 types of laws had already sensed the danger and didn't dare to move. If those who had comprehended 30 types of laws didn't dare to move, then those who had comprehended less than 30 types of laws were even more unbearable. Not immediately turning around and running was already very strong. On the other hand, those who had comprehended 40 types of laws had cold expressions on their faces. Kunt had been staring at Zichen from the beginning with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. With the heaven-defying energy condensed from more than 50 types of laws, he didn't feel that Zichen was terrifying. On the contrary, he felt that today was an opportunity to show off in front of Yichen. Perhaps he could even win the beauty's heart. However, the main character was always the last to appear. Kunt, who had some thoughts in his mind, didn't immediately make a move. Being able to suppress his emotions in such a situation, it was obvious that Kunt wasn't a brainless and impulsive guy. After Zichen appeared, Yichen's gaze fell on Zichen and didn't leave him. Standing among a group of foreign heaven-defying cultivators, he could still talk and laugh. This made her eyes flash with a strange light. She stood up from her seat and looked at Zichen as she said in a gentle voice, You're the heaven-defying cultivator Zichen. Hearing this, Zi Chen turned his head slightly and looked at Yi Qian. This time, he had heard that there were heaven-defying cultivators gathering here, so he had deliberately come. He also knew that the person who had organized the gathering was a beauty. Zi Chen glanced at Yi Qian. The latter's beautiful appearance caused Zi Chen's heart to tremble slightly. Her appearance was not the slightest bit inferior to Zi Chen's close female friends. Not a single flaw could be found on her exquisite face. Her perfect figure was the golden ratio, especially the sight of her chest that was about to burst out. It was rather eye-catching. Zi Chen stared at Yi Qian. In the eyes of others, it seemed that Zi Chen was deliberately looking at Yi Qian's breasts. However, this wasn't the case. Zi Chen was just slightly distracted. This was because he didn't sense any killing intent from this female heaven-defying cultivator. However, Zi Chen didn't sense any killing intent from her. He was a bit puzzled and didn't immediately answer. Seeing that Zi Chen didn't respond, a trace of anger appeared on Yi Qian's beautiful face. "You barged in here alone. Do you think there's no one here?" This sentence was quite powerful, but coming from a woman's mouth, it still lacked a hint of austere killing intent. Yi Qian's words caused the killing intent in the surroundings, which had faded a lot, to thicken once more. Those who had originally felt fear in their hearts became gloomy and cold once more. Letting a woman stand out in front of a group of men was really a loss of face. After reigniting everyone's fighting spirit, Yi Qian tactfully didn't continue speaking. Since everyone's killing intent had been aroused, she could use this opportunity to see just how powerful this so-called strongest heaven-defying cultivator was. "Zi Chen, you dare to come here and cause trouble? You're simply courting death. That's right. Today, you won't be able to leave. Damn thing, you've come to the wrong place." Some of the heaven-defying cultivators still felt fear, but at this moment, they had no choice but to appear very cold and stern, so they deliberately raised their voices to hide the fear in their hearts. Hearing these voices and feeling the rekindled fighting spirit of the crowd, Zi Chen glanced at Yi Qian, then his gaze fell on the crowd again, his expression cold and stern. Zi Chen's gaze swept over them, and he could clearly see the fear in everyone's eyes. The huge pressure pressed down on the heaven-defying cultivators, making it difficult for them to breathe. "Let's join hands and kill him." Under this kind of pressure, they could either lose their courage or explode. A heaven-defying cultivator who controlled 30 laws was the first to take out a heavenly weapon and charge towards Zi Chen. Immediately after, the entire courtyard was filled with a series of banging sounds. This was the sound of energy surging, shattering the tableware and utensils. Those heaven-defying cultivators who couldn't bear the pressure, one after another, took out their heaven-defying weapons and charged towards Zi Chen. At this moment, perhaps they still had reason, but not much. Everyone was thinking in their hearts that they couldn't lose face in front of Yi Qian. It was this kind of impulsive thought that caused them to lose their lives in vain. The first heaven-defying cultivator rushed towards Zi Chen. In Zi Chen's hand, a golden heaven-defying energy emerged from the long saber. With the appearance of this energy, a huge pressure emerged in the entire courtyard. The cold murderous intent seemed to have caused the temperature in the courtyard to drop a lot. Seeing Zi Chen's heaven-defying energy, the experienced cunt's face changed. Those experts who had comprehended more than 40 laws narrowed their eyes, and there was fear in their eyes. As for Yi Qian, at this moment, her eyes became incomparably bright, blooming with extraordinary splendor. "Die!" The first heaven-defying cultivator had already rushed towards Zi Chen. With a roar, he launched a powerful attack towards Zi Chen. Chapter 1961. As the heaven-defying blade light swept past the heaven-defying cultivator, Zi Chen's figure accelerated and appeared behind the heaven-defying cultivator. This heaven-defying cultivator, who had comprehended more than 30 laws, also stopped behind Zi Chen, the weapon in his hand poised to slash downwards. The first heaven-defying cultivator's attack had ended, and the other heaven-defying cultivators were rushing towards Zi Chen. Their heaven-defying weapons were flashing with heaven-defying light. A light flashed in his eyes as Zi Chen stepped forward. His footwork changed slightly, and he dodged a powerful downward slash. Then, the long blade in Zi Chen's hand trembled slightly, and he directly slashed upwards. The heaven-defying blade light flashed and disappeared. Whoosh! After the first attack, another heaven-defying cultivator's attack appeared. His footwork changed again, and the long blade in his hand slashed downwards. Golden light surged around his body, and the heaven-defying energy formed a defense to protect his body. Zi-Chen slashed left and right with the long blade in his hand. Streaks of blade light flashed and disappeared as the long blade passed. Whoosh! Whoosh! During the process of the blade light flashing and disappearing, Zi-Chen had already walked from the broken gate to the center of the courtyard. In this short distance, there were 13 heaven-defying cultivators who wanted to stop Zi-Chen. Apart from the heaven-defying cultivator in the center, the remaining 12 heaven-defying cultivators were divided into 2 rows. Their heaven-defying weapons were raised high, and their bodies were completely still. Zi-Chen passed through them and stood behind them. His body was also still. The courtyard instantly became quiet. Everyone stared blankly at the center of the courtyard, looking at the motionless people. Many heaven-defying cultivators were puzzled. They only saw the 2 sides fighting, and during the time when the blade light flashed, but they did not see the situation clearly. Kunt instantly stood up, his eyes shining. The heaven-defying energy around him became extremely unstable. He had clearly seen what had happened. Yi Qian's beautiful eyes were constantly blooming. Her red lips were slightly open, and she seemed very surprised. Her slightly heavy breathing caused her plump chest to rise and fall. Compared to the 2 who were relatively calm, Lao Li and Zhu Yan were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Just as everyone was in doubt and shock, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the courtyard, stirring up a small amount of dust. The heaven-defying sovereigns, who were still emitting faint light, dissipated along with the wind of energy. Then, their rich vitality also dissipated. A lack of vitality meant death. Immediately afterward, a series of thuds rang out in the courtyard. All the heaven-defying cultivators had fallen to the ground and died. The originally quiet arena was now completely silent. Everyone stared in shock at Zi-Chen, the only one still standing. In the blink of an eye, 13 heaven-defying cultivators were killed. What kind of method was that? It was naturally good to show some courage in front of a beauty, but the premise was that he wouldn't lose his life. Holding the long saber tightly, Zi-Chen didn't have a single drop of blood on it. After swinging the saber elegantly, he shouted without turning his head, "Those outside, don't just watch the battle. Quickly come in and clean up the battlefield." This sentence was naturally directed at Black Tiger, who had followed closely outside. The latter had instigated him to become enemies with all the heaven-defying cultivators in the world. Naturally, he had to bring Black Tiger to meet the world. He couldn't let him hide behind the scenes. When Black Tiger heard Zi-Chen's words, he almost turned around and ran away. He wasn't ready to go against all the heaven-defying cultivators in the world. After hesitating, he had no choice but to come in through the door. He put on a very reluctant look and approached the corpses. During this time, Black Tiger didn't raise his head. Obviously, he didn't want those heaven-defying cultivators to remember him. The shocked crowd could only watch Black Tiger collect the corpses and the heavenly soldiers on the ground. Zi-Chen's expression was still calm. He glanced at the heaven-defying cultivators and said with a smile, "I heard that this is a banquet for heaven-defying cultivators. Why didn't you invite me, a heaven-defying cultivator?" Suddenly, there was a hint of sternness in his slightly indifferent eyes. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Zi-Chen said coldly, "Am I not a heaven-defying cultivator?" In front of so many heaven-defying cultivators, Zi-Chen questioned them in a reprimanding tone. Many of the heaven-defying cultivators present were also displeased by his arrogance. However, the situation was already very obvious. Those who had comprehended 30 types of laws would be killed in an instant in front of Zi-Chen. Therefore, even if they were displeased, they had to forcibly endure it. A cold light flashed in Kuan Ti's eyes as he glanced at the heaven-defying cultivator beside him. This person had more than 40 types of laws. He was the one who brought him here, and his combat strength wasn't weak. The latter sensed Kuan Ti's intention and nodded. When he turned back to look at Zi-Chen again, he snorted coldly and said, "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here?" Looking away from Kuan Ti, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Zi Chen looked at the heaven-defying cultivator and said indifferently, "If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish." "You're courting death," the heaven-defying cultivator shouted angrily. Then, he glanced at the person beside him and said coldly, "Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand. Extremely powerful heaven-defying energy surged on the sword. As the sword chi flickered, he stabbed the sword at Zi Chen fiercely. In the face of this attack, Zi Chen's expression didn't change. The heavenly saber in his hand reignited with a golden light of heaven-defying energy. As the heaven-defying cultivator rushed forward, the heaven-defying cultivator beside him didn't rush forward. Instead, he closed his eyes and formed a seal with his hands. A powerful aura suddenly swept through the courtyard. The energy between heaven and earth fluctuated and gathered in front of this heaven-defying cultivator. Obviously, this heaven-defying cultivator saw that Zi Chen's close combat strength was too strong, so he decided to use the heavenly path technique to kill him. Feeling the violent aura surging in the courtyard, the other heaven-defying cultivators also retreated. In such a battle, even they couldn't intervene. In the entire courtyard, the energy between heaven and earth twisted wildly, forming a terrible hurricane that instantly crushed the tables and chairs. Then, the hurricane formed in the courtyard like a huge wind dragon, rumbling. Shorkill blow, wind fall. Wrapped in a dazzling heaven-defying energy, this heaven-defying cultivator rushed in front of Zi Chen. The sharp sword in his hand stabbed towards Zi Chen's forehead. A huge wind swept out, and small whirlwinds seemed to have appeared on the sword. These small whirlwinds had the ability to tear space apart. The most terrifying of them was the tip of the sword, which directly pierced towards Zi Chen's forehead. Looking at the flying sword and the small whirlwinds caused by it, Zi Chen's expression didn't change. His body rushed forward, and in the midst of the golden light, he suddenly slashed his saber. The golden saber light illuminated heaven and earth, and then disappeared in a flash. After the golden saber light disappeared, the whirlwinds in the courtyard also dissipated in an instant. Fire wolf swallows the sky. A deep and cold voice suddenly sounded from the courtyard. A huge wolf formed from heaven-defying energy appeared in everyone's line of sight. The huge wolf was as tall as a 3-story building. It looked down at Zi Chen, and a cold light flashed in its eyes. With a howl, the huge wolf rushed towards Zi Chen. Swoosh! Zi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile when he saw the huge wolf flying towards him. He no longer paid any attention to the motionless heaven-defying cultivator behind him. He put away his heavenly saber, and his hands, which were suffused with a resplendent golden light, firmly blocked the huge wolf's claws, causing the world to tremble. Boom! In the midst of the violent energy, Zi Chen used his hands to hold up the wolf's claws, blocking the huge wolf's attack. Seeing that Zi Chen had actually used his physical body to block the dragon formed by the heavenly Dao technique, everyone was stunned. The huge wolf opened its mouth and roared. The sound was deafening, and the whole city trembled. The huge wolf opened its mouth and bit towards Zi Chen, but Zi Chen firmly blocked it. It couldn't touch Zi Chen at all. Seeing that the flame wolf's attack was ineffective, a look of surprise flashed across the heaven-defying cultivator's eyes. However, this surprise was quickly replaced by coldness. The flame wolf he transformed into was not only capable of physical attacks, but also energy attacks. Flame wolf's fire! As the cold shout rang out, the eyes of the flame wolf, who was blocked by Zi Chen, seemed to have an additional fiery red color. Immediately after, a wild and violent aura surged out from the wolf's body. This aura directly surged to the wolf's throat, and a blazing energy was also emitted. Ha! Feeling the blazing energy that was about to be spat out from the flame wolf's mouth, Zi Chen shouted. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. His hands, which were shining with golden light, suddenly exerted force. Without waiting for the flame wolf to attack, he lifted the wolf's body and threw it to the back. Boom! The earth suddenly trembled, and a huge deep hole appeared in the courtyard. The deep hole spread until it reached the wall of the courtyard, and only stopped when it touched the array. In the deep hole, energy vibrated, and the huge wolf's body had completely disappeared. Puff! Suffering from the energy backlash, the heaven-defying cultivator who summoned the flame wolf coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. The heaven-defying cultivator used his physical strength to block the heaven-defying cultivator's attack and break the heaven-defying cultivator's attack. The faces of the heaven-defying cultivators were full of shock. However, they soon reacted. Where was the heaven-defying cultivator who had exchanged blows with Zi Chen? As they spread out their spiritual senses, they were shocked to find that the heaven-defying cultivator was at the bottom of the deep hole, and there was no sound from him. "Kid, you hit him so deep. How can I go?" Muttering softly, Black Tiger turned into a ray of light, rushed into the deep hole, and collected the corpse and the heaven-defying cultivator. Two powerhouses who had comprehended 40 rule powers joined forces, but in the end, one was killed and the other was injured. At this moment, the shocked crowd had no choice but to look at Laro Li and Zhu Yan again. They simply could not understand how they were able to besiege and kill Zi Chen in the face of such a powerful Zi Chen. The combat power that Zi Chen had displayed today had completely frightened the two of them. Chapter 1962. Everyone was shocked by Zi Chen's powerful battle prowess. Previously, there were still sounds of people sucking in cold air, but now, there was no sound at all. Originally, Zi Chen sensed that all the heaven-defying cultivators, except for Yi Qian, wanted to kill him, but now, that killing intent had obviously decreased a lot. Knowing that the organizer of this gathering was Yi Qian, Zi Chen slightly raised his head to look at the other party in the room and said, "As a heaven-defying cultivator, do I have the qualifications to be invited?" Yi Qian's beautiful eyes flashed as she nodded and said softly, "Of course, you are welcome. Please take a seat." With the strength that Zi Chen had shown, he indeed had the qualifications to sit at the top. As for that seat, someone would naturally give it to him. Looking at Yi Qian, Zi Chen couldn't guess what she was thinking, and he couldn't understand why such a woman would be sought after by so many heaven-defying cultivators. It should be known that although she was unparalleled in beauty and had a unique temperament, these people were all heaven-defying cultivators. Which one of them didn't have a noble status? In their world, these people shouldn't lack women. Zi Chen didn't know why Yi Qian was so popular. After entering the room, he glanced at the other four people. Among them, the injured heaven-defying cultivator's expression changed, and he took a step back to make room for Zi Chen. Kunt's face became gloomy, and the energy in his body was on the verge of going berserk, but for some unknown reason, he didn't take the initiative to attack. Zhu Yan and Laro Li had a lot of grudges with Zi Chen. Today, Zi Chen had shown such a powerful battle prowess. Facing Zi Chen, the two of them were at a loss and felt some fear in their hearts. However, in their opinion, with a beauty by his side, Zi Chen probably wouldn't kill the innocent. That might leave a bad impression on the beauty. Looking at Yi Qian again, the two of them let out a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, Zi Chen's eyes flashed. Without warning, he took out Skyblade and slashed at the two of them. His attack was very sharp and very fast. Coupled with this unexpected sneak attack, Laro Li and Zhu Yan couldn't react at all. The saber light instantly swept past the two of them. Their sluggish expressions were devoid of any signs of life. Due to the previous battle record of instantly killing 40 heaven-defying law enforcers, no one felt that Zi Chen's sneak attack was shameless. Even if they fought head-on, the two of them were no match for Zi Chen. This kind of trash doesn't deserve to sit at the same table as a beauty. Shaking his head and letting out a sigh, Zi Chen looked at Yi Qian and said with a smile, "Beauty, do you think my words make sense? These two pieces of trash don't deserve to sit here." No matter what, Yi Qian was from a different tribe and was their comrade. Although Zi Chen was also a heaven-defying, he was their enemy. Now that Zi Chen asked such a question, it was obvious that he was trying to sow discord. For a moment, everyone's gazes turned to Yi Qian. From what they thought and guessed, Yi Qian might choose to smile and not say anything because Zi Chen's combat power was too strong, or she might cleverly dodge the question. After all, no one would really make things difficult for such a beauty. However, contrary to what the crowd had guessed, Yi Qian did not beat around the bush, nor did she pretend to be confused. Instead, she answered Zi Chen's question very seriously. Her voice was still as gentle as before, But the words she said caused many people to feel a chill in their hearts. That's right. As a person, they should know their limits. The two of them really don't deserve to sit here. This was Yi Qian's serious and decisive answer. Kant had asked this question before, but Yi Qian's answer was that they were both friends. Clearly, the two answers were different. Zi Chen was very satisfied with this answer. A sincere smile finally appeared on his face. He nodded at Yi Qian, and his fingers flicked on the hilt of his saber a few times. Whoosh! The injured heaven-defying cultivator who was still standing at the side immediately retreated until he was completely out of the room. His eyes were filled with deep fear. Zi Chen turned around and looked at the terrified heaven-defying cultivator. He smiled and said, "You are very tactful, so your life is saved. Today, I, Zi Chen, will not kill you." The heaven-defying cultivator heavily exhaled, nodded, and retreated back into the group of heaven-defying cultivators. From the conversation between Zi Chen and Yi Qian, he heard some problems and immediately made the choice to retreat. There was nothing to be ashamed of. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have become a soul under Zi Chen's saber. And the facts proved that his decision was correct. Zi Chen really did want to kill. Hearing Zi Chen's words to this heaven-defying cultivator, the other heaven-defying cultivators were greatly relieved. Obviously, Zi Chen wouldn't kill a heaven-defying cultivator who had mastered 40 laws, so he wouldn't kill them. After their lives were saved, they all raised their heads and looked into the room. There were only 3 people in the room, and Kunt hadn't left yet. They didn't know if he felt that he was qualified, or if Zi Chen recognized him as qualified. If the two sides fought because of this, then everyone could use this battle to gauge Zi Chen's strength. Zi Chen chose to sit directly opposite Yi Qian. As soon as he sat down, he glanced at the tactless Kunt and said with dissatisfaction, "What, you're standing here like an iron rod. Do you think you're qualified? What do you think?" Kunt looked down at Zi Chen condescendingly, his voice cold. "I don't think you're qualified, and you don't have the guts. Previously, you were clamoring to attack me, but in the end, you're like a coward, standing there without moving." Zi Chen shook his head, looking very disdainful. He grabbed a piece of steak that was still emitting a fragrant aroma on the table. "You're courting death." A berserk aura instantly filled the room. Then, a series of slapping sounds rang out. The dishes on the last table that were still intact had all become messy. "Then I'll fulfill your wish." Without looking at the enraged Kuan Ti, Zi Chen swung his sword at Kuan Ti's head. Such an existence might have some strength, but Zi Chen wasn't afraid of him at all. Before the heaven-defying energy accumulated in his body for decades was exhausted, he was the strongest heaven-defying cultivator. The golden blade slashed down, but just as it was about to reach Kunt, the latter put his palms together and directly clamped the blade. Waves of heaven-defying energy were continuously transmitted to his palms. Outside the room, the heaven-defying cultivators who saw this scene narrowed their eyes fiercely. Their faces were full of astonishment. Previously, when Zi Chen swung his blade, no one could block it, but they didn't expect that the blade would be clamped by Kunt. After easily blocking the blade, Kunt seemed to feel a great sense of accomplishment. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he mocked Zi Chen, "So this is what you're relying on. I think the one who isn't qualified to sit here is you. Get lost if you know what's good for you." The disdain in Zi Chen's eyes didn't diminish. He smiled slightly, and a powerful energy fluctuation immediately emerged from the blade. This fluctuation was like a monstrous wave, pressing towards Kunt. Kunt's expression changed slightly, and he shouted angrily. The energy in his body was also madly injected into his palms, trying to stabilize the blade. However, the power from the blade was getting stronger and stronger, like an endless torrential river. Kunt's face gradually turned ugly, and his body slowly fell back. Obviously, he was about to lose his strength. Damn it! With a curse, violent energy surged from Kunt's palms. This energy instantly impacted the blade, and then a huge force rebounded. Kunt used this rebounding force to immediately move back. During this period, the blade light transformed from the blade also slashed forward. Bang! A human-shaped hole instantly appeared in the wall of the room. Kunt's body crashed through the wall and rushed out in a sorry state. As for the cold blade light, it followed Kunt, and the whole room was almost divided into two. In this exchange, Zi Chen remained motionless, while Kunt crashed out of the room. It seemed to be clear who was stronger and who was weaker at a glance. Everyone's gaze towards Zi Chen became extremely complicated. As expected of the most promising existence to defy the natural order. Even Kunt, who has mastered 50 types of laws, is not a match for Zi Chen. It seems that the one who is not qualified is you. Zi Chen smiled, and his disdainful voice spread out. Ignoring Kunt, Zi Chen looked at Yi Qian, whose expression did not change, and said, "Beauty, it's time for us to have a heart-to-heart talk." "Go to hell." Kunt held a long spear in his hand, and in the posture of man and spear as one, he rushed through the gap just now and attacked Zi Chen again. In the face of this sneak attack, Zi Chen's expression did not change. He held the long blade in his hand horizontally, and the moment Kunt arrived, he flicked it slightly. The tip of the spear fell on the blade, then brushed past the blade and flew out of the door again. During this time, Zi Chen's long blade was raised vertically, and it slashed across Kunt's body. Looking at Kunt, who was flying backward, Zi Chen was very surprised because his attack did not cut open Kunt's body and break through his physical defense. Looking back in surprise, Zi Chen saw Kunt, who had stopped in midair and turned around. Kunt's face was full of shame and anger, and at his chest, the purple robe from before had been cut open. In the middle of the purple robe, there was a shining inner armor that was divided into two halves. Seeing the broken inner armor, Zi Chen was relieved. No wonder Kunt's body was not cut open by Skyblade. It turned out that he had an inner armor that was not weaker than that of a heaven-grade soldier. However, thinking about it, this inner armor was broken and could not withstand the next attack. Looking at Zi Chen below, Kunt was both shocked and angry. In the two short exchanges, he had already sensed that the power in Zi Chen's body was much stronger than his. The two sides were not on the same level at all. Perhaps only a publicly recognized expert like Rocky would be able to deal with him. However, in this situation, with so many heaven-defying experts and aliens watching, Kunt could not just run away like this. If he did, his reputation would be completely ruined. Chapter 1963. Zi Chen put away the heavenly blade and took off the longbow from his back. As he slowly moved his right hand across the bow, a terrifying aura burst out from it as if a seal had been unlocked. A loud dragon roar came from the bow and resounded between heaven and earth. At this moment, the divine dragon bow was fully activated by Zi Chen. The space in the sky began to distort, and the few clouds were immediately crushed. In the distorted space, a vast aura descended from the sky with a terrifying pressure that enveloped the purple smoke city. All the heaven-defying cultivators present knew this phenomenon very well. This was the sign that a heavenly weapon had been formed and was recognized by heaven and earth. However, it was different from the power of heaven and earth that they were used to seeing. The power of heaven and earth seemed to be stronger. The space distorted and formed a huge vortex in the sky. In the vortex, the origin energy of heaven and earth gradually condensed. Zi Chen didn't pay attention to the changes in heaven and earth. After taking off the divine dragon bow, he held it with his left hand and grabbed the bowstring with his right hand. Essence chi surged in all directions, and a powerful aura spread out of the purple smoke city. Roar! As the divine dragon bow was drawn, an even louder dragon roar came out. An arrow appeared out of thin air. This wasn't an energy arrow, but a real heaven-grade arrow. The moment the arrows appeared, the pressure in the sky doubled once more. All of the foreign races in the city turned pale as they looked at the two black holes in the sky. That's right. As the arrow appeared, another black hole appeared in the sky. The energy of heaven and earth also condensed in that black hole. This change in heaven and earth not only made the heaven-defying cultivators' expressions change, but even Kuan Ti, who was standing in the sky, had a very ugly expression. Obviously, this wasn't a heaven-grade weapon, but a set of heaven-grade weapons made up of a bow and arrow. Kuan Ti, who had an ugly expression, felt an aura lock on him. It came from below. As he lowered his head, Kuan Ti's expression became gloomy. Zi Chen had already aimed the heaven-grade longbow at him, and the aura lock came from the arrow. Whoosh! At this moment, the two heavenly soldiers had caused the world to change. Even a fool could tell that the next arrow was naturally extraordinary. Thus, Kunt's figure flashed in the void, trying to break free from this aura lock. However, it was useless. Kuan-Ti felt as if there was an invisible thread wrapped tightly around his body. He could not break free at all. Below, Zi Chen had already drawn the longbow in his hand into the shape of a full moon, and in the sky, the origin power in the two black holes had also accumulated enough energy. Immediately afterwards, two loud dragon roars sounded, and two origin dragons descended from the sky. Buzz! The moment the origin dragon fell, Zi Chen released the bowstring in his hand. The bowstring trembled, and the arrow shot directly at Kunt. Looking at the incoming arrows and feeling the terrifying killing intent contained within them, Kuan-Ti's expression changed drastically. His eyes flashed with panic, but there was also a hint of coldness in his eyes. Boom! Violent energy surged from Kuan-Ti's body. This energy caused the pressure in the city to become even stronger. Countless outsiders collapsed to the ground because of the pressure. Black Demon Divine Shield. A cold voice resounded through the world. A pitch-black shield appeared in front of Kuan-Ti. Runes appeared on the shield. These runes were swallowing and emitting demonic light, looking mysterious and unfathomable. Looking at the black shield that almost blocked half the sky, all the cultivators' faces were filled with deep shock. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the void, tore through space, and arrived in front of the black shield. The two types of energy, black and gold, began to clash, forming a terrifying energy ripple that spread out in all directions. Roar! During the clash, a demonic shadow appeared on the surface of the black shield. The demonic shadow roared forward with a ferocious expression. Roar! A dragon roar sounded, and the arrow turned into a true dragon. On the surface of the true dragon, there would occasionally be flashes of red light. Every time the red light appeared, the temperature of the entire world would increase out of thin air. A mere immature heavenly soldier. Let's see what you can do to me. Seeing that the black shield blocked the arrow, Kuan-Ti couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. Even if the energy lock was still there, it couldn't break through the black shield. It couldn't pose any threat to him at all. I heard that this Black Demon Divine Shield is a level 3 heavenly path technique. Seeing it today, its defense is indeed amazing. Yeah, the power of Zi Chen's arrow can't be underestimated. But compared to this divine shield, it's a little weaker. What a pity. Such a powerful attack met with a powerful defense. However, Zi Chen can force Kuan-Ti to use a level 3 heavenly path technique with just one arrow. It can be seen that Zi Chen is also very powerful. A group of heaven-defying cultivators raised their heads to look at the two types of energy in a stalemate and exclaimed one after another. However, from their words, it was obvious that they were more optimistic about the level 3 heavenly path technique. Don't be happy too early. Zi Chen smiled non-committally at the discussions of the people around him. Then, he smiled coldly at Kunt, who was in the sky. My Black Demon Divine Shield is a level 3 heavenly path technique. It's not something you can break. A mocking smile appeared on Kuan-Ti's face as he proudly mocked Zi Chen. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. In the sky, on the arrow that had transformed into a true dragon, specks of fiery red energy suddenly appeared. These specks of energy were like streams of water, all of them flowing towards the dragon's head. In the next moment, the true dragon turned into an arrow again. However, at the tip of the arrow, there was an explosive flame burning. This flame was abnormally hot and the aura it emitted was as if it could destroy the world. This is the aura of heavenly fire. Feeling this aura, the expressions of all the heaven-defying cultivators changed drastically. They, who had heaven-grade weapons, knew very well that heavenly fire was indispensable to forge a heaven-grade weapon. And heavenly fire was said to be able to burn everything below the heavenly realm. Looking at the heavenly fire in front of the arrow, Kuan-Ti's expression also changed. On one hand, he poured a large amount of heaven-defying energy into the divine shield. On the other hand, he also hid his figure in another void. Puff! Facts proved that the heavenly fire was indeed powerful. It could destroy almost everything. The black shield was instantly pierced through, and then the arrow pierced through Kuan Ti's illusory body. Looking at the arrow that turned into a stream of light and flew away, then looking at Kuan Ti, who was gradually turning into a solid body in the sky, everyone let out a big sigh of relief. Zi Chen's terrifying attack was finally easily dodged by Kuan Ti. It didn't pose any threat to him. Kuan Ti also thought so. The arrow pierced through his illusory body and the aura lock disappeared. But was that really the case? His gaze swept across the crowd and fell on Kuan Ti. Zi Chen revealed a mocking smile on his face. Looking at Zi Chen's mocking expression, Kuan Ti suddenly had a bad feeling. He subconsciously looked back in the direction of the arrow. He saw that the arrow that had already flown to the horizon just happened to encounter an origin dragon descending from the sky. The origin dragon landed on the arrow. On one hand, it recognized the arrow's identity and made the arrow a real heaven-grade soldier. On the other hand, it could be said that it poured new energy into the arrow, making it even more powerful and terrifying. Moreover, what the arrow locked on was not aura, but vitality. Like a divine dragon, it turned in the sky and once again turned into an arrow and shot towards Kuan Ti. This time, whether it was the speed or power of the arrow, it was much stronger than before. As the arrow shot over, a huge pressure filled the world. In the city, many buildings were unable to withstand this pressure and collapsed one after another. Looking at the returning arrows, the entire city burst into cries of alarm. The heaven-defying cultivators who were in the field all lost their composure. The splendor that had just disappeared from Yi Qian's beautiful eyes bloomed again. Obviously, only an attack like this could make her take it seriously. Damn it, how could this be? As the target of the arrow, Kuan Ti was obviously flustered and exasperated. His face was full of panic. Looking at the arrow that was much more powerful than before, the Black Demon Divine Shield obviously did not have any effect. Moreover, the arrow's speed was much faster than before. Perhaps before the Divine Shield appeared, the arrow had already arrived in front of him. At this moment of life and death crisis, Kuan Ti gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He turned over his palm and saw that there was a palm-sized black fragment in the center of his palm. The fragment was not regular and looked like it was incomplete. However, as soon as it appeared, it filled the world with a violent pressure. This pressure was so strong that it enveloped the entire city. Feeling this aura, Zi Chen's expression immediately changed. This was because the fragment exuded the aura of a saint. Is that a saint tool? Everyone looked up at the black fragment that had separated from Kuan Ti's hand and was slowly floating in the sky. One by one, they exclaimed. It's not a complete saint tool. It seems to be just a fragment of a saint tool. Someone exclaimed after seeing the fragment that was not regular. I didn't expect Kuan Ti to have such a thing. While everyone was exclaiming, Yi Qian's eyes flashed with a blazing light as she looked at the black fragment. She was indifferent to everything. Even when Zi Chen appeared in a domineering manner, she was only curious and did not have much of an emotional reaction. However, after seeing the black fragment of a saint tool, her mind shook violently. This is good stuff. Its aura is much stronger than that of a heavenly weapon. I must take it. Zi Chen also saw the black fragment and his eyes flashed. He made up his mind to take it. The black fragment exuded a powerful aura as it blocked the arrow. Clang! The two collided and produced an ear-piercing sound. This sound carried a powerful penetrating force and spread throughout the purple smoke city. After hearing this ear-piercing sound, many outsiders in the city fell down with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. At the same time, the shockwave of destruction spread in all directions. For a moment, with the point of collision as the center, the surrounding buildings were instantly turned into dust and disappeared. The powerful arrow seemed to have encountered a great resistance and was directly knocked away. However, after the black fragment neutralized the power of the arrow, it also flew into the distance. My fragment. Seeing the fragment fly back, Kuan Ti immediately chased after it. Chapter 1964. Kunt had been in possession of the sacred relic fragment for a long time. This matter could be traced back to the previous invasion. His family had received information about the fragment, but the war ended early before they could ask for it. This time, when he invaded the Jianwu continent, he followed the clues and found this family that had completely declined after the baptism of time and obtained the fragment immediately. Even Yi Qian did not know about this. At this moment, the sacred relic fragment had saved him from the danger of being killed, so he naturally wanted to get the fragment back. As he rushed forward, he saw Yi Qian also rising into the air. Kunt's eyes immediately flashed with a cold glint, and he transmitted his voice to Yi Qian. Yi Qian, that's mine. Yi Qian smiled but did not say anything. Her green dress fluttered in the wind, and she did not slow down at all. Don't move, that thing is mine. Seeing that both Kunt and Yi Qian were eyeing the sacred relic fragment, Zi Chen certainly would not let it go. With a cold shout, Zi Chen raised the Shenlong bow in his hand, and the second origin dragon fell on the Shenlong bow. The Shenlong bow was recognized and was truly promoted to a heaven-defying weapon. A powerful aura emanated from the Shenlong bow. Zi Chen pulled the bow again. As the Shenlong bow was pulled to a full moon, an arrow that absorbed the essence of the surroundings and the heaven-defying energy in Zi Chen's body appeared on the Shenlong bow. Buzz. After the arrow was released, Zi Chen quickly released another arrow. The target of the first arrow was Kunt, and the target of the second arrow was Yi Qian. After releasing the two arrows, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zi Chen's back. A mysterious power spread out, and Zi Chen displayed the fastest speed in the world as he rushed toward the sacred relic fragment. Damn it, don't steal my stuff. Seeing that Zi Chen was also following him, Kunt was furious. With a roar, he propped up a heaven-defying energy defense around his body. In the face of the power of the arrow coming at him at high speed, he would rather take the blow head-on and take out the fragment. Boom. Unfortunately, he had overestimated his own strength and underestimated the power of Zi Chen's arrow. As the energy arrow exploded on the surface of Kuan Ti's body, Kuan Ti let out a blood-curdling scream and coughed up blood as he was sent flying. Because of the lifelock, Yi Qian couldn't avoid this arrow either. However, her expression remained calm in the face of this arrow. Before she blocked it, she waved her sleeve and sent out a burst of energy. After this energy left her body, it instantly turned into a spirit snake and quickly blocked Zi Chen's path. It wrapped around Zi Chen's body. Caught off guard, Zi Chen was hit and his body was stopped in the air. Seeing the energy surrounding him, Zi Chen snorted coldly. The energy around him surged as he tried to shake off the energy. However, the tenacity of this energy was beyond Zi Chen's expectations. Even after 2 consecutive shocks, he was still unable to break through this energy. Open for me. Zi Chen's expression became slightly solemn. He mobilized the heaven-defying energy. The essence of this energy was destruction. As the destructive energy surged, the energy that wrapped around his body broke apart inch by inch. As soon as his body broke free, Zi Chen saw Yi Qian walk out of the violent energy unscathed. Coincidentally, she also saw Zi Chen. Both of them were slightly startled. To be able to pass through unscathed, her strength was somewhat beyond Zi Chen's expectations. Judging from the current situation, Yi Qian was much stronger than Kuan Ti. After seeing Yi Qian easily block Zi Chen's arrow, the heaven-defying cultivators who were watching the battle from below also had expressions of disbelief on their faces. They were fond of Yi Qian because of her special identity. In reality, they had never seen Yi Qian in action. This was the first time, and they didn't expect Yi Qian to give them such a big surprise. Never having fought before didn't mean that she didn't know how to fight. Seeing Zi Chen so easily neutralize her attack, surprise flashed across her eyes. Yi Qian raised her hand and shot out another energy. This energy once again transformed into a nimble green snake and coiled around Zi Chen. Buzz. A special fluctuation emitted from Zi Chen's body. The speed of the approaching green snake was greatly reduced. Zi Chen's figure flashed and easily swept past it. After sweeping past it, Zi Chen went straight for the Saint Artifact fragment. In terms of speed, no one in the world dared to claim to be the fastest. Therefore, among those at the same level, Zi Chen's speed was the fastest. Yi Qian obviously noticed this. She raised her hand and waved out a green energy. This energy immediately transformed into thousands of small green snakes and surrounded Zi Chen from all directions. Buzz. Looking at the nimble green snakes in all directions, Zi-Chen coldly smiled. A golden energy shield formed around his body. He once again drew the divine dragon bow until it was fully drawn. Previously, the divine dragon arrow was shaken and didn't appear on the divine dragon bow. But now, the divine dragon arrow had returned. The surface of its body flashed with the light of heavenly fire, and a powerful aura was released. Zi-Chen didn't hesitate to release the arrow. The arrow locked onto Yi-Chen's life. Facing Zi-Chen's arrow, all the heavenly realm experts in the world would change their expressions. Even Yi-Chen, who had a calm expression, had to turn around to face this arrow. While the green energy around his body formed a defensive barrier, Yi-Chen's gentle voice rang out in the air, snatching something from a weak girl like me, and using such a vicious method. Zi-Chen, you have truly made this little girl sad. Zi-Chen didn't reply because he realized that the green energy released by Yi-Chen was very strange. It wasn't a pure heaven-defying energy, but its quality was relatively high. It was only second to his pure heaven-defying destructive energy. Golden light surged, forming energy fluctuations. Zi-Chen wanted to force his way through these green energy snakes, but the latter entangled him in layers and forcibly prevented Zi-Chen from moving forward. Break! With a loud shout, Zi-Chen raised his hand and slashed down. The blade light formed by the pure heaven-defying destructive energy slashed forward. Wherever it passed, the green energy was cut into pieces. The blade light was very fast, and the effect was very obvious. However, it also consumed a lot of energy. It quickly dissipated, but the green energy didn't stop. Swoosh! Swoosh! Then, Zi-Chen quickly slashed out 2 more times. All the green energy was split into 2 by Zi-Chen. They lost their spiritual power and scattered. Rushing out of the green energy, Zi-Chen's expression became dignified as he looked at Yi-Chen, who was in a slightly sorry state but had resolved his arrow. He had always believed that he was the strongest among the heaven-defying cultivators, and facts had proven that no one could beat him. However, after fighting with Yi-Chen today, Zi-Chen could see that the other party wasn't weaker than him. Yi-Chen was also surprised by Zi-Chen's appearance. Although she didn't fight with others, she was still very confident in her own combat strength. Even the publicly recognized heaven-defying cultivator would find it very difficult to deal with her unique energy attack. She didn't expect Zi-Chen to resolve it so easily. The two of them had their own thoughts, and they were both very surprised. Below, when they saw that Yi-Chen wasn't any weaker than Zi-Chen, cheers continued to ring out. They didn't expect Yi-Chen to be the strongest existence in the field. Landing on the ground, Kunt, who was coughing up blood and injured, was in complete despair. However, when he saw the two people still in a stalemate in the sky, hope reignited in his eyes. Now, he had made up his mind. As long as he took back the Saint Relic fragment, he would immediately flee far away and never provoke Zi-Chen or Yi-Chen again. The idea was beautiful, but it was undoubtedly much more difficult to succeed. In the sky, Zi-Chen, who was fighting with Yi-Chen, saw Kunt take the opportunity to fly up and shot another arrow. The power of this arrow was extraordinary. Kunt shouted and summoned the Black Demon Divine Shield. He also knew that the Black Demon Divine Shield could only block the arrow for a moment, so he sped up and rushed forward. Puff! Who knew that the Black Demon Divine Shield couldn't block the arrow for even a moment. It was instantly pierced by the arrow and shot into the back of Kunt's heart. The powerful force caused the arrow to fly away with Kunt. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. The arrow didn't return, and it was unknown whether Kunt was dead or alive. Zi-Chen, this thing is very useful to me. Can you give it to me? Yi-Chen, who didn't want to fight with Zi-Chen, couldn't help but beg. She put on a pitiful look. Zi-Chen smiled and said, "Sorry, I have too many enemies. I just happen to need this thing to save my life." This Saint Relic fragment had extraordinary defense. After obtaining it, it would be a life-saving item. However, Zi-Chen wasn't a fool. Kunt desperately wanted to take it back, and Yi-Chen also wanted it. Obviously, this thing might have more than just defensive uses. The Saint Relic fragment floated in the air, exuding Saint aura. Zi-Chen and Yi-Chen fought for it. The many heaven-defying cultivators below were relatively close to the saint relic fragment in the sky. However, with Kunt as an example, no one dared to act rashly. Perhaps Kunt didn't die after taking the arrow, but if they were hit by Zichen's arrow, they would die without a doubt. Yi Qian's method was very unique. Although she couldn't defeat Zichen, she could stop Zichen. For a time, Zichen also couldn't get the fragment. "I'll stop him. Someone help me get the fragment." With Zichen holding back, Yi Qian couldn't get the fragment at all. Moreover, Yi Qian had already sensed that Zichen was very strong. If this continued, the fragment would definitely be taken by Zichen. Therefore, Yi Qian asked for help. When a beauty spoke, there were naturally people who responded. A guy who thought he was strong immediately said, "I'll go." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sense of danger. Then, an arrow pierced through the air and instantly pierced his body, obliterating his vitality. The expressions of the other heaven-defying cultivators changed greatly, and they immediately retreated. Originally, they had already retreated to the edge of the courtyard. However, as more than half of the city was destroyed, the courtyard no longer existed. They had more places to retreat to. Swoosh! At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed out and went straight for the saint relic fragment. Yi Qian raised her hand and shot a beam of energy at the black shadow. The charging black shadow suddenly turned back halfway and returned to the ground, turning into a black tiger. Its red eyes glanced at Yi Qian, and a faint smile flashed in its eyes. The black tiger's feint made Yi Qian realize that something was wrong. When she turned back again, the golden energy around Zichen had completely gone berserk. It forcibly broke through the blocking energy, and the world's extreme speed caused the surrounding space to slightly pause. Yi Qian's energy once again became slower, and Zichen smoothly passed through. Chapter 1965. Although he said sorry, Zichen's expression clearly showed that he was showing off. Yi Qian stomped her feet in anger and embarrassment. The void trembled 3 times, and cracks spread out from under her feet. To be able to make the goddess in everyone's hearts reveal such a feminine side, the heaven-defying experts were all dumbfounded. They could see that Zichen had really angered her. This also proved that this thing was very useful to Yi Qian. It was said that a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea, and her mood was unpredictable. This saying was true for Yi Qian. In the next moment, her angry and embarrassed expression disappeared, and a faint smile appeared on her face again. That indifferent expression made it seem like she didn't care that Zichen had obtained the saint artifact fragment at all. Yi Qian smiled at Zichen and said softly, "You only know how to snatch. Do you know what this thing is? I'd like to hear the details." Zichen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "If my guess is correct, this should be the legendary shield." "Legendary shield? What kind of shield?" Zichen was stunned and asked in confusion. "The only shield. It has no other name. According to legend, this shield has an extremely strong defense. Nothing in the world can break through it," Yi Qian said as she looked at the irregular saint artifact fragment in Zichen's hand. At this moment, the remaining aliens and heaven-defying experts in the city were all looking up at the sky, quietly listening to the conversation between the 2 people in the air. What kind of joke is this? Nothing in this world is absolute. This is a broken thing. Even if it's a shield, it's still a broken shield. Zichen shook his head as he played with the shard in his hand that did indeed look like a shield. There are many reasons why a shield is broken, but they are only temporary. It is said that as long as you obtain one of the shards, you can use it to find the other shards. Then, you can reassemble the shards, and the shield will be reformed, regaining its strongest defense. Looking at the incomparably beautiful Yi Qian and listening to her soft words, Zichen had a faint smile on his face. He said, "According to what you said, now that I have this shield fragment, I can use this fragment to find the other parts and finally assemble a complete shield." Yi Qian said seriously and affirmatively, "That's right. After being pieced together, this is the saint artifact with the strongest defense." When they heard the conversation, the people below were in an uproar. There was also a small disturbance. Many of the heaven deities' expressions flickered. Clearly, they knew about the existence of the shield. There were no absolutes in the world. Everyone knew this, but this sentence was not accurate. For example, the world's recognized fastest speed was the ThunderClan's 9 lightning deaths. Perhaps under certain circumstances, the ThunderClan's extreme speed would be inferior to other types of speed. But as long as they were at the same level and in the same state of comprehension, the ThunderClan's extreme speed would be the fastest in the world. This shield, which only had a name, was said to be a saint artifact formed at the beginning of the world. It was the weapon with the strongest defense in the world. If the fragment in Zi-Chen's hand really was a fragment of the shield, then it meant that Zi-Chen might be able to use the fragment to find this saint artifact with the strongest defense. Sensing the change in the expressions of the heaven-defying cultivators below, Zi-Chen naturally knew why Yi-Chen had brought this matter up. She wanted them to spread the news so that all the heaven-defying cultivators would know. Zi-Chen was well aware of the consequences of possessing such a precious treasure. Nodding at Yi-Chen, Zi-Chen gratefully asked again, "Thank you for telling me, but I still have some doubts. I hope you can dispel them." From Zi-Chen's expression, Yi-Chen could tell that he had sensed her thoughts, but he was not angry. This made her even more curious about Zi-Chen, so she said, "What is it?" "As long as this little girl knows the answer, I will definitely tell you." Zi-Chen swept his gaze over the heaven deities below and said, "They surround you every day. Some of them are even hot-headed for you, not hesitating to fight to the death. I don't believe that they admire you because of your appearance or temperament." Zi-Chen's words were very straightforward, but they were the truth. Perhaps when one was weak, they could encounter that kind of unforgettable love. But as one's cultivation level increased, as one's experience increased, a cultivator's mentality would change. That kind of unforgettable love would naturally not exist. Instead, it was the unforgettable hatred that would always follow them. These people were all favored by the heavens and were existences that stood at the peak of the world. Such people would never place their thoughts on a woman other than themselves. They would never be hot-headed and risk their lives for a mere Yi-Chen. Hearing Zi-Chen ask such a question in front of so many heaven-defying experts, Yi-Chen's beautiful face was also stunned. However, she still maintained the smile on her face as she gently laughed. "This is no longer a secret in our place. Since you want to know, it's fine to tell you. The reason why they favor me is not that all of them like me, but because my identity is special." Yi-Chen's delicate face suddenly had a trace of melancholy. "What's your identity?" Zi-Chen asked curiously. "My identity is the same as yours. We are both heaven deities, but my body is more special. In the endless starry sky, there is a saying that whoever can obtain me can break through the shackles, break through the divine road, and become a saint in one step." Yi-Chen's words gradually became more powerful, and there was sorrow in her words. Hearing this, Zi-Chen was stunned. He did not expect Yi-Chen to have such an effect. In the endless starry sky, these were all rumors, and Yi-Chen had undoubtedly confirmed this rumor in front of Zi-Chen today, causing an uproar in the city. Looking at Zi-Chen, who was obviously in shock, Yi-Chen smiled and asked, "Are you very surprised to hear this? Do you want to become a saint in one step? If you do, then give me that fragment." Yi-Chen's gentle words were free and easy, but Zi-Chen could still feel the unconcealable sorrow in them. The man who was always by her side was always thinking about her body. Becoming a saint in one step was a very sad thing in itself. Looking at Yi-Chen's gaze, Zi-Chen raised the fragment in his hand again and said, "I don't think this thing is worthy of you, nor is it worthy of exchanging with you." As he spoke, Zi-Chen put the fragment away. When the people below saw this, they secretly cursed Zi-Chen for being shameless. If he did not want to give it, then just give it. What was there to find an excuse for? An opportunity to become a saint and an extremely strong defensive divine weapon. It was not a good choice to put the two together. But no one knew that Zi-Chen really did not think this thing was worthy of Yi-Chen, so he did not want to exchange. In Zi-Chen's opinion, this was not a matter to be exchanged for benefits, so he said lightly, "That's the reason." "Isn't that reason enough?" Yi-Chen's face revealed a trace of surprise as she asked rhetorically. Just this reason alone was enough to attract many heavenly realm cultivators and heavenly realm cultivators from great clans, but Zi-Chen did not seem to be interested in her, who had the most value. Chen shook his head and said seriously, if it's just to become a saint, it's not enough for them to follow you around all day. Perhaps they want something else from you. Hearing Chen's answer, Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. She thought of something, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. If Chen could say this, it meant that he had not reached the limit of the heavenly realm. In other words, Chen's battle prowess still had room to grow. The heavenly realm cultivators below were quietly listening to the conversation between the two. After Chen admitted her usefulness today, they were excited, but also disappointed. Everyone had seen the battle prowess Chen had displayed earlier. She was almost on par with Chen. Under such circumstances, it was undoubtedly a daydream for them to obtain Chen. Black Tiger, who had been quietly listening, also had a change in expression. He had a deep understanding of this continent and knew Chen's value in the eyes of those heavenly realm cultivators. If a heavenly realm cultivator wants to go one step further, they will become a heavenly realm saint. Because of their own world, it's very difficult to take this step. It's almost the bottleneck of all heavenly realm cultivators, and also the final realm of all heavenly realm cultivators. Looking at Chen in front of her, Chen said, because heaven-defying cultivators are too special, they can only be heaven-defying cultivators. It is very, very difficult to become a heaven-defying saint. However, I can make heaven-defying cultivators take this step. You should understand my value now. Chen nodded. He was slightly shocked. Chen was equivalent to an elixir for breaking through bottlenecks. Everyone at the bottleneck wanted to get it. Why don't you go to the star path? There should be more opportunities there, Chen asked again. Chen shook her head and said, every heavenly realm cultivator is unique, and every kind of heaven-defying energy is unique. They all seem to be moving forward in the dark, and it's very difficult to find the right direction. Chen had not reached the bottleneck yet, so he naturally did not understand the hardships. After knowing Chen's secret, Chen no longer cared about the other party's deliberate disclosure of the secret of the shield. The purpose of his visit this time was to become enemies with all the heavenly realm cultivators in the world. He was not afraid that they would take the initiative to come to him. His eyes swept around and fell on the heavenly realm cultivators below. A cold light flashed in Chen's eyes. Feeling the killing intent in Chen's eyes, all the heavenly realm cultivators' faces changed drastically. I won't kill you today, but I will remember your appearance. The next time I see you, you will die. Listening to Chen's indifferent voice, all the heavenly realm cultivators turned pale. Although the Zhonwu continent was boundless, the heavenly realm cultivators were also very fast. They might encounter them somewhere. If what Chen said was true, then the next time they met, it would be the time of their death. Leave this world and go to the star path. Your opportunities are there, Chen said again, his voice still indifferent. All the heavenly realm cultivators looked at each other. It was obvious that Chen wanted to drive them out of this world. Indeed, if the world lost these heavenly realm cultivators, then even if the war broke out again, the natives of the Zhonwu continent might not be able to gain an advantage. These heavenly realm cultivators looked at each other and hesitated. Chen persuaded, go, Chen has completely grown up. There is no point for you to stay here. It's better to go to the star path and find an opportunity. Maybe you can really break through the divine path. Chapter 1966. The battle in the Purple Smoke City was over. This city, which had survived the war with the foreign races, had been almost completely destroyed in this battle. It was a complete mess. The heaven-defying cultivators who had come to attend the banquet had either died or left, leaving behind the remaining aliens to rebuild the city. Chen, the enemy in the hearts of all the aliens, had left without a trace. Not a single alien or heaven-defying cultivator dared to stop him. In fact, they were all hoping that this fiend would leave. Chen, the goddess in the hearts of all the heaven realm experts, had also left alone. No one knew where she had gone. However, when the foreign tribes heard about the Saint Weapon Fragment and Chen, they would spread the news as fast as they could. Other than Goddess Chen, the hottest topic right now was, of course, Chen's domineering return, his domineering killing of a group of heaven-defying cultivators, his domineering defeat of Kuan Ti, and his possession of the Saint artifact fragment. Kuan Ti, who had mastered more than 50 laws, was quite famous in the endless starry sky. This time, he had been defeated by Zi Chen and had luckily escaped with his life. Once the news spread, the heaven-defying cultivators would understand the situation. The heaven-defying alliance, which had originally been formed to kill Zi Chen, had also weighed their own strength before deciding whether to form an alliance to kill Zi Chen. Some of the heaven-defying alliance had disbanded, while others had remained in a wait-and-see state, intending to find out about Zi Chen's latest movements. However, after learning that Zi Chen had not deliberately hidden his tracks after the battle and had instead swaggered towards the Fifth Mainland, their hesitation had been completely dispelled, and they had all disbanded the heaven-defying alliance. Clearly, Zi Chen's battle prowess had reached a new height. He was no longer someone who could be dealt with by numbers. The true experts among the heaven-defying cultivators were Zi Chen's true enemies. Just like how heaven-defying cultivators were not to be trifled with by ordinary heaven realm experts, the current Zi Chen was not someone who could be trifled with less than 50 laws. The setting sun fell on a plain, leaving behind long shadows of a man, a woman, and a beast. Looking at the fiery red clouds in the sky, Zi Chen grumpily said, "Why are you following me?" Beside Zi Chen, there was a woman in green. She was extremely beautiful, tall, and curvaceous. On her delicate and flawless face, her beautiful eyes were slightly closed. Her eyelashes gently trembled as she raised her head slightly to enjoy the sunset. A faint fragrance lingered around the woman. She opened her arms and leaned forward slightly, as if she was embracing the setting sun. She was natural, beautiful, and moving. One look at her would make one's heart pound. This was a scene that all heaven-defying alien race cultivators dreamed of seeing, but Zi Chen didn't appreciate it. Instead, he wore a look of disdain. "Hey, don't play dumb, okay? Why are you always following me? Do you believe that I will turn hostile and attack you right now?" Zi Chen crossed his arms behind his head and spat out the dried grass in his mouth. He glanced at Yi Chen. Her long eyelashes trembled and her beautiful eyes opened. Yi Chen, who had opened her arms, tapped her feet lightly and floated forward like a fairy, leaving Zi Chen with her fragrance. "You are my target now. Of course I have to follow you. Sorry, I am not mature yet. You are not mature either. If you attack me now, you will not be able to maximize my value." After a long while, Yi Chen's frivolous voice sounded from the front. The former's maturity had not reached the standard, while the latter's maturity had not reached the true limit. As for the so-called value, it was naturally referring to Yi Chen's body. If Zi Chen obtained it now, he would not be able to break through the holy road. Hearing those straightforward words and looking at the beautiful figure in front of him, Zi Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I have no interest in you, nor do I mind destroying you. Thanks to you, many strong cultivators will come looking for me. When I face them head-on, I will not leave my back to another enemy. If you don't leave, I will kill you. Your threats are meaningless to me. You know very well that I have no intention of killing you. Actually, not all heaven-defying cultivators want to kill you. Among them, there are still many who remain neutral." Yi Chen, who was at the front, turned around and glanced at Zi Chen. A smile appeared on her exquisite face. "As my newest target, not only will I not attack you, I will even give you some information." Zi Chen wasn't interested in this so-called information. He was very disgusted by the word target that Yi Chen had mentioned. He always believed that this sort of thing required two parties to be in love with each other, and it wasn't something that could be traded. Shaking his head, Zi Chen said seriously, "Sorry, I am not interested in you. You are not weak. I feel that there is no need for you to give up." "Hee hee." Yi Chen's giggling voice came from the front, "Little brother, you are still too young. This is not called giving up on yourself, this is called a rare commodity worth hoarding. This is Big Sister's advantage. You are not interested in Big Sister now because you are not mature and do not know Big Sister's advantages. Wait until you are mature, then you will know how beautiful Big Sister is." Big Sister. This form of address made Zi Chen frown slightly. It seemed that the two were not that familiar yet. Furthermore, Yi Chen's point of view made him very unhappy. "I have secretly investigated your deeds. Your growth speed is very fast. Although you are already in the heaven realm, you are still young. Your vitality is still very strong, second only to Big Sister. Thinking about how he was already a few thousand years old and was still called young, Zichen felt a bit ashamed. Just like this, the black tiger followed beside Zichen. It silently listened to the conversation between the two without saying a word. What a beautiful sunset. Little brother, let's go. Accompany Big Sister to see the sunset. With a burst of fragrance, Yi Qian appeared beside Zichen like a little fairy. She grabbed Zichen and pulled him forward. Feeling the warmth and softness in his hand, as well as the slight trembling from her jade hand, Zichen subconsciously wanted to break free. Little brother, obediently follow Big Sister. If Big Sister is happy, maybe I will give you some clues about the heaven-defying cultivators who are a threat to you. It will let you know the enemy as well as yourself. Without waiting for Zichen to struggle, Yi Qian's voice sounded again. What's so good about the sunset? Zichen muttered. He was no stranger to the matters between men and women. Through the slight trembling of her jade hand, he could clearly feel that Yi Qian was unnatural. However, he did not understand why Yi Qian would act like this in front of him. Yi Qian turned her head to look at Zichen. Using the afterglow of the setting sun, Yi Qian's hair fluttered in the wind. She looked like a fairy who wanted to fly away with the wind. Seeing this scene, Zichen was slightly absent-minded. Yi Qian did not seem to notice Zichen's absent-mindedness. She rolled her eyes at Zichen and said, "Do you think just anyone can see the sunset? In this endless sky, this is the most complete world. Only in this world can you see the complete sunset. Don't other worlds have sunsets?" Zichen had already accepted his fate. He allowed Yi Qian to pull him towards the horizon. Those worlds don't even have complete laws, so how can there be sunsets? But that's not absolute. Some worlds have sunsets. I've seen one on planet Dawn once, but it's not as beautiful as this world's. Hearing Yi Qian's casual tone, it was as if she was completely immersed in the endless sunset. Zichen's heart jumped. He took the opportunity to ask the question in his heart. If the laws are not complete, then why are there so many heaven-defying cultivators? In the past, when Zichen learned about the heaven-defying cultivators, he guessed that the prerequisite for the heaven-defying cultivators to appear was that they had to create a perfect world. This world had to grow on its own and operate its own laws. In the end, it would become a real big world. This was the heaven-defying cultivator. Take Zichen's current perfect world as an example. In the beginning, he had comprehended many laws, but there were still many laws that he had not comprehended. However, as the perfect world appeared and grew, the laws that Zichen had not comprehended gradually appeared in the perfect world and were gradually perceived by Zichen. However, after seeing the foreign heaven-defying cultivators, he sensed that the foreign heaven-defying cultivators had only comprehended a few inconspicuous laws. They had actually fused into heaven-defying energy and become a heaven-defying cultivator. This completely overturned Zichen's understanding. Yi Qian, who was originally absent-minded, turned to look at Zichen after hearing this question. The two of them looked at each other. When Zichen's expression became awkward, Yi Qian laughed softly. "If you want to inquire about secrets, you can just ask elder sister directly. Why do you have to beat around the bush?" Hearing Yi Qian's words, Zichen was slightly embarrassed. After concealing his embarrassment, Zichen looked at Yi Qian and asked, "You know?" Yi Qian nodded and said, "Although I don't dare to say that I know everything, I know some. It is said that in the endless starry sky, in addition to this world, other heaven-defying cultivators will inevitably appear. They will definitely appear. Yes, as long as a heaven-defying cultivator dies, after that world senses it, a second heaven-defying cultivator will quickly appear. For example, you have already killed nearly 100 heaven-defying cultivators. It seems that the foreign race has suffered a great loss, but in fact, it won't be long before a new heaven-defying cultivator will appear from that world and return here. As for why, I don't know. Perhaps this is the uniqueness and wonder of this world." Yi Qian pointed around and said, "But this world is different. Although only one heaven-defying cultivator will appear in this world, it is not deliberate. It is more random. Once a heaven-defying cultivator dies, perhaps there won't be a new heaven-defying cultivator for hundreds of thousands of years. Rumor has it that the heaven-defying cultivator of this world is the strongest and most likely to defy the heavens. Looking up at the sky, Yi Qian's eyes were filled with confusion. Defying the heavens, but does this world really have a heaven? You don't even know if there is a heaven in this world, then how did you sense my existence? And the starry sky you are in seems to be an ally. Who is commanding you? Zi Chen felt that he had grasped the crux of the problem and asked. Whether there is a heaven or not, I don't know. As for your appearance, we didn't know. There are some alliances in the starry sky we are in, and there are many powers in those alliances. The news of your appearance came from that alliance, and all the powers in that alliance have begun to invade this world. Looking up at the sky, Yi Qian continued, but the world I am in is neutral. It doesn't matter if I kill you or not. I came to this world because I felt that the world is so big, and I wanted to see it. Zi Chen allowed Yi Qian to pull him to a stop on a huge mountain peak. He looked at the gradually disappearing sun at the end of his line of sight. Yi Qian looked at the setting sun and opened her arms. She was cheering loudly and jumping up and down. The gradually fading afterglow sprinkled on her body, forming a beautiful picture. Chapter 1967. In Zi Chen's eyes, Yi Qian was very happy and seemed very excited as she jumped around. However, in Zi Chen's perception, there was another Yi Qian weeping softly. This was Yi Qian completely opening up her mind and revealing herself, forming two completely different versions of herself. Clearly, the one in the depths of her heart was the real Yi Qian. As for the one in front of him, perhaps she was just forcing a smile, or perhaps she was just temporarily throwing away all her worries. Looking back at the setting sun again, the last bit of afterglow falling on his body. That warm feeling actually touched Zi Chen greatly. It was as if at this moment, the setting sun was really beautiful, but soon, this place would be shrouded in darkness. Zi Chen did not see her completely open up like last time when they enjoyed the sunset together. In his eyes, Yi Qian was still the happy Yi Qian, the Yi Qian who always talked about how she was a rare commodity worth hoarding. In the perception released by Zi Chen, Yi Qian was still the Yi Qian he saw. Clearly, Yi Qian had once again closed the door of her mind and sealed her heart. During the journey, other than locking the door of her mind, Yi Qian did not guard against him. If Zi Chen wanted to kill her, he had many opportunities to do so every day. However, he clearly sensed that she did not have any ill intentions. Thinking back to the scene that he saw that day, Zi Chen did not say anything to drive her away. The two of them got along quite well, occasionally joking around. Sometimes, Yi Qian would talk about some secret matters in the endless starry sky, and Zi Chen would listen with great interest. Last time, I told you about Loa. Today, I'll tell you about Gen. Along the way, Yi Qian once again told Zi Chen about some experts. Gen's reputation is not as great as Kundi's. It's not that he's not strong, but that he's not ostentatious. He has comprehended about 60 laws. I've seen him once. He's very low-key, but he's very dangerous. His celestial weapon is a sorrowful parting sword, and he has mastered a level 3 heavenly path technique. Once it's used, its power is almost comparable to a level 4 heavenly path technique. You must know that level 4 is the limit of what a heaven realm expert can control. Although Gen is low-key, he's very battle-hungry. Yi Qian's words were clear and logical. Zi Chen asked curiously, "You seem to be very familiar with him." Yi Qian gently shook her head, then smiled. "That's not accurate. It's not that I'm familiar with him, but I'm very familiar with all the publicly recognized experts. I've investigated them before. After all, I'm a rare commodity, so naturally, I have to look at the price before making a move." Looking at Yi Qian's appearance, Zi Chen suddenly remembered the crying figure in Yi Qian's heart. His nose felt a little sour, and he nodded gently. "You're very considerate." Yi Qian continued to smile. "Don't you know who I am? However, that Gen is indeed not weak. He was once one of my targets. If you can't even deal with him, I'll have to leave you. I'm a rare commodity, and I've set my sights on the strongest against the heavens." Looking at Yi Qian's expression, Zi Chen also showed a rare heroic spirit. He smiled and said, "Although I'm really not interested in you, it's not a good thing to see a beauty being forcefully taken away. Don't worry, if I'm lucky enough to meet him, I'll definitely beat him up. I hope you can do it. I have high hopes for you, and I don't want to leave you for the time being." The conversation between the two continued. Black Tiger, who had been ignored, felt a little depressed. After coming out of the chaotic space-time, Zi Chen did not hide his whereabouts. After dozens of years of refining, he had accumulated a lot of heaven-defying energy in his body. In addition, in that world, his doppelganger was constantly refining. Zi Chen, who was not fighting, also had a constant increase in his heaven-defying energy. If someone wanted to find Zi Chen, it would not be a difficult thing to do. Most of the invading heaven-defying experts were gathered in the first mainland. Even Kuan Ti had followed Yi Qian from the first mainland. The first mainland had many hidden aristocratic families and was very mysterious. It would undoubtedly take a long time for the events that happened in the sixth mainland to spread to the first mainland. Therefore, during this time, Zi Chen was relatively safe. Even with the deliberate spread, the news still took 3 months to spread to the first mainland like a gust of wind. Zi Chen had appeared with a strong force, killed dozens of heaven-defying experts, and defeated Kuan Ti. In fact, no matter how many heaven-defying experts he killed, it was meaningless to those experts. As long as they heard the news that Kuan Ti had been defeated and fled, they would pay attention to Zi Chen. In addition to the news about Kuan Ti, the news about the shield naturally spread. Cultivators who did not know what the shield was gradually learned of its existence as they spread the news among each other. It was said that it was something that had been created since the beginning of the world. It had the strongest defense and would never break. Even if it was shattered for some reason, it could still be reformed under certain circumstances. The news of Zi Chen's appearance and the fragment of the shield in his hand was enough to attract all the heaven-defying experts and all the powerful heaven-defying experts. Apart from that, news about Yi Qian also spread. Not only did Yi Qian admit to the legendary incident, but she also followed Zi Chen without hesitation. The two of them traveled from continent to continent like a couple. You think you can get Yi Qian just because you defeated Kuan Ti? In a city occupied by a foreign race, a heaven-defying expert heard the news and said coldly, "You're not worthy. It just so happens that I've been lacking an opponent recently, so I'll use you to test my sword. Yi Qian is mine, and so is the shield." The heaven-defying expert took a heaven-grade long sword and left the city, then left the first continent. Being able to defeat Kuan Ti, you can't be underestimated. However, if you think you're invincible, then you're gravely mistaken. Let me, Lowell, go and meet you. In a huge mountain forest, a man wearing a beast robe walked out. Outside the forest, a foreign race pseudo-heaven was half-kneeling. The other party glanced at the pseudo-heaven and waved his hand. "I've received the news. You can leave." The foreign race pseudo-heaven nodded and immediately turned to leave. After he was far away, he realized that his whole body was drenched. In the first continent, there were many powerful heaven-defying experts. When they heard the news of Kuan Ti's defeat, almost all of them showed a belligerent expression. There were also many existences that left the first continent to find trouble with Zi Chen. In addition to the fact that Zi Chen was their target to kill, the existence of Yi Qian and the shield was also an extremely important reason. Zi Chen hadn't sent out any news for 2 years. The last news was that he had fled into the chaotic space-time. No one expected that after 2 years, Zi Chen would actually return in such a strong manner. After defeating Kuan Ti, he didn't even cover his tracks and showed that he wanted to challenge everyone in the world. Lord, Zi Chen's actions are clearly provoking us. In the first continent, in a mysterious tribe, a handsome foreign race youth with a unique temperament sat at the head of the table. Beside him, a human old man leaned forward, half-bowed, and raised his head to look at the other party. This youth had a unique temperament and was very handsome. With a gentle smile on his face, he said lightly, "This is indeed a provocation, but it's not our turn to make a move. I think there are already people who have left the first continent." The old man hesitated for a moment before saying, But Lord, that Yi Qian is following Zi Chen. The news clearly states that the two of them only have a mutated black tiger. With such a young man and woman together day and night, I'm afraid that there will be some kind of misunderstanding. The old man carefully considered his words before speaking. Hearing this, the youth's expression didn't change. He just shook his head and said, "They're not children. How can there be so many misunderstandings? Yi Qian knows her limits. This time, she's following Zi Chen. Obviously, she's using Zi Chen as a bet against all the heaven-defying experts in the world. If she wins, she'll naturally think highly of Zi Chen. If she loses, that chess piece will be useless." Seeing that the old man was about to say something, the youth said lightly, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Hearing the trace of sternness in the youth's indifference, the old man immediately nodded and didn't say anything else. "By the way, I asked you to contact those forces. Is there any result? The news has been released, but only a few have responded." "Oh, which ones?" "The Five Elements family, the Tianpeng clan, the Luo family, and the Wuji sect." Hearing the old man's report, the youth's indifferent expression couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. He then said, "If I'm not wrong, then Zi Chen should be related to the Wuji sect." "Yes, Zi Chen is a member of the Wuji sect. It is said that he obtained the inheritance of the Wuji sect." The young man glanced at the old man and said, "The Infinity sect responded to us. There shouldn't be a problem, right?" The old man shook his head and said, "That's impossible. According to the information we received, Zi Chen has completely fallen out with the Wuji sect. Perhaps Zi Chen will come here and destroy the Wuji sect. Right now, they are afraid, so there shouldn't be any problems." The youth nodded and said, "That's good. Next, send them a message. Tell them that we have a limited number of people here. If they don't make their stance clear, they will lose everything." The old man bowed slightly and left. As he watched the old man leave, the young man's indifferent expression suddenly had a trace of coldness. The corners of his mouth revealed an ice-cold smile as he coldly said, "Zi Chen, this area will be your burial ground. Your life is mine, the shield is mine, and Yi Qian is also mine." This youth was the famous Jiao Wei in the endless starry sky. He was publicly recognized as a mysterious and powerful heaven-defying cultivator. Chapter 1968. You're Zi Chen. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be with Miss Yi Qian. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. By the time Zi Chen reached the fourth mainland, news of his deeds had already spread. Therefore, some heaven-defying experts who thought they were strong but felt that the rumors were too exaggerated came knocking on his door. Zi Chen and Yi Qian did not deliberately hide their tracks as they moved forward. Even though the bounty was many times lower, some people still managed to find Zi Chen quickly. The one blocking their path was a thin man. His eyes were deep in his eye sockets, and his face was sickly pale. He stood in the path that Zi Chen had to pass, looking at Zi Chen with a cold expression. However, when his indifferent eyes occasionally swept past Yi Qian, a trace of undisguised passion would appear. After sweeping a glance at the heaven-defying expert in front of him, Zi Chen turned back to look at Yi Qian. A trace of doubt appeared on the latter's delicate face, and she gently shook her head at Zi Chen. The two did not use words to communicate, but Zi Chen already understood Yi Qian's meaning, and a trace of disdain flitted across his face. Yi Qian shook her head, indicating that she did not know him. Clearly, the person in front of her was not one of those famous experts. When the heaven-defying expert saw the two of them flirting in front of him, a trace of anger immediately appeared on his face. He said coldly, "Since you don't know what's good for you, let me teach you a lesson." His voice reverberated between heaven and earth. He stomped his foot on the ground, and the ground shattered with a loud bang. A huge crater like a spider web appeared. The heaven-defying expert borrowed the force of the recoil to soar into the air, charging towards Zi Chen. He clenched his right fist, and a powerful aura emanated from it. This aura surged between heaven and earth, forming a hurricane. Zi Chen and Yi Qian raised their heads, looking at the angry heaven-defying expert as he charged downwards. The energy wind caused their robes to flutter. Disdain flashed in Zi Chen's eyes as he slowly raised his hand. Specks of golden light appeared on his palm and an oppressive aura instantly filled the area. Sensing the powerful aura contained in the golden energy, the angry heaven-defying master's expression changed slightly. With a roar, the energy of the fistlight increased by 30%. His figure descended at an extremely fast speed. Everywhere he passed, the space distorted, and his powerful aura spread out like waves. This frightening aura did not cause the expressions of the two people below to change. Zichen raised his palm, and more golden energy appeared. Then, Zichen gently waved his hand and a stream of energy burst out. Boom! The surging energy turned into a massive golden palm that carried a powerful aura as it shot towards the heaven-defying cultivator. The two powerful energies collided, causing destructive shockwaves to erupt. Heaven and earth trembled as the golden palm print exploded. The destructive energy that erupted caused the heaven-defying cultivator to fly backward into the distance. He flew for tens of kilometers, and during this time, he could even see a faint line of blood streaking across the sky. Swoosh! A few kilometers away, there was another flash of light. It was the heaven-defying cultivator who had stabilized himself. He turned into a stream of light and quickly fled into the distance. Looking at the streak of light, Zichen's indifferent voice rang out, "I'll spare your life today. When we meet again in the future, you will die." The fleeing streak of light in front of him shook visibly. Then, the speed of the streak of light skyrocketed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After dealing with an opponent who had provoked them with a single palm strike, the two people's expressions did not change much. They appeared to be very calm. This was because after coming to the fourth mainland, situations like this were not uncommon. Every time Zichen attacked, he would completely defeat his opponent. "Let's go," Zichen said indifferently and walked straight ahead. Looking at Zichen's back, a hint of doubt appeared in Yi Chen's bright eyes. "You seem to have become very benevolent recently." "Benevolent?" Zichen's voice rang out, but he did not turn his head. The two of them had been together for a long time. Although Zichen had already regarded Yi Chen as a friend, every time he looked directly at her flawless face, he could not help but feel some ripples in his heart. So, he chose to ignore her. "Yes, I heard that you slaughtered many heaven-defying cultivators back then." Yi Chen did not see through Zichen's thoughts and followed him. "Back then, I did it to survive. If they didn't die, I would have died." Zichen revealed a bitter smile. Using the word slaughter to describe it is not accurate at all. In fact, I am a very benevolent person. Benevolent? Yi Chen quickly stepped forward and tilted her head to look at Zichen. Her face was full of doubt. After getting along with each other for a long time, Yi Chen no longer acted so exaggeratedly in front of Zichen. As for the previous sister and brother between them, it no longer existed. Am I not? If I wasn't benevolent, none of those heaven-defying cultivators would have survived in Violet Smoke City. Yi Chen thought about it and nodded seriously when she heard Zichen's words. She said, "If that's the case, you are indeed benevolent." This time, Zichen smiled and decided not to respond to this matter. At a place relatively far away, Black Tiger saw the two of them talking and laughing. He muttered softly, "This kid is still in the mood to flirt. Doesn't he know that the real opponents are coming? Letting this little girl follow him will only attract more experts." Yi Chen's presence had somewhat disrupted Heihu's plans. Moreover, due to Yi Chen's identity, those heaven-defying cultivators might have some devious thoughts about dealing with Zichen. In addition, the shield that Yi Chen had purposely revealed would also bring great danger to Zichen. The Sword Sect had once been the overlord of the Fourth Continent, but after the invasion of the other races had become the largest force. The Sword Sect had suffered significant losses during the war between the two sides. Fortunately, Zichen had appeared out of nowhere and intimidated those heaven-defying cultivators with his powerful battle prowess, causing the war to end prematurely. Zichen naturally knew that the Sword Sect was here. He also had friends in the Sword Sect. Zichen wanted to go over and see if they were fine, but he forcibly dispelled that thought. He even gave up on the idea of entering the city. Now, he had become the focus of almost all the other races. His every move would be magnified infinitely. At a time like this, Zi Chen didn't want to involve his friends in case they were implicated. He even deliberately sped up and headed towards the third continent. The challenges from the other races' heaven-defying cultivators continued, but almost all of them were defeated in one move by Zi Chen. News of this spread again and again. This situation was just as Zi Chen had said before. As long as he fought a few more times, there would always be people who would be convinced. By the time he reached the central region of the fourth continent, no heaven-defying cultivators dared to provoke him. As for groups of 3 to 5, that was even more impossible. This was because all the heaven-defying cultivators who had challenged Zi Chen either hid here or entered the Star Passage after being defeated. They were indeed afraid of Zi Chen. As for the heaven-defying cultivators who came in groups of 3 to 5, Zi Chen would no longer be merciful and would directly kill them. After traveling for an entire month, Zi Chen didn't encounter any new challengers. They are already scared out of their wits and don't dare to come. Your next enemies should be those true experts. Yi Qian said to Zi Chen as she combed the hair in front of her forehead. Nodding his head, Zi Chen said, "They will come sooner or later. I still think it's best if they come early. This way, there might not be any more heaven-defying cultivators in this world by the time I reach the first continent. It's good to be confident, but don't be careless. Although the worlds in the endless starry sky aren't perfect, there are still many unfathomable powerhouses." Yi Qian kindly reminded him. "I think you should take a good rest now and prepare for the upcoming battle." Yi Qian, who had been following Zi Chen the entire time, was very clear that Zi Chen's mind was always in a state of alertness. Moreover, although he seemed to be walking, he had never stopped cultivating. Along the way, Zi Chen was clearly stronger than before. Zi Chen looked at the sky and said indifferently, "There's no need to rest, but even if I want to rest now, I can't." Yi Qian sensed something and immediately looked up at the sky. In her perception, there was a familiar and powerful aura flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Almost instantly, a figure appeared in her line of sight. It was a handsome young man with a sharp edge. His robes fluttered in the wind as he walked in a straight line towards them. Finally, he stopped above the two of them. "It's Gen." Looking at the young man above, Yi Qian said aloud. Hearing Gen's name, Zi Chen recalled what Yi Qian had said about him. He wasn't as famous as Kundi, but he was stronger than him. He was low-key but extremely competitive. He had met Yi Qian once and was one of her targets. Yi Qian had said that he used a sword and was very powerful when combined with a specialized sword technique. Gen's cold eyes scanned Zi Chen a few times before he turned to look at Yi Qian. His expression became much gentler as he said calmly, "Yi Qian, do you plan to attack together with him?" "How can that be? I'm just a witness and will remain neutral. As for the reason, you should know." Yi Qian turned back without hesitation and then looked back at Zi Chen again and blinked cutely. Yi Qian softly said, "I have faith in you," and then decisively retreated to Black Tiger's side. Looking at Yi Qian, Black Tiger's heart trembled and moved further away. Yi Qian didn't care after seeing this. Yi Qian's last expression and words made Gen's expression even colder. When he looked at Zi Chen again, his eyes flashed with undisguised killing intent as he said coldly, "Gen, I've come to kill you today." "Zi Chen." Zi Chen replied calmly, his expression gradually becoming serious. This Gen did give him some pressure. Golden light surged around his body as Zi Chen began to mobilize his heaven-defying power. Chapter 1969. Before the battle with Gen had even begun, several figures of light appeared in the distance. These figures of light appeared one by one, and the ones leading them were almost all heaven-defying cultivators. Zi Chen's gaze swept across the faces of these heaven-defying cultivators and found that there was no murderous aura on their faces, nor was there any killing intent around them. There was only boundless excitement and curiosity. When they arrived at the battlefield, they deliberately stopped a kilometer away and did not move forward. This was obviously to tell Zi Chen not to misunderstand and that they were only here to watch the battle, not to participate. Just as Yi Qian said, not all foreign races who came to this world were invaders who came to wreak havoc. During this period of time, no one dared to provoke Zi Chen, so after Gen arrived on this continent, the powerful murderous aura that surged around him was very obvious. Therefore, the crowd followed this aura and came to witness the battle. Among the cultivators who came to watch the battle, the number of foreign races was undoubtedly the largest, but there were also some human cultivators. Because of Zi Chen, these invading foreign races temporarily gave up fighting with the human side, and both sides were now in a state of peace. The human cultivators who came were all in the heavenly realm. They gathered together and stood in an inconspicuous place, looking at Zi Chen with eyes that could not hide their excitement, but also some nervousness and worry. Gen's gaze swept across these spectators, and the corner of his mouth revealed a faint, cold smile. His figure flickered slightly, and he rushed toward Zi Chen. As he rushed forward, his figure changed, and an illusory shadow appeared, and he rushed straight toward Zi Chen. A hurricane appeared out of nowhere, and the hurricane swept up sand and dust, filling the world. Feeling the pressure surging in the hurricane, the expressions of many cultivators who were watching the battle changed. Among the human heavenly realm cultivators, an old man saw Gen moving forward in the hurricane and could not help but exclaim, as expected of a heaven-defying cultivator, he is indeed powerful. Even the aura he emits is frightening. Beside him was a young man with a long sword on his back. Hearing the old man's exclamation, he couldn't help but worry. He asked in a low voice, "Ancestor, can Zi Chen win?" The old man gently shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but judging from Zi Chen's calm appearance, he should have some confidence." While the two of them were conversing, the sandstorm had completely filled the sky. The world was grey, and Gen's silhouette was clearly visible in the sandstorm. She was about to reach Zi Chen. Everyone's eyes fell on Zi Chen. This was the first confrontation between the two of them, and no one knew who would win. Zi Chen stood motionless in his original position. The sand and dust that filled the air would naturally dissipate when it was 3 meters away from Zi Chen. Looking at Gen who had arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and a golden light surged out from his body. Bang! A loud sound of energy colliding rang out abruptly, followed by a powerful energy fluctuation that spread out in all directions. This fluctuation carried a powerful destructive force, causing the space to begin to distort rapidly. Wherever it passed, the sandstorm that filled the sky was immediately twisted into nothingness. Wherever the ripples passed, the world lit up again, and the dust was not tainted. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the field. They saw that Zi Chen and Gen had already made contact. Then, Gen's figure swayed and retreated 10 steps. As for Zi Chen, he retreated 5 steps. This was the first confrontation between the two of them. It seemed that Zi Chen had the upper hand, but everyone knew that this was only the beginning of the test. Neither of them used their heavenly soldiers, so naturally, they didn't show their strongest moves. Gen was slightly surprised that she was forced to retreat. She gently stepped on the ground and brought out another energy hurricane. Then, she rushed toward Zi Chen again. A bright light flashed in Zi Chen's narrowed eyes. In a flash, he also rushed toward Gen. The two of them turned into 2 beams of light. Under the watchful eyes of many heavenly realm and heaven-defying cultivators, they fiercely collided. This was a head-on confrontation. The powerful collision of energy caused another explosion in the world. Terrifying energy ripples spread out once again. This time, however, the ripples appeared continuously. It was as if a huge rock had suddenly fallen into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. These ripples were very terrifying. The people who had already intended to retreat had to retreat again. When the ripples reached Yi Chen, they dissipated on their own. They couldn't do anything to her at all. However, after considering that this simple test might be a real life and death battle, she also took the initiative to retreat. As for Black Tiger, he had already seen that the situation was not good. He flew toward a mountain peak in the distance. When he was retreating, the old man on the human side happened to see Black Tiger retreating. When he saw that familiar figure, the old man was slightly stunned. A hint of doubt appeared on his face, but soon, he was attracted by the battle again. Boom! The energy was still vibrating in the sky. Terrifying auras emerged one after another. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. The space was constantly shattered and reformed. Broken energy craters appeared on the ground one after another. In this head-on collision, the two of them clashed powerfully. For the time being, the winner couldn't be determined. Swoosh! Gen's figure flashed and appeared behind Zichen. He threw a powerful punch at Zichen's back. The dazzling fist light fell, but it only hit an afterimage. Then, Gen felt a terrifying power coming from the side. Feeling this terrifying energy fluctuation, Gen's expression changed slightly. When the surface of his body formed a defense, he quickly dodged, trying to avoid this attack. Boom! The fist light exploded. The terrifying power swept through the sky. A huge black hole appeared in the sky. Gen's figure swayed slightly and brushed past the edge of the black hole. Although he dodged the attack head-on, his face was a little pale. He glanced at Zichen, who was chasing after him again. He gritted his teeth and rushed toward Zichen again. Most of the experts watching the battle could only see two light shadows entangling. It was just that the light shadows turned into human figures from time to time. Only a small number of experts could see the specific details of the battle. Hiding on a mountain peak, He, who watched the battle from afar. His slightly nervous expression gradually relaxed. After a while, he muttered, "Although this kid has some tricks up his sleeve, Zichen is still a little better. It seems that this kid is going to lose this battle. Next should be the real life and death battle." Not long after He, whose voice fell, an even more muffled explosion sounded on the battlefield. A large area of space was shattered. When the space shattered and the black hole appeared and spread, Zichen and Gen flew back. They stopped at the edge of the black hole. Gen, whose face was a little pale, stared at Zichen with cold eyes. A streak of dark red blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Seeing Gen bleeding from the corner of his mouth, the foreign races watching the battle immediately changed their expressions. When they looked at the unharmed Zichen again, there was a deep sense of fear in their eyes. Obviously, Zichen won this battle without using the heavenly soldiers. The human heavenly realm experts were obviously worried about Zichen. When they saw Gen bleeding from the corner of his mouth and Zichen unharmed, they were greatly relieved. The nervousness and worry in their eyes disappeared. Zichen is really strong. Seeing that Zichen was unharmed, the young man with the long sword on his back was the happiest. That's right. It's a small victory for now. The old man beside the young man looked at Zichen with eyes full of praise. When he heard the small discussions around him, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed across Gen's face. He subconsciously looked at Zichen. In the previous battle, he didn't have the upper hand, but that didn't mean anything. Fortunately, Zichen wasn't as superficial as the others. Her expression was still calm. As if she felt Gen's gaze, when she turned to look at him, Zichen nodded slightly at him as encouragement. Gen turned his neck slightly, and with a sound like beans being fried, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zichen and said coldly, "Warm-up is over." Zichen nodded and said, "It's time for a serious battle." Hearing the conversation between the two, the crowd was a little dumbfounded. When the two fought earlier, they couldn't withstand the energy fluctuations and had to retreat again and again. Who would have thought that the two were just warming up? And now, the real battle had just begun. While the crowd was shocked, their faces were also filled with excitement. Obviously, they would be able to watch an even more exciting battle. A sword appeared in Gen's hand. The sword was 7 feet long, and the blade flashed with a blue light. The two lights were interchanging, and the sword emitted an aura that belonged to a heaven-defying weapon. A huge pressure appeared out of nowhere, and many of the weaker existences felt extremely oppressed, as if they were suffocating. Looking at the strange heavenly weapon in Gen's hand, Zichen recalled what Zichen had said before. Gen's weapon was the Sorrow of Separation sword. At this moment, the Sorrow of Separation sword emitted an oppressive aura. In Zichen's senses, there was a thick sense of sorrow. This was the aura emitted by the Sorrow of Separation sword. After holding the Sorrow of Separation sword, the aura on Gen's body obviously underwent a huge change. The original tyrannical aura disappeared, and in its place was a thick sense of sorrow. Obviously, this was the heaven-defying law that Gen had mastered, and it was completely compatible with the Sorrow of Separation sword. One man and one sword, completely merged into one. Man and sword as one. When the old man in the distance saw this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim. Just by standing there casually, Gen had become one with the sword. It could be seen that Gen was a sword genius, and the sword was his strongest means. As the Sorrow of Separation sword fell into his hand, the aura around Gen's body had completely suppressed Zichen's. The previous discussion also dissipated under this aura. Yi Qian's eyes flashed. The current Gen was qualified to be her target. Chapter 1970. A faint golden light emerged from his body, and a powerful aura filled the air. Zichen's entire body was shrouded in golden light, and he slowly rose into the air like a golden-armored war god. Gen used the power of man and sword to release an aura that suffocated everyone. Zichen's expression was still calm, and he still looked very confident. Very good. Sensing that Zichen's aura was not weaker than his own, and was even stronger, Gen nodded with satisfaction and slowly raised the Sorrow of Separation sword in his hand. As the Sorrow of Separation sword was raised, the world changed. The origin of heaven and earth appeared out of thin air and began to twist wildly, like ribbons that wrapped around the Sorrow of Separation sword. On his indifferent expression, a light flashed in his eyes, and the Sorrow of Separation sword in his hand pierced forward. A sharp sword chi emerged from the tip of the sword, carrying the Sorrow of Separation sword's aura. It formed a straight line, shattering the void, and shot towards Zichen. As the sword body trembled slightly, the natural source energy surrounding the sword body also left the sword body. Like numerous small energy snakes, they circled around the sword chi and headed towards Zichen, who was in front of them. These small energy snakes circled, entangled, and fused in the air, finally turning into 3 giant energy snakes, guarding the 3 directions of the sword chi, and a powerful aura was released. Gen didn't use any heavenly Dao techniques at all for this attack. It was just a casual attack, but it already had a terrifying power. Most of the cultivators present were shocked when they saw this attack. Interesting. Yi Qian smiled softly. This kind of battle was what a battle of this level should be. The previous battle was indeed a warm-up. Seeing Gen's attack coming, Zichen's expression didn't change much. He took a step forward, and the world trembled. Then, he punched at the incoming sword light. The heaven-defying golden fist light hit Gen's sword. At the moment when the 2 energies were in a stalemate, they paused for a moment. The 2 energies twisted rapidly. Then, a delayed energy explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The golden fist light instantly collapsed, forming a destructive force that devoured the Sorrow of Separation sword's light and the other 3 giant energy snakes. The energies kept colliding, and a series of deafening explosions sounded in the world. The 2 energies kept fighting, and kept being consumed, and finally dissipated between heaven and earth. Seeing the power of his sword being dissolved by a punch, Gen's pupils shrank slightly. His figure rushed towards Zichen again, and as he rushed forward, Gen's sword. This time, there was no other change in the world, and the pure sword, but the power of this pure sword was much stronger than the previous one. Hum. As the sword chi flew over, the energy around Zichen trembled. The heavenly thunder wings, which released a resplendent silver light, immediately appeared on his back. The 6-winged thunder wings trembled slightly, and Zichen's figure became blurry. The sharp sword chi brushed past Zichen's body and landed on the ground. The sword chi landed on the ground, deeply piercing into the earth. Then, a rumbling sound came from the ground, and the ground completely collapsed. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and a huge sword-mark canyon suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Slash. In the air, seeing that Zichen had dodged the attack, Gen shouted again. The Sorrow of Separation sword in his hand slashed horizontally, and a Sorrow of Separation sword chi broke through the space, and slashed towards Zichen. Swoosh. Zichen's body flashed, and his figure flashed again. Gen's sharp sword was easily dodged. Swoosh. Swoosh. The Sorrow of Separation sword in his hand waved again and again, and a series of sword chi swept over, slashing towards Zichen from all directions. On Zichen's back, the thunder wings kept flapping, and one after another, the sharp attacks brushed past his body. Outside the battlefield, seeing that not a single one of Gen's attacks managed to hit Zichen, many cultivators had looks of surprise on their faces. Not to mention Zichen's battle strength, just the extreme speed he displayed was enough to make Zichen invincible. As expected of the world's fastest speed, even the foreign race's heaven-defying experts have to admit defeat in front of him. The old man saw that Zichen's figure was constantly flashing, and looked at the impatient Gen, and couldn't help but praise. "Damn it, don't tell me you're going to keep dodging like this." After fighting for a long time and using up a lot of energy, he couldn't even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. Gen's face showed anger, and he said in exasperation. After dodging another sword chi, Zichen looked up at the impatient Gen and said indifferently, "I wanted to let you lose with dignity, but since you can't wait, I'll fulfill your wish. You think you have what it takes?" Hearing Zichen's words, Gen was delighted, but a look of disdain appeared on his face. He sneered and said, "As long as you dare to fight me head-on, I guarantee that I can kill you in 5, no, 10 moves. Come, from now on, as long as I take a step back, you can do whatever you want with me." Zichen rose into the air, and a sky blade appeared in his hand. The sky blade was completely dyed gold by the heaven-defying energy in his body. The blade light was emitted from the tip of the blade, and an even more terrifying and oppressive aura shrouded the world. Feeling this aura, the cultivators' faces changed drastically. The current Zichen was undoubtedly serious. The oppressive aura that was almost suffocating made many heaven-defying experts feel powerless. While their minds were shaken, the faces of those cultivators also revealed looks of doubt. Even though Zichen was very strong, Gen's previous display of strength showed that he was definitely not weak. However, Zichen actually said that he would take a step back and let Gen deal with him. In their eyes, this was indeed a bit arrogant. The cultivators on the human side showed worried expressions again. Obviously, they were not optimistic about Zichen. "This kid is too arrogant." On the mountain peak, Black Tiger, who had poked his head out, muttered. Hearing Zichen's words, Yi Chen's beautiful eyes flashed brightly. Among the people present, she was probably the only one who believed that Zichen had such means. Shameless boasting, prepare to die. Being looked down upon by Zichen, Gen was completely enraged. A murderous look flashed across his face. He rushed toward Zichen again, and the Lizhu sword in his hand surged with an even more terrifying aura. Swoosh! In Zichen's hand, the long blade cut through the sky, and golden light illuminated the world. Clang! The blade and sword collided, and a sonorous sound burst out. A powerful energy ripple formed and spread in all directions. As the energy ripple vibrated, Zichen's body formed a golden energy shield. The vibrating energy could not hurt him in the slightest. At the same time, his eyes coldly stared at Gen in front of him. At this moment, the blade and sword were in a stalemate. The two types of energy were constantly clashing and consuming each other. Seeing Zichen's gaze, Gen smiled coldly at Zichen. In the next moment, an even stronger and more ferocious power surged out from the already powerful Lizhu sword. Gen did not think that Zichen would fulfill his previous promise, but he still wanted to make Zichen retreat and let his reputation be ruined first. However, the cold smile on his face had yet to completely disappear when it completely froze on his face. A dazzling light suddenly erupted from the long blade. Soon after, a power that was several times stronger than before crazily surged out from the long blade. With an unstoppable momentum, it struck the Lizhu sword. Bang! In the sky, there was a loud sound, and Gen was directly sent flying. Zichen stood in the air, his robe fluttering. He allowed the powerful energy to wreak havoc around his body, but he did not retreat a single step. Looking at Zichen, who did not retreat a single step, everyone's face was filled with horror. "I don't believe it. Retreat!" A loud shout came from afar. Gen once again rushed towards Zichen. The Lizhu sword surged with an almost crazy aura. Swoosh! Golden light flashed, and Zichen slashed down again. The dazzling golden blade light directly slashed towards Gen. Bang! After a simple contact, Gen was sent flying again, this time at an even faster speed. In the midst of the raging violent energy, Zi-Chen's body flashed with golden light. He stood motionless with an indifferent expression. Damn it! Cursing in his heart, Gen rushed for the third time. However, in front of the powerful Zi-Chen, he did not have the slightest advantage and was sent flying again. Previously, he had said that he would kill Zi-Chen within 10 moves. However, now that they had fought several times, Zi-Chen did not move at all. This made him feel extremely embarrassed. After his figure was sent flying again, he did not continue to attack. Instead, he stood in the sky and looked at Zi-Chen with a cold expression. Zi-Chen's indifferent gaze fell on Gen. He said indifferently, "Don't waste time. Use your last resort." Yi Qian had said that Gen's strongest move was the Heavenly Path technique that was combined with the Lizhu sword. Its power was comparable to a level 4 Heavenly Path technique. After fiercely sizing up Zi-Chen, Gen did not say anything this time. Blue veins appeared on the back of his right hand that was holding the Lizhu sword. Obviously, he had increased the strength of his grip on the sword. Then, Gen closed his eyes. The spectators could see that Gen was preparing a powerful move. They all held their breaths and stared at Gen. In the next instant, Gen opened his eyes. Sorrow flashed through his eyes. The sorrow of parting rule on his body became denser and denser. The sorrow of parting sword in his hand began to tremble slightly. A sword hum spread out, filled with sorrow. 3 moves of the Lizhu sword. As a cold shout came from Gen's mouth, the entire Lizhu sword was enveloped by the Lizhu sword. The sword light that seemed to be holding up the sky soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. The aura around Gen's body continued to surge. He was like a giant. First move, Lizhu sword. With a cold light in his eyes, Gen raised his sword and slashed down. The thick sword light that held up the sky carried an unimaginable power. It slashed toward Zi-Chen from a distance. Where the sword light passed, heaven and earth were split in two. A huge pressure fell on Zi-Chen.